Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Did people pay?
Follow the rich way.
Consequences. I'm staying in the race.
Would you drop out?
It looks good. It looks good. And he looks hard.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Cyclone Cheetah.
Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
Facebook, Zuckerberg.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheetah.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen. Immediately, if not sooner.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, girl, baby girl. Don't even play.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Cow.
Are you not entertained? I got boxes full of peppers.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to do tonight, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, space fams, don't forget to buckle up that space seatbelt. Otherwise, you might go floating off to that deep, dark void. Great to see everybody here today on this Saturday. Multiple fall starts this week, and that means we've got even more to cover here today on this Saturday. I was hoping to get started earlier, but that, as you can see, didn't quite happen. I was thinking 7. I was thinking 7 o'clock, so I'm 2 hours late on my own schedule. But as you can perhaps tell, we have solved knock on Spacewood, space lag related situation. Also, I want to point out that the galactic deficit, even without having streamed, has made progress. We are now at 216 of 375. We got a little less than a week to solve this galactic deficit funding situation. So if you got a couple extra bucks on Cash App or PayPal, do consider contributing. But like I said, we have a hell of a lot to talk about. I was going to do a week-ending report yesterday, which would have been probably good, because now I have even more videos than I had yesterday, and I have no idea how I'm going to get through all of them.
This is ridiculous.
But I guess we'll start in that familiar place. The United States, where a hell of a lot's been happening this week. Epstein files, Obama, treason, South Park, Colbert, and much, much more. Let's start off here. This was from the very beginning of the week. Let me see, it was Monday? Yeah, I believe this was Monday. Speaker Mike Johnson decided to hold a little press conference here after he and House Republicans, well, not even, it was Mike's idea. He was like, you know what, let's go on vacation. I know that we were going to vote on the Epstein files, but could we do anything else? Like, go on vacation? Mike,
point her. Go ahead.
There we go.
So health insurance companies are requesting 15% premium increases for next year. They're citing the expiration of the Obamacare subsidies. Are Republicans thinking about this? Is there any possibility that they would look at extending those subsidies or any other things to decrease health insurance?
I think that goes to the end of the calendar year, so we'll have discussion about the issue later, but it hasn't come up yet. I mean, but it's on the radar. Back row, yes.
Two questions. First is, did the president or anyone in the administration ask you to delay the resolution until after recess?
No, but I, as you all know, I speak to the president multiple times a day on a typical day, often, always.
All the time.
And what I know about the president's heart on this is that he agrees with everything I've said here today.
I see.
He wants maximum transparency, but he's also...
We can't have maximum transparency unless we go on vacation for a month and a half first, okay? I love Mike. He's trying to make... Donald Trump? No, he did not tell me to close the legislative session so that we couldn't vote on the Epstein files. That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
What are you talking about? What? Trump and I, we talk all the time. And we agree. Everybody deserves vacation right now. And maximum transparency, okay? Morbius Dragon gifting 1 Galactic News Network membership to the community. Dan Steely receiving that gift membership. Much appreciated, Morbius. Much appreciated. Let's stay on Mike. stay on Mike. We're talking about Mike and how he's decided to run away for vacation. Or at least tried to.
Look, I think it should be really apparent right now that the House of Representatives is running out of town. They're running out of town because it's clear the Speaker believes that their membership in the Republican caucus over there is so fragile that they cannot withstand simple debate, discussion about the topic of Jeffrey Epstein. That this is so patently a hill of lies upon which the Justice Department and House Republicans are trying to hide behind, that they can't stand to have debate and discussion about it, so they're canceling their plans and running out for a summer recess. That should tell voters something. Senator Durbin said it plain, that we are now in a nation where we had our highest law enforcement official say plainly that there is a client list and a truckload of evidence that they were going to release. It's on my desk, indicating that there was something substantive that was going to expose criminal behavior.
Illegal.
And now, months later, they're saying nothing to see there. It is clear that one of those statements is not true, and so therefore, someone has lied to the American people. And what the House of Representatives seems to be so afraid of...
What is Chuck doing back there?
Is to...
Why does he keep trying to hide behind Corey? What the fuck is going on with Chuck? Seriously, buddy. Well, you don't understand, okay? The Baileys don't like me being on camera.
Answer that question. When was the lie told?
I guess I'll go over here.
And that somehow is so difficult to endure, that question, that they are running out of town. Part of that was the reason why they tried to jam us in the Judiciary Committee. Because Emil Bovee was one of the principal top justice official people that was there during this time. He can answer those questions. He could give transparency and accountability for what his role was in this clear cover-up of what the truth is.
Yep, Republicans running away from the Capitol to avoid a vote on releasing the Epstein files.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Yeah, that was same day that Mike Johnson made that speech. Cory Booker coming out to call them out for not doing the thing that voters want them to do. We're going to go chronologically through what's been happening as it relates to the Epstein files here for a little bit before we move on to some other things. Man, it's been a busy-ass week. Anybody notice just how busy this week was? Anybody feeling overwhelmed from all of the things that happened? Is it just me? Because there was just wow. You start factoring in stuff that happened outside of the United States. It's pretty crazy. You should see my list right now. I have 137 videos.
That's too much, man!
Now, remember when you were in school and someone asked the teacher a question he couldn't answer, and suddenly the next words out of his mouth were, "Class dismissed"? Yeah, well, that's what Speaker Johnson just did for the House.
Immediately, if not
What was
sooner.
the question? A vote on a bipartisan push to release the Epstein files, and poof, time for recess. The now 5.5-week August recess. A full 180 for Speaker Johnson. It was just, last period when teachers said, there's no such thing as a stupid question. A week ago, he wanted full transparency.
It's a very delicate subject, but we should put everything out there and let the people decide.
The president has said clearly, and he has now ordered his DOJ to do what it is we've all needed DOJ to do for years now, and that is to get everything released. So they're in the process of that. There's no purpose for Congress to push an administration to do something that they're already doing.
They're already doing.
Joining me now, two people I'm sure with
they're already doing
senior
it.
political commentator Sochi Inosa and Republican strategist Lance Trover. Glad to have you both. I have to go right where he said, Lance, because there are sources that are telling CNN that Speaker Johnson essentially told House Republicans, of course behind closed doors, that the administration needs some time here to deal with whatever the it is. Is the Speaker essentially saying that our congressional authority or our interest for the public is not as important as that time?
I don't think so. I think there's folks in the media and some on the Democratic side who want to spin it that way. But I think, look, it's the president's prerogative. He's the one who is...
I see. Yeah, the people want to spin it that way, but they ended the session slightly early for no reason related to the Epstein files, says Lance. Thanks, Lance. Great. That's great. Totally unrelated. Everybody's trying to say it. It's ridiculous.
How rude.
It's ridiculous, says Lance. Okay. Now, this happened. I don't know. I have not seen anybody bring this up. And, you know, there's no clear line to be drawn here. But something happened in Florida this week, which you may not have heard about. Like I said, I haven't seen a lot of people talk about this. But a man died in Florida. You might be asking yourself, how does this StreamLord, how does this
South Florida legal community is mourning the loss
Excuse me,
of
sir. I need you to shut up. Thank you. How does this relate to the Epstein files? Okay, well, I'll give you a hint. A lawyer, an attorney, a famous attorney, died in Florida on Monday. Whose attorney, you might be asking? Let's talk about that.
Well, the South Florida legal community is mourning the loss of a legendary defense attorney.
Roy Black was a nationally recognized criminal and civil defense attorney. He handled some of the most high-profile cases of the country, often getting his clients cleared of very serious charges.
Black died at the age of 80 at his home in Coral Gables. CBC's Ms. Elliot Rodriguez takes a look back at his very stellar legal career.
Very few lawyers know how to work a courtroom the way Roy Black did. Whether it was in front of a judge or a jury, Black was a masterful advocate for his clients both in criminal and civil cases. Ed Shohat is a Miami defense lawyer who handled many cases with Roy Black.
Well, Roy had some unique qualities as a trial lawyer that are hard to duplicate.
Shohat said Black was a quick study, remembering the smallest details about complex cases. He said Black could address a jury like few attorneys can, coming off intelligent, even professorial, while at the same time staying down to earth and approachable, even likable.
He was at once down to earth, and at the same time, he came across as someone who was trying to teach the jury the case, not simply try the case, representing for the client.
Now, hold on. This is not the important part. I forgot that there's this like filler in here, but where do they switch topics here?
Kennedy Smith, a Kennedy cousin, found not guilty of rape charges. It was during that trial that Black met his future wife, Leah, who was a member of the jury. Other high-profile cases include the William Lozano police shooting that led to riots in Overtown, the tax evasion trial of race car driver Elio Castroneves, accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's case, and a DUI case against singer Justin Bieber. Trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's.
So there we go. The attorney for Jeffrey Epstein died this week. I'm not saying that this is connected to everything that's been happening, but it's certainly weird. very weird. When I saw this, I was like, wait, excuse what? What happened this week? Oh my God. So yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer died Monday. Now, he wasn't a young man. I believe he was 80 years old. So it could have been completely natural causes, which is why I'm not going to say with any certainty that this has anything to do with what's been happening in the news recently. It just found it to be incredibly strange. Now, what else has been going on this week? Oh, that's right. Donald Trump's personal lawyer, now Deputy Attorney General of the United States, Todd Blanche, is going to be going to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell in a federal detention facility where she is, and they're going to have some sort of secret meeting. Talk about things, I don't know what. Not clear. Meanwhile, Congress, Trump has been saying that he wants to unseal the grand jury materials from the Ghislaine Maxwell case. However, according to a source that CNN has, Maxwell was planning earlier this week to oppose the unsealing of the grand jury materials.
As Politico just put it, quote, the Jeffrey Epstein news cycle is nonstop today. President Trump reacted to some of that news just a short time ago, saying he, quote, didn't know his Justice Department officials would be seeking a meeting with Epstein's convicted associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. The president adding, though, that he thinks it, quote, sounds appropriate. On the Hill, House Speaker Mike Johnson has decided to let lawmakers go home early. Staying could have meant a forced vote on those Epstein files. Earlier, a Republican-led effort to subpoena Maxwell actually passed in a House committee by voice vote. Kristen Holmes is at the White House. So Kristen, here, I just wonder if the White House made that request to the House Speaker to send everybody home so there wouldn't be any more votes?
Yeah, unclear if there was an actual request made, but one thing to keep in mind here is both the White House and really Speaker Johnson have said time and time again that the two of them are in lockstep. The idea that Speaker Johnson would make a decision like this without first running it by the White House seems suspect, particularly given the fact that I was even told as recently as today from a senior White House official that the White House is in constant contact with the Speaker and with GOP leaders on the Hill. Now, in terms of where President Trump is, what we heard today was any question that there was related to these Epstein files, related to the fact that his Department of Justice was going to be having a meeting or was requesting a meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. He wanted to change the subject as quickly as possible, and I'm told behind the scenes that's the same as well, that he doesn't want this story dominating. But one thing we've seen with this White House and this story in particular is that it has them really on the defense. They did have a moment of being on the offense, which is where Trump likes to be in terms of navigating a story. Last week, after that alleged letter was published by the Wall Street Journal and they filed the lawsuit.
Okay, hold on. This isn't the part that I wanted. It's not the part that I wanted. I'm sorry. CNN's always doing this to me. Where do they switch? I think they switch it like here. At least the chevrons usually stick with the topics.
The things that the White House has been worried about or trying to combat is the fact that they continue to be called out for their lack of transparency. At least in this case, they can say that this was something they asked for, even if Maxwell herself is the one opposing it.
So the president, he certainly shared some conspiracy theories about the Epstein files, but the bigger conspiracy he alleged today regards the 2016 election. And now we have a U.S. president accusing his predecessor, in this case Barack Obama, of treason. Explain to us how he is attempting to do that.
They did it to me. They screwed me. I hate it when they do this. They have a Chevron up here that says Maxwell to impose an unsealing of grand jury materials, and they're talking about Obama. Come on! Jesus Christ, CNN. I hate you. All right. Let's just move on. We know, I watched this earlier, and yes, Maxwell was opposing the unsealing of her trial's grand jury materials. Now, usually grand jury materials aren't released, and doesn't look like these are going to be released. This was 3 days ago. The judge in the Ghislaine Maxwell case declined to release the grand jury documents. And the fact is, let's remember this.
The Florida judge has now denied a request from the Justice Department to release
Shut up, Jake. Let's not forget that the grand jury materials are just testimony. It's like witness, and it's just testimony. It's not the actual files, right? And this was Donald Trump's attempt to distract everybody. He was like, oh, if we give them the grand jury from the Ghislaine trial, that's just the same thing as the Epstein files, right?
I don't want reality.
The Florida judge has now denied a request from the Justice Department to release grand jury documents from the criminal case some 20 years ago of Jeffrey Epstein.
So what does this ruling mean for all of the folks who are calling for transparency on this case?
Well, it means that the documents that are related to this Florida grand jury, these are Florida grand juries in West Palm Beach in 2005 and 2007 that were investigating Epstein's alleged crimes in Florida. And if you remember, this ended up being part of a plea deal with state prosecutors that the U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta in Miami signed off on, which allowed him essentially to get a very, very sweetheart deal, and then allowed him to essentially get away.
Yep. Well, there we go. Judge declining to release grand jury documents that Donald Trump wanted released so that we could stop talking about the files that he's definitely in. Okay. Let's see. What do we got next? Let's go here. Forbes breaking news. This was from Tuesday. Summer Lee offered a motion in the House to subpoena those pesky files.
Due process. We know that this administration is even using data collected to identify sponsors for unaccompanied children to target those same sponsors, often the parents or other family members, for deportation, putting the very people who are able to help these kids who are in danger. These are unspeakable injustices that demand oversight, and we have a witness here today who bears the responsibility of conducting such oversight. Mr. Kafari is the Inspector General who is supposed to be rooting out misconduct at the Department of Homeland Security. Instead, he's working with Republicans to twist the facts so people ignore the cages and the kids with cancer and other despicable actions. He himself is guilty of committing serious misconduct against the American people. This included spending taxpayer money retaliating against whistleblowers who called him out for delaying a report about Donald Trump actually losing children. This was when Trump's first administration separated immigrant kids from their parents and then failed to keep track of them. As many as 1,360 of those kids were never reunited with their parents. Inspector General Kafari has made clear that he is interested in protecting Donald Trump, not lost children, and that he has no problem lying to Congress to further his goals. On this issue, he has absolutely zero credibility. So when the Trump administration creates a culture of terror in which children are afraid to go to school, or children are afraid to speak to authorities for fear that they or someone they love will be snatched and deported, children suffer. These policies leave children at greater risk of trafficking and exploitation. I expect my Republican colleagues to care about this because their constituents certainly care about child sex trafficking, whether it's through the immigration system, like this hearing alleges, or by a U.S. citizen facilitating other powerful U.S. citizens. It's time for them to prove it. Right now, Speaker Johnson is helping Donald Trump block the release of all the files relating to child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. If you want to take a stand against child trafficking, let's do it together. When powerful people exploit children, they must be held accountable for their actions. And if they try to mislead the public and hide evidence, we can't let them get away with it. So we can't allow individuals, especially those at the highest level of our government, to protect child sex traffickers. So today, that's why I will be offering a motion to subpoena the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files. Numerous members of this committee and this subcommittee have called for answers and transparency. So let's do something about it. Rep. Biggs has said we want to get to the bottom of it. Rep. Mesa stated, I believe we need answers on Epstein. If 1,000 kids were trafficked, how is there only one accomplice? Rep. Perry has written to Pam Bondi on Epstein saying the American people deserve answers and justice, particularly in matters involving grave allegations of criminality and misconduct by influential figures. Rep. Boebert said, we deserve the truth about the Epstein files. Yesterday, our Government Operations Subcommittee approved a motion directing Chairman Comer to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell to appear for a deposition before this committee. But Ms. Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year federal prison sentence for her role in sex trafficking children with Jeffrey Epstein. She could have a motivation to protect powerful people to get a lighter sentence. We need the actual Epstein files to get the full truth. So I hope my Republican colleagues will join me in supporting a motion to subpoena the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files. With that, pursuant to Clause 2K6 of House Rule 11, I move that the subcommittee issue a subpoena to the Department of Justice for the full, complete, unredacted Epstein files to be delivered concurrently to the majority and minority of the Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement of the Committee of the Oversight and Government Reform.
There we go. Representative Lee coming out and calling it like it is. Issuing a subpoena for the Epstein files. Another Democrat representative, Ted Lieu, had more things to say about Republicans and how they're just, trying to avoid actually doing the thing they've been saying they want to do for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In February of this year, Attorney General Pam Bondi went on national TV and told the American people that Jeffrey Epstein's client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now. Why won't she release that client list? Why won't House Republicans vote to release that list? In fact, House Republicans are shutting down Congress early. Shortly after my speech, Congress is going to shut down until September because House Republicans want to avoid voting on releasing the Epstein files. Why? I'll tell you why. The Wall Street Journal just confirmed that in May of this year, the Department of Justice told Donald Trump to his face that he is in the unreleased Epstein files. House Republicans are facilitating a cover-up of epic proportions. Release the Epstein.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Release the Epstein files. It's like it's echoing in my head. I'm just like, I hear everybody saying it all day. People saying, release the Epstein files. Donald Trump and all his allies told us that they were going to release the files. They were going to be terrible. Worse than anything we'd ever seen. And yet where are they now? They've just disappeared. Where did they go? Now, let's go to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. She was asked if she could rule out whether or not Jeffrey Epstein was connected to any foreign intel agencies. Look at this outfit.
Prior to her inauguration to, again, sow discord and chaos in America.
And if I may, on Jeffrey Epstein, can you rule out that he was connected in some way to any kind of intelligence, either foreign or domestic?
I haven't seen any evidence.
Is it just me, or does Tulsi Gabbard look like she is like, she's some sort of like cult leader or something, you know, like she's about to sell you some like multi-level marketing scheme or something? What's up with this outfit right now?
Information that reflects that. If anything comes before me that changes that in any way, support the president's statement loud and clear. If any credible evidence comes forward, he wants the American people to see it.
Great. Director Gabbard, we thank you for your
Thank you.
time today.
Thank you,
I know you're a
Director
busy
Gabbard.
woman,
Thank
so
you.
we'll let you get out of here, but thank you
We'll
so
let
much.
you get right out. Leave, please leave, says Caroline.
How rude.
All right. Let's go here. Let's keep talking about how Donald Trump is really just sort of begging everybody to just stop talking about these files.
There's this fascinating dynamic with
why are we all still talking about these pesky files? Still talking about Jeffrey? And Jeffrey who? I don't know a Jeffrey Einstein.
There's this fascinating dynamic with the Epstein revelations. The Trump administration is completely beleaguered by this because it's the first time they have not been able in a long time to control the media narrative. And polling suggests this is a story that is getting through to low information voters, which of course is the bedrock of the Trump victory in 2024. And Donald Trump is desperately looking for ways to get out from under what, I mean, maybe he's just doing this because he feels that the country needs to move on and there are important policy things that need to be done.
Turn the page.
Turn the page.
Turn the page while I accuse
sugar.
Obama of treason, which is a crime that could result in
I didn't say which
execution.
direction.
I said you can go backwards.
I said,
Also,
I said turn the page, not all the pages.
Turn the page back to the election that I actually won, where I'm going to accuse Obama of cheating.
Right.
They're obviously nervous about this. They shut down Congress. Literally, they're going on a 6-week vacation.
Take my ball and go home.
Now, I should say, everybody in the office tried to do the same thing.
If they don't release it, I don't know why we have to come in.
And it didn't work. But Congress is taking a 6-week vacation so that they don't do any due diligence on the Epstein files. They're going to plan to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell, but only after the Department of Justice meets with Ghislaine Maxwell to cut some type of deal. Now, I know that sounds suspicious, but remember, the Department of Justice is completely independent from the presidency, including the representative they're sending from the DOJ, who his last job just happened to have been Donald Trump's defense attorney.
Whoa.
Now, come on. A lot of people are going to make a lot of, that doesn't sound suspicious to anybody.
Everyone has a resume.
Exactly. And it's a total coincidence. But Donald Trump is basically out there now overtly telling people how to make people not pay attention to the Epstein thing. And of course, he's run out of, he tried the commanders.
We got a focus group. They came in, and we have brainstormed a lot of great ways for you to stop talking about the Epstein files. Have you heard of tariffs before? Talk about those and how great they are. Or perhaps maybe you've heard of it, the big beautiful bill. It's incredible. Talk about that.
Go anywhere. He thought, like, if I could talk about the Native Americans, what's wrong with my guys and sometimes my gals? It used to be all I needed to do was say, look, brown person, and everyone would pay attention.
Pocahontas.
But instead, he found a darker than brown person to talk about, but he had to go deep. Here he is.
Remember this, Obama cheated on the election. And we have it cold, hard, blue, and it's getting
Cold,
even
hard,
more
and
so
blue.
because the stuff that's coming in is not even believable. So,
It's both cold,
and
it's
you
hard,
should mention that every time
and
they
it's
give you a
blue.
question that's not appropriate.
I know all the words.
Just say, oh,
People
by the way,
say-
Obama cheated.
People say, sir, your intelligence is incredible. Your word-knowing skills are above all the rest. Truly great. Cold and hard and blue. All three.
Coming in is not even believable. So, and you should mention that every time they give you a question that's not appropriate. Just say, oh, by the way, Obama cheated on the election. You'll watch the camera turn off instantly. But I want to thank.
He's literally, what question do you think is inappropriate these days?
You know.
What question?
I don't know if you've heard.
No, let's do number
Arnold Palmer
10.
had a really big one. People used to say, wow. He pulled that thing out in the locker room and people would be aghast. They're like, wow, that is the biggest thing I have ever seen. Why are people still talking about this salacious and nasty stuff? I don't get it. Where are you getting this from? Very nasty.
Do number 10 here.
Yeah.
The question that he's talking about, of course, is if anybody asked you about Epstein, say that Obama was involved in the Russia hoax. And this is the amazing thing. I mean, like, they are being so, I don't know what to say, basic on this. Like, this is not, you don't have to read into this for like 6 hours to understand what they're doing here. They're claiming that the Russia hoax was based upon Russia's ability to change the outcome of the election by going into
voting machines. Yeah.
Illegal.
And they're citing the Obama administration's findings that Russia did not have the ability to do that. And then they're conflating that with the argument that Russia was trying to, and you know, your mileage may vary as to whether they were the determining factor of whether Russia's influence campaign online through the election to Trump. But that was the findings when Obama left office in 2016. It was reiterated 4 years later by a bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee, and they should try and find the person who chaired that committee.
Yes.
He must be
find
out
him.
there
Where is
somewhere.
he?
It's going to be hard to get him to testify.
Where is that?
Because he is now the Secretary of State in
that's
the
right.
Trump
Hey,
administration.
don't worry about it, little Marco.
Here is Tulsi Gabbard on Newsmax, and I've got news for you. No pun intended. When Newsmax is skeptical about your conspiracy theory, you know you have a problem.
Just read this to you really quick because this is relatively new here. This is from Obama's office. They say they, out of respect for the office of the presidency, they don't usually dignify what comes out of the White House with a response, but says that this is so outrageous that they have to respond. It says nothing in the document issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. These findings were affirmed in a 2020 report by the bipartisan Senate Intel Committee, led by then Chairman Marco Rubio. Any response to that?
We will be releasing further documents tomorrow that will refute that statement. And I would go back and point to, and we will be pulling a whole host of statements that were made by the Obama administration, by Hillary Clinton, by senior Democrat officials, by their friends in the media that state over and over again after this January 2017 manufactured intelligence document was created, that repeat the narrative. And I'm looking at my notes here. New York Times says Russian hackers acted to aid Trump in the election. Obama's CIA Director John Brennan says there is strong consensus among us to support the CIA claim Russian hackers aided Donald Trump's election. Hillary Clinton said, I would be president if not for the Russian hackers supporting Donald Trump. So there is a vast body of evidence and intelligence
Now, listen. Hillary Clinton saying shit 2 years after the election.
Don't put that on me.
I mean, Brennan, who's out of office, saying this shit 2 years later. She's lying in this interview.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I mean, just follow the logic there. Like, we will be releasing further things because we can't, with what we've already released, we can't refute that. And also, the net's going to be widening not just from Obama, but to everyone around him, including people in the media.
Yeah, including statements by the New York Times. I mean, how is that related to some sort of investigation?
They're just going to keep going down the line. Do they get to say, like, people... here's here's the Pod Save America guy saying
Krasinstein. Obviously an arm of the Obama administration.
We think we've actually at some point the Jack Posobiec is gonna get picked up, and it'll turn out that he's actually some sort of Polish, or some sort of Polish agent, and that he is actually sowing dissent. And he is a threat to national security or something. Afroponics, aka Good Heart Yoga and Health, using their galactic membership highlight message. Hello to you. Good to see you. Oh, we are at an hour in, which means it's time for us to start a goal. And we're going to start it off at least... in theory, we already have one half a chat, if you will. Okay, starting the goal. By the way, and multiple things. I have solved my Cash App situation. If you're in the Discord and you're familiar with what I'm talking about, I have solved the Cash App situation, so we can take Cash App donos again. PayPal was always working. That is also... but yeah, we are, of course, running galactic deficit right now. We won't be able to pay the August bills if we don't do some financing, some deficit financing specifically. But we are only $160 short now out of $375 over the last few weeks. We have really made leaps and bounds and strides, progress. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, all those things count towards the galactic deficit as we see that money immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner. And it will also count towards the goal that is now in chat to make sure that we get all of the sweet, sweet galactic content that we deserve. Now, I don't anticipate us having any more, I can say this with some certainty right now, I don't anticipate us having a lot of technical problems in the future. I have come up with a new, I did not realize, I've been trying to solve the stream problems blind, like my eyes and my hands, my eyes closed, my hands tied behind my back. I found a way to monitor some of the data from the stream in a way that I wasn't doing before, and has given me the ability to tweak this in a way that I had not in the past. So hopefully we won't be having any lag problems tonight. Now let's talk about how Donald Trump is definitely in the Epstein files. And I've heard that the DOJ, or the FBI, I can't remember which one. I mean, technically, FBI works with the DOJ. Or it's like under the DOJ, right? But I think it was the FBI, actually, who was tasked with going through the Epstein files and trying to find all the places that Donald Trump was named. Supposedly hundreds of people were working on this task. I heard as high as 1,000 people were sitting there poring over the... Why you would need 1,000 people? I mean, it's beyond me. That doesn't sound very efficient.
Tonight, a new report that President Trump is named in the Epstein files. And the Wall Street Journal states that he was briefed in May by the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, that his name appeared multiple times, according to senior administration officials. The Journal writes the files contained what officials felt was unverified hearsay about many people, including Trump, who had socialized with Epstein in the past, saying Trump was told many other high-profile figures were also named. Tonight, neither the White House nor the Justice Department would respond.
Those are the real ones. Me, when they talk about me, it's just a lie. We're different, same but different. We're in the files, but actually, I didn't do anything wrong.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Specifically to whether the president's name is included. But a DOJ official points out a mention of anyone would not necessarily suggest wrongdoing. Further, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, did release a statement. Nothing in the files warranted further investigation or prosecution. As part of our routine briefing, we made the president aware of the findings. Asked by reporters last week if the Attorney General told him his name is in the files, the president denied it.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing. And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen.
President Trump has said he had a falling out with Epstein 2 decades ago. The White House says the president kicked him out of his club for being a creep, dismissing the new report as fake news. In a separate update, a blow to the president's call to unseal secret grand...
Now, we talked about this in the past, but supposedly the fallout happened because of a real estate dispute between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Jeffrey had brought Donald Trump to a property that he had wanted to buy. Donald Trump then overbid Jeffrey Epstein, purchasing the house. And Jeffrey Epstein is supposedly the one who cut it off because he felt slighted by Donald Trump. But yeah, there's there's a guarantee that Donald Trump is in the files. The DOJ themselves told Trump that he was in them. And they tasked an entire platoon of people to go through the files to find all the places where he was in them. I mean, wow. Wait, is the highlight not working? What is happening? Oh, it's not. There it is. Now I see it. Okay. Okay, all right. All right, let's go back to talking about the fact that Donald Trump's own personal lawyer turned deputy attorney general of the country is very problematically going to talk with Ghislaine Maxwell before she might potentially testify.
Ghislaine Maxwell's brother, Ian Maxwell, on Piers Morgan. And, you remember that Trump said, "I wish her well," which is an indication that, no hard feelings.
Be nice to me.
Be nice. And let's say you were the brother
Ghislaine.
Let's say you were the brother of somebody, and you overlooked her involvement in trafficking young women, sex and the abuse and this and that. Strong family ties, sort of like the Trumps with each other. And you saw this opportunity for maybe to get your sister out of jail. You know that the Trump people are watching you as you go out and make public pronouncements. You know that you can't really have any you don't want to put anything in writing or anything like this. What would you say so that you couldn't really be accused of saying, let's make a deal, quid pro quo, but what would you say? My guess is you'd say something like this on Piers Morgan.
No, I believe myself. I've known her for 60 years. Yes. But, I'm not going to suddenly say she started pulling the wool. I don't think so. I don't believe so. Not for a second. Not for a second. And interestingly, President Trump
do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
The only time, I believe, in public, at the tail end of his presidency, so say, November, December 2021, about Ghislaine. And he said, I don't know much about him, but I wish her well. And I don't think that anyone else showed the slightest piece of humanity. Not anybody at that time, and yet he did. He didn't need to. He's the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world. He could have just sloughed it off. He didn't. He made a positive statement. I'm very grateful to that. I know Ghislaine was too.
Do you think that she will testify to Congress?
I guess my question would be, isn't it a little bit weird that the President of the United States wished your sister well?
Don't be creepy.
Because I'm a nice guy.
Considering his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, he's either going to be appalled that you were involved in this stuff because he had no idea, or what? But no, that's not where we go. Keep going.
Yeah. He follows up here, Piers Morgan.
That she will testify to Congress if she's given immunity.
Well, I've just told you that there are multiple.
I understand that, but
wait a minute.
Is that what she would require?
If you want the answer to the question, you let me explain it to you.
Yeah.
The immunity. You've got to be careful about things like immunity in a situation where you've got live legal proceedings. We can't find that if Ghislaine says, okay, I'm going to start testifying, that she is somehow attacked ex post facto for procedural nonsense, and she's accused of lying to Congress. So you cannot take this lightly. We just heard about the possible subpoenaing or the definitive subpoenaing. It doesn't mean that if a subpoena is a command to come to Congress, right, and to testify. But it could be possible for Ghislaine not to testify. She may be advised in the midst of her legal proceedings that she should take the fifth, which would be a pity.
Pause it for a second.
Yep.
She might not say anything.
I'm Donald Trump. I'm watching this, and maybe not. Maybe I have my minions doing it. Can you see if there's a scenario where Ghislaine could justify taking the fifth in front of Congress? Because if that's the case, maybe we can give her something that she'll do it. He just laid out.
Exactly.
He literally, if he's in the room with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is like, I don't want you to testify in front of Congress for immunity, because if you get immunity and feel free to implicate me, that's a problem. Ghislaine's brother could say, well, actually, there is a way that we could justify not testifying in front of Congress. She could take the fifth, and I guess the excuse would be there's a live proceedings going on.
Yeah, the corruption that is happening in broad daylight right now, it's playing out in front of us, is kind of incredible. I don't think we've seen anything quite like this in modern U.S. history. It's pretty wild.
then we wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah. Well, Trump has, you know what they say, you can lead a big fat orange horse to Coca-Cola, but they have to drink it. But I thought that was also interesting when he said that he doesn't want her to be in a position to lie. Right?
I want something. I want some leverage over her, so she's not able to go in and maybe make things up about, I don't know, like me or something.
So he said immunity is a tricky thing, right? That's what he said. He says I don't want he said the word.
It's very tricky.
Lying to Congress. I don't want her to be in a position of lying to Congress. So and then he got back on track. But what he's afraid of, and what he's clearly understanding is that it would have to be a quid pro quo as a prerequisite.
He's offering that up.
Right.
He's saying, like, look, this is one of the things that we got.
Right.
There's a give and a get here, and I'm putting our give on the table, and that is.
Maybe Ghislaine has nothing to say. Maybe she just won't be able to testify because of that appeal that she's definitely not going to win. But I mean, that's basically the argument. I mean, most appeals aren't won after a conviction has been done, first off. But considering the mountains of evidence in this particular one, I find it even less likely that an appeal wins. But that is the excuse that's being made, is that she's filing for appeal after having been convicted. What was it, like a year ago now or something like that? And she's been appealing. And so testifying would somehow, speaking to any of the crimes, would be basically condemning her appeal process somehow. And that's how where it's, yeah. And then Trump could be like, "Hey, that sounds like a good idea. Maybe you need to, take the fifth. If you take the fifth, maybe you didn't do anything wrong. You can get a pardon from somebody in the future. I don't know." All right. Now, earlier this week, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, wrote a headline suggesting that Speaker Mike Johnson and House Republicans were running away, voting on the Epstein files. They were going on vacation, like I've been saying, sort of. Just trying to come up with a quick excuse on the fly to get the hell out of there before an Epstein file vote could happen. He had a response to this on, what was this, Tuesday? Wednesday. Speaker Mike Johnson, what do you got?
Hey everybody, got a few thoughts for you as we
Great.
Work through today. Yesterday, some of you may have seen a false headline in the New York Times, and the headline was terribly misleading. It said House Republicans are, quote, adjourning until September to avoid a vote on releasing Epstein materials. I just want you to know, and everybody here knows, that's an outright lie. It's not true.
It's an outright
forced
lie.
to modify their headline and update it today. The reason is, we all know that's the initial lie travels much faster than the truth, and so
What is the
making
truth?
sure that people know what is actually going on.
Yes, tell us, Mike. What's the real reason? It's an outright lie. I'm sure you have. But tell us, what is the reason why you're going on break early?
Here, I think every single one of your publications have known that the published schedule of Congress was decided in December of 2024, and it's been published ever since. We are fulfilling the calendar. We're working. We'll be working tomorrow. There have been votes every day this week. We have.
Wait, okay. So Mike is saying, look, it's an early. Look, we did it early, but it's actually, we scheduled it. It was scheduled. This was a pre-planned early break that I did on the fly. That doesn't make sense, Mike. That's not making this was planned. This is planned, even though the Senate, the House schedule had you still in there. That's weird. He's sort of contravening facts. He's like, look, I know, look, you look at the calendar, you think one thing, I think another thing. You guys just don't get it. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Let's go here. Let's see what House Democrats were saying this Wednesday after the GOP decided to end the session early to avoid taking a vote. Catherine Clark. That's not Catherine. That's Hakeem.
It's now my honor to yield to our whip, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I am deeply grateful for your leadership over these last 6 chaotic months. And what a fitting end to these 6 months of Republican control in Washington. Instead of doing their jobs, instead of standing up for kids, for families, instead of standing on the side of transparency and accountability, Republicans are running away, all to avoid the release of the Epstein client list, all to cover up for pedophiles. In this hollowed out version of the Republican Party, they knock down people who work hard for a living. Their signature bill, the big ugly bill, kicked 15 million Americans off their health insurance, takes food from 16 million kids, raises energy bills, shuts down hospitals, denies veterans their benefits. They run up the debt to give tax breaks to billionaires, and they run out of town to hide sex crimes for the rich and famous.
Illegal.
Well, Americans are sick of a system that looks at people who follow the rules and actually work for a living and puts them last. Right now, 60% of American households say they can't afford the basics. Most parents, 54%, say they will have to skip on groceries to afford school supplies this fall. You deserve better. Your family deserves better.
Yep, that's right. Republicans had plenty of time to take away health care and money for after-school programs and food benefits for families across the nation, but no time to release those Epstein files. Now, apparently, a House subcommittee on Thursday voted in favor of subpoenaing the Clintons, which I found fascinating. Okay, we're going to get the Clintons in there. What I can't wait for is for the subpoena of Donald Trump. If we're going to subpoena the Clintons, I mean, it's just as much evidence of Donald Trump hanging out with Epstein as Bill Clinton. But first, let's go here, see what Republicans had to say. Not Laura, what's her name? Oh, God. I want to call her Laura Loomer, but that's not her name. Luna something. God damn it. What is this woman's name? Anna Paulina Luna. Anna Paulina, yes.
More to investigate this and provide transparency, not just, but many.
The administration has done more to investigate this and provide transparency, and not just, but many other things than the previous administration. Look, they have asked for the unsealing. The court denied it, which I would say that the court needs to put that out there. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're done with it. President Trump has told the Attorney General to release all credible information. And to go a step further, they still have done more than Biden did the last 4 years in office. In fact, Democrats are...
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, even though they haven't released the files, they've done more than Biden did. I see. Oh, thank God.
...to get in the Senate. Why would the Democrats not release the Epstein flight list? I want to know.
I want to see it released. I like transparency on everything. I think I was surprised when the Biden administration didn't really release it, and I'm surprised now that we're still not releasing it. But then again, I don't know what those presidents knew. I don't know what those DOJs know. There might be good reason, but I don't see what it is.
If they become apathetic, if those voters who got energized and put Trump in the White House and us in the majority become apathetic because we don't follow up on this one simple small promise, then they're not going to show up in the midterms. We're going to lose the majority, and the Democrats will be in charge.
That's very sad. Doug Massey pointing out that if they don't do something about this, they're going to lose elections. Those
Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed
we're energized about all this stuff that they're not doing. Might be like, well, what's the point of voting for you if you don't do the things that I want, that you say you're going to do? All right, now let's talk about that subpoena, that House subcommittee subpoenaing the Clintons.
Attorney General Pam Bondi.
By the way, this is NBC Montana, and I love that NBC Montana runs big for guns and ammo ads in the bottom corner of their fucking live streams. Jesus Christ.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Confirmed the meeting is happening, but an exact date has yet to be announced. We also know...
God damn it.
Congress plans to subpoena Maxwell to testify about Epstein as backlash continues to grow over the Trump administration's handling of the files. Late Tuesday afternoon, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer confirming a subpoena will be issued to speak with Maxwell within the next day or two.
My committee for the past 10 days has been adamant about talking to Maxwell.
Congress's announcement comes on the same day the Justice Department said it too intends to talk with Maxwell, a convicted sex trafficker and associate of Epstein. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche writing on X, for the first time, the DOJ is reaching out to Maxwell to ask what she knows. President Trump weighing in from the Oval Office.
I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much.
I don't really know much about that. What? Who? Epstein? I don't know who that is.
Sort of a witch hunt.
House Speaker Mike Johnson also making a splash Tuesday, shutting down operations in the chamber early, saying there won't be an Epstein-related vote before the August recess, despite a bipartisan push for the remaining files to be released.
The American people really want to see transparency. It's become one of those basically fractures that is too big to ignore.
This is an epic cover-up, right? This is a cover-up of epic proportions where you've got the majority party literally having us leave Congress early.
Now, the federal judge overseeing Maxwell's case is also asking for more information before any grand jury transcripts can be unsealed. He's given a Tuesday deadline. A source close to Maxwell says she opposes any release of that material. I'm Jeff Harris reporting from Washington.
Am I losing my mind? Did they talk about the Clinton subpoena? I feel like they didn't talk about it. Am I losing my mind? God damn it. Okay, here we go. New York Post. House panel votes to subpoena Bill and Hillary Clinton over possible links to Ghislaine Maxwell. A House Oversight Panel subcommittee voted to subpoena Bill and Hillary Clinton on Wednesday over their alleged ties to notorious pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
Illegal.
Representative Scott Perry, Republican from Pennsylvania, introduced the motion for subpoenas during a federal law enforcement subcommittee hearing, and it was approved by the Republican-led panel via voice vote. There we go. Now, like I was saying, I mean, if we're going to subpoena the Clintons, it would seem that we should subpoena the Trumps. All of them, supposedly. Or at least many of them, supposedly appear in those nasty, nasty files. Might as well get everybody subpoenaed. No reason to skip over anybody. We're going to go down this road. Now, let's go here. Keep talking about that. Oh, wait, I put this in the wrong order. I should have put these. Should have put this one further back. Fuck it. We'll do this way. We'll do it this way. We'll go back. Let's stay talking about subpoenas. Go here, CNN from 2 days ago. Apparently, the House has another House. I think the same House subcommittee. Whatever. A House subcommittee has voted in favor of subpoenaing. And I believe they voted in favor of this. Either way, they held a vote on subpoenaing the DOJ themselves for the Epstein files.
Despite the House Speaker saying no votes until September, as John was just talking about, the House Oversight Committee went and voted. A subcommittee now moving forward to subpoena the Justice Department for all of its records in the Epstein case file. That would go far beyond just the files presented to the grand jury, and that's after the Oversight Committee already this week moved to subpoena Epstein's longtime associate, as they were just discussing, Ghislaine Maxwell, for a deposition. CNN's Lauren Fox is tracking this one for us. I mean, it was like a rolling series of developments with this Epstein saga. This is, of course, from Capitol Hill. This vote happening after the Speaker made clear no votes until September.
Yeah, it was really fascinating because this is all playing out in the backdrop that the House Rules Committee had essentially been immobilized by this issue. That meant that they couldn't vote on several bills that they had planned for this week. Then Speaker Johnson made clear to his members that they needed to give the president additional time. And yet, Democrats continued to push this issue in these committee hearings. And where this all played out yesterday was after this House vote, the final vote of this summer session before they go on August recess. There are 3 Republicans who joined Democrats in agreeing to moving forward with a subpoena. Now, the subpoena still has to be signed by the chairman of the committee, James Comer, but I want to walk through exactly what this.
Yeah, and I believe James Comer did sign that this week, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, it's been a very busy week. Hard to keep up with all the House committee subpoenas flying around, all the new bombshell information in the Epstein case, all of the, just so many things. And then of course you got Donald Trump like all week, just rapid firing tweets on Truth Social or truths on Tweet Social, whatever we're calling it. And it's been a crazy week in the news. Now, let's go back to talking about Donald Trump being in the Epstein files. I meant to put this one further back. But, yeah. Here, CNN from 2 days ago. Bondi, Attorney General, told Donald Trump that his name was definitely in the Epstein files.
On these issues,
I did everything right and
what
they
happened in that
indicted
subcommittee
me.
today. Democrats blind.
President Trump was told by the Attorney General that he is in the Jeffrey Epstein files. He was told he was in the files 2 months ago, and then last week said, no, he wasn't. He was.
Aren't I a good
This
guy?
was during a briefing on the findings of the Justice Department's review of the documents related to Epstein. That's according to sources familiar with the discussion. Those sources said the Justice Department's review found that the files appeared to include several unsubstantiated claims that they determined not to be credible, including those relating to Trump. Bondi also raised in the meeting that several names of other high-profile figures
Some say
were
the
mentioned,
incredible
official
parts,
said.
I say
and
the
it's worth noting
uncredible.
that being mentioned in the files does
Non-credible.
not in any way indicate wrongdoing.
The parts with me in them very not credible. Can't trust those files, those nasty Obama files.
And it's worth noting that being mentioned in the files does not in any way indicate wrongdoing. The Wall Street Journal, who first reported the story, said that AG Bondi, who was joined in the briefing by her deputy Todd Blanche, who previously served as President Trump's attorney in the criminal hush money trial. The briefing took place in May, weeks before the Justice Department released a memo on July 6th attempting to close the book on Jeffrey Epstein, which said, quote, no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted.
Not
That
going to do
memo
it. Wouldn't
kicked
be
up
prudent
a
at this
furor in
juncture.
the president's supporters among them. That continues to this day. CNN reached out to the White House about the Journal report. Their response read in part, this is nothing more than a continuation of the fake news stories concocted by the Democrats in the liberal media. That was their response. But we now know the president was told he was in the files, which he was specifically asked about last week.
What did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the
No. She's given us just a very quick briefing.
Cursory.
No, he says. We asked the Justice Department for reaction to the reporting. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy AG Todd Blanche, the two officials in that Trump briefing, according to the Wall Street Journal, they released a statement. The DOJ and FBI reviewed the Epstein files and reached the conclusion set out in the July 6th memo. Nothing in the files warranted further investigation or prosecution, and we filed a motion in court to unseal the underlying grand jury transcripts. As part of our routine briefing, we made the president aware of the findings. This report comes as some Republicans on the Hill continue to push for more information. This afternoon, the House Oversight Committee officially subpoenaed Ghislaine Maxwell for a deposition. It's scheduled for August 11th at the Federal Correctional Institution in Tallahassee, where she's currently serving a 20-year sentence. And late tonight, a subcommittee went even further. They voted to subpoena the Justice Department for the Epstein files. This all happened despite Speaker Mike Johnson shutting down the House a day early to avoid floor votes on any Epstein-related matters. Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who voted to subpoena the Justice Department, was asked about Speaker Johnson's move. Listen to this.
What do you think of the Speaker adjourning the House early to avoid this whole fight over Epstein?
This fight's coming no matter, this is here, and I'd made it part of my life's mission to protect women and kids, and I think that, I'm ready to take this vote. I think we should take this vote and move forward, move this country forward, and the victims deserve justice, and people deserve transparency.
Nancy Mace, lifelong protector of the children, according to her. Saying that the files are coming. Okay.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, I don't know about Nancy Mace's record on protecting the children. She did just vote for legislation that would take away health care from children, food from children, other sorts of protections for children. But that's different. That's different. Anyway, it would seem that those pesky Epstein files are going to continue to stay in the news and probably continue to get more and more salacious, as Donald Trump puts it, and interesting. I think he called them salacious at one point, didn't he? Something like that. Now, Mike Johnson was asked questions about transparency. He was very offended by that.
How rude.
He had this to say about transparency. This was Wednesday. Little Mike Johnson.
The way Democrats have tried to weaponize this issue is absolutely shameless. And I just want to say this. Democrats said nothing and did nothing, absolutely nothing, about bringing transparency for the entire 4 years of the Biden presidency. But now, all of a sudden, they want the American people to believe that they actually care.
Okay.
Their actions belie their words.
I see.
We will not be lectured on transparency by the same party that orchestrated one of the most shameless, dangerous political cover-ups in the history of the United States. And that was President Biden's obvious mental decline.
I see.
House
The
Republicans
big cover-up.
stand for maximum transparency and truth.
Yes.
We always have and we always
Give
will.
us the Biden files.
We're in lockstep with President
Mike Johnson's response. Mike Johnson's response here to being accused of lack of transparency is, don't forget the Biden mental decline cover-up. While we have a dude who definitely seems on many days to be dealing with his own dementia problems in the White House, Mike Johnson wants to remind us of the former president. And how dare hypocrisy. I love when Republicans bring up hypocrisy since they're constantly contradicting themselves on everything, but this is great. This is great. Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson, everybody. Great job, pal. Great job. You did it. Now we all think that you're very transparent in comparison to Democrats. Nobody could tell that Biden was old, ever. Nobody knew that. And now we do know. And it was a cover-up. Nobody could tell that Biden was having mental problems. That's how you know it's a cover-up. Okay. Let's go back to talking about that weird meeting that's happening in the federal detention center that's holding Ghislaine Maxwell. And Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Todd Blanche.
President Trump was told his name is in the Jeffrey Epstein files. He then said he wasn't told. And now a congressional subcommittee with Republican votes is going to subpoena those files. That's a lot to chew on. As sources tell CNN, the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche will meet today with longtime Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell, convicted of conspiring with Epstein to sexually abuse minors. Illegal. Now, in May, Blanche and Attorney General Pam Bondi briefed the president on the findings of the Justice Department's review of the documents related to Epstein, which found that the files appeared to include several unsubstantiated claims that they determined not to be credible, including those relating to Trump. And just being named in the files does not indicate any wrongdoing. But the timing is notable. He was told his name was there weeks before the release of a DOJ memo that said there would be no more disclosures in the case. Overnight, a House subcommittee voted to subpoena from the Justice Department for the release of those files in full, and it was a bipartisan vote. As I said, a lot to chew on. So let's get to CNN's Evan Perez for the latest on, again, what is a really unusual meeting today with the Deputy Attorney General of the United States and a convicted felon.
That's right, John. This is really going to be a very unusual meeting, in part because, there's two burning questions. What does Ghislaine Maxwell know, and what can Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, really offer her to get her to talk, right? And so the big question here remains, Ghislaine Maxwell has a goal, which is to to get out of prison. She has a 20-year sentence that she is serving. She has maintained her innocence, and so she really doesn't have much of an incentive to tell Todd Blanche anything unless she can get something in return. And as we pointed out, she wants to get out of prison. So we'll see how that meeting goes down in Tallahassee, which is where the Deputy Attorney General has headed today. And as you pointed out, look, the names that Ghislaine Maxwell knows about, the names of people who were associated with Jeffrey Epstein is on everyone's mind, including the president. We were told that, our team was told at the White House that the president was briefed by Todd Blanche and by the Attorney General Pam Bondi that his name was in those files, which the FBI spent several weeks reviewing and redacting some of that information. And so that really does color some of the discussion on this.
Yeah, and it is disturbing. I mean, I was already disturbed that many of Donald Trump's own personal attorneys are getting jobs in government right now, whether it's Todd Blanche as deputy AG or Emile Beauvais, who is what did he get? Something else at the AG's office, I'm fairly certain. You got Alina Habba, another one of Donald Trump's attorneys, being appointed AG of New Jersey. Who, I mean, we talked earlier this week about how that went. Of course, her interim period is over now. And did not get the necessary votes from the state Senate or from the judiciary. But it is even more disturbing that we have a Donald Trump lawyer now in the open, going in talking to a woman that is basically privy to knowledge about the president, that is being actively subpoenaed by the legislature to strike some sort of a deal, or to even really, I mean, the amount of corruption that could occur in this fucking meeting is wild. It is fucking wild. Now, hold on. I just want to move a little bit further into this. Kate Buldan, wearing bright yellow again, interviewing a former ex-Watergate prosecutor on this meeting.
Day for sure. Joining us right now is Nick Ackerman. He's a former assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York and former assistant special Watergate prosecutor. So, Nick, how unusual is this setup, this meeting between the Deputy Attorney General and Ghislaine Maxwell?
This is extremely unusual. You never have the number 2 person in the Department of Justice go and interview anybody. I mean, that is something that is done by line attorneys. What really is going on here, once you dig into this and you realize Todd Blanche was Donald Trump's former criminal defense lawyer. What they're doing and what's going on here is that they're hoping that Maxwell wants a pardon from Donald Trump. She knows that the only way she'll ever see the light of day and get out of that 20-year sentence is to get a pardon. And what they're hoping is that in order to do that, she will be motivated to say that Donald Trump didn't know what Jeffrey Epstein was up to with underage girls, and they never participated in that. The problem, of course, is there's no way you could ever believe Maxwell by virtue of the fact that she's got every motive to say whatever she wants in order to get that pardon. So the real question is, if she says that, are they still going to take that and then at some point later give her the pardon? I don't think there's going to be quite the same quid pro quo that you had with the Eric Adams case. Don't forget, illegal. Blanche's.
Yeah, well, it's probably not going to be done on Fox News. So even if there was a quid pro quo, how would we know? How would we know? Because, of course, the Eric Adams quid pro quo was basically spelled out live on Fox News between Eric Adams and Tom Homan. Tom Homan said that he would be doing things to Eric Adams's butt if he didn't go along with ICE's detention and deportation policies. And in return, Eric Adams wouldn't be prosecuted for those crimes that he definitely did. All right, how are we doing on time? All right, just want to remind everybody that we have a goal going right now to ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet content here tonight. And boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to get through today. Like I mentioned, we have a massive number of videos, 138 to be exact. We are at least making some progress through that, but boy, we still have a ton to talk about here. So do consider contributing. We also, of course, have the Galactic Deficit Financing Goal, and you can contribute to both, 2 for 1 right now. You can contribute on Cash App or PayPal, start a Patreon membership, and any of those sorts of donations will go directly to the YouTube goal. 2 for 1. Really incredible, unprecedented deal here. All right, let's go here. The Associated Press from 2 days ago. Let's see what some of these senators in Congress have to say as to whether or not the Epstein files should be released.
I'm confident when it comes to the idea that Trump did something nefarious. And Biden sat on it for 4 years. It's hard to believe, but just put it out, let people look at it.
There should definitely be a subpoena for those files.
I love that gamble. I love that gamble from Lindsey Graham. I mean, it's pretty, it's pretty funny. I mean, there's separate reasons I think the Democrats haven't wanted to release it, like fucking Bill Clinton and other people, right? But I find that's quite a gamble from Lindsey Graham. Look, if there was condemning after Joe Biden won the election, if there was anything bad about Donald Trump in those files, Joe Biden would have probably released him. Okay, Lindsey, hey, I'll call that bet.
In the Senate as well as in the House, obviously the president was informed that his name appeared multiple times and then denied it. But the fact that he was informed and the decision was made to refuse to release the files smacks of a cover-up.
If there is something, let's just release it. But what I'm saying, though, I'm not convinced that it's the blockbuster that some people believe that it is, and I'm not going to live in a conspiracy kinds of...
Dude, you live in some sort of alternate universe, John. What are you talking about? Weirdo. Okay. Generally speaking, senators saying, hey, let's release those files. Oh, wait. Tom Tillis. We got to see what Tom Tillis had to say. Hey, Tom, come on. What do you got? Is it Tom Tillis?
We got to get back on what we're doing to help the American people and get distractions off the table. And I doubt seriously, in spite of the fact that the House went home, that y'all are going to forget about this between now and Labor Day. So the best way to deal with this is to release the file and let the facts speak for themselves. Got to go.
Release the files, says Tom Tillis. I know it's actually Tom Tillis, but I like saying Tom because why is that T, that H there? It's very weird. Don't do that. Don't be creepy.
Don't be creepy.
Yeah, he's probably right. We're probably not going to forget about all this between now and Labor Day, and might as well release those files. Give us all some time to go over them while you're all taking your sweet, sweet vacations. Now, amidst all of this, Donald Trump has continued to try and distract everyone from these files, talk about literally anything else.
In a desperate attempt to distract people from
the fact that Donald Trump has sent his former defense attorney as a representative of the Department of Justice to go and negotiate with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Coacher.
A coacher.
Right.
Look, she deserves a fair share to exonerate me.
To say exactly what we wanted to say.
And then we can open up Congress again and have hearings and invite her to tell everybody there's nothing to see here. But in the meantime, let me entertain you by painting everything gold in the White House and telling you Obama should be arrested.
It wasn't lots of people all over the place. It was them too. But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, that's the one look, he's guilty.
I love this. I mean, this guy is really losing his, what do you call it? His pizzazz over here. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Is like, yes, sir. We have. I mean, I know he's trying to make a joke, but it's falling flat. It's falling flat.
Question.
Have you heard of Barack Hussein Obama before?
You know, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to...
Every word that you can think of that I can't. So it was treason, and then a bunch of other bad things.
Treason, it was crime, it was illegal.
Illegal.
It was nasty, wrong, just horrible stuff. Vendetta with your 2-month Galactic individual membership message highlight. Still talking about Jeffrey? Who's it? Why are you talking about this? I don't get it. It's very weird.
Obama was in the gang, right, at the start. That seems okay.
Barack Hussein.
Yeah.
Was in a gang.
The little teardrop on his face, huh, for what he did to me. Like, was he thinking
Was he
of
born in
racketeering?
America? That's the thing.
I always say, don't rush to judgment. Like when I said he was born in Kenya. I like but this time I'm not rushing to judgment.
Nobody talks about that anymore, but he got away with murder, with birth.
Illegal.
Actually, go ahead. And all the other words.
Let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody's ever even
I never said the word enigma, though.
You've seen some pretty rough countries. This man has seen some pretty rough countries, but you've never seen anything like that. And we have all of the documents. And from what Tulsi told me, she's got thousands of additional documents coming. So President Obama, it was his concept, his idea, but he also got it from crooked Hillary Clinton. Crooked is a $3 bill.
I thought he was retiring that. Didn't he say on the campaign trail that she's beautiful Hillary now?
Beautiful, actually beautiful.
Wouldn't you think that he would want to look into the election that he actually lost? Like he just glosses over 2020 because he knows there's nothing to actually prove about that.
Well,
we go right back to 2016 where what did Obama do? He
not that big in terms of life. Yes, that's right. Not that big. You really think about it, in terms of life, much smaller than you think. Pitchforks Dragon getting us going on the beautiful, big, beautiful goal in chat. Trump is deeply racist. We all know what word he wants to use. We do. The N-word. Nuclear. We all know. We all know what it is.
I forget. I missed what he said there.
The Obama administration looked into allegations of Russian interference in the election and found, and it was signed off on, as Obama's statement said, despite, talking about how I'm so above commenting on politics these days, but when it involves me, I'll weigh in. Like, he was correct in assessing and saying that Marco Rubio was the head of the Intelligence Committee at the time, and they found that Russia tried to influence the election in ways that did not involve changing the voting machines, which is just like established fact at this point. It doesn't need to be the degree to which I think it was like wildly overstated in many ways by certain Democratic partisans and people that are much more hawkish on in the military-industrial complex. But like, it definitely happened. They definitely tried to, you know, they were involved in the hacking of the DNC too, and some of those emails, some of them had newsworthiness in them, some didn't, but it was about tilting the scales ever so slightly. No one alleged that, like, they were,
and that's still
changing
sensitive
votes.
to talk about. Like, that's what Obama meant when, like, this is a sensitive thing. It's sensitive the same way. I mean, Nixon was talking with Vietnam saying, hey, wait till I get in there. And maybe we'll get you a better deal. Like, that's, it didn't throw the election, but it's still problematic.
It is interesting you mentioned Nixon, though, because Nixon got undone by the cover-up. And I'm not, you know, I don't think we have the Senate or the House right now to go after Donald Trump for the Epstein cover-up, of which there clearly is one. But if the Democrats ever, so help me God, get back into power, make hay out of this and talk about the cover-up.
Well,
I think they should reach across the aisle.
Let's listen. Let's give Tulsi Gabbard her say on this question about whether there was any type of Russian interference in the election.
So hot right now.
I think when you're talking about and there's so many, I don't know, I'm kind of going in a few different directions here with these social media giants, how they're being misused to further certain agendas in different ways. But when you're talking about like these Russian troll farms that you mentioned, what is missing from all of the news coverage around this and all of the outrage about how this foreign country is trying to influence our elections, which is wrong and which the American people need to be aware of where this information is coming from, is the fact that and you're saying, why does somebody do that? Well, because this country does want to influence who we're electing, right?
Yes.
Like, we'd rather work with this person. We know that person is not going to be nice to us. The United States has been doing this for a very long time.
Sure.
In countries around the world, both overtly and covertly, through these kinds of disinformation campaigns, not even counting like the outright regime change wars, we're going to physically take you out. And I think it is very hypocritical for us to be discussing this issue as a country without actually being honest about how this goes both ways. So
now, I think she's absolutely right here. I don't like the U.S. interfering with elections any more in other countries any more than I like Russia interfering in this country. And frankly, I don't like corporations doing it either, for that matter. But I take Tulsi Gabbard at her word that Russia did interfere. Whether they were successful or not, or whether they were a determinant factor, I don't know if we'll ever know. But I think she was right. It's just weird that she's saying this, and she looks like 8 years younger or 6 years younger.
She didn't have her grace, her Cruella de Vil streak yet.
That was her, Tulsi Gabbard, of course, on the Joe Rogan podcast. When was that?
2018.
Furthering.
Yeah. And I mean, I reposted on this channel a Hill Rising appearance that Tulsi did around the same time, actually, where she said that Donald Trump was a danger to America. He was a threat to national security and all this other stuff. And now she is the national intelligence director for Donald Trump, a man that she said was dangerous, too dangerous to be in the White House. So she died the streak in? Almost definitely. Almost definitely. Unless she got struck by lightning at some point. Probably died. Probably a die job. Okay. Now, a new Wall Street Journal report around this 2003 birthday album, which Ghislaine Maxwell made for Jeffrey Epstein, includes some bombshell, not necessarily bombshell, but big names. Big names. People that probably most people are already aware of being tangentially linked to Jeffrey Epstein. But let's go here.
Breaking moments ago, new reporting from the Wall Street Journal sheds more light on that book Ghislaine Maxwell compiled for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday in 2003. The book that contained a letter bearing Trump's signature and had the outline of a naked woman. The Journal now has details of other letters in that book, including former President Bill Clinton, Wall Street billionaire Leon Black, fashion designer Vera Wang, and media owner Mort Zuckerman. That's according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. More from the Journal's reporting. The professionally bound birthday book had multiple volumes and included a table of contents that listed the contributions organized into groups. While many letters' writers weren't famous, some categories had notable people. Clinton and Trump were listed under the Friends group, along with about 20 other associates, such as Black, Zuckerman, former Victoria's Secret leader Leslie Wexner, attorney Alan Dershowitz, and the late Jean-Luc Brunel, who ran a modeling agency. Now, we should note, NBC News has not seen or verified these materials. A spokesman for Clinton declined to comment on the birthday message, which was reviewed by the Journal. He referred the Journal to a previous statement that the former president had cut off ties more than a decade before Epstein was arrested in 2019.
They keep trying to drop that one out. Look, Trump, he got rid of him, even though that's not how it went down at all. Not even close. Yeah, that book is apparently filled with all sorts of very powerful people, letters from a lot of big names. Release the files. Release them. Just release them. Also, Wall Street Journal should just release some of this stuff that I think they're sitting on right now. In full. Let's go here. That meeting happened between Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's NBC News from Thursday.
Tonight, Attorney General Pam Bondi's top deputy meeting at a Florida courthouse with Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted accomplice of notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche meeting privately with Maxwell and her attorneys, posting, "I'll continue my interview with her tomorrow, and will share additional information about what we learned at the appropriate time." This tonight from Maxwell's attorney.
She answered all the questions truthfully, honestly, and to the best of her ability.
The Trump administration seeking to cool the ongoing firestorm over its handling of the DOJ's files on Epstein. Today's meeting blasted by Democrats.
There is every reason to fear that Donald Trump could offer Ghislaine Maxwell a pardon in exchange for silence or even worse, phony exoneration.
It comes 24 hours after the Wall Street Journal report, citing senior administration officials, that the president was briefed in May by Bondi that his name appears in the unreleased files. The Journal reporting the files contained what officials felt was unverified hearsay about many people, including Trump, who had socialized with Epstein in the past, and that being mentioned in the records is not a sign of wrongdoing. The White House calling the story fake news.
Fake news.
NBC News has reviewed over 1,000 pages of documents tied to Epstein or related investigations and conducted interviews with dozens of victims and attorneys, and none has suggested Trump committed a crime. All as President Trump tonight toured the Federal Reserve's $2.5 billion building renovation, which has already run over budget, squabbling over its costs with Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
Okay, settle down, NBC. Stop trying to hit us with two stories, okay? You're not cool enough for that. You're not cool enough. All right. Well, there we go. That's right. It was talked about all week, and eventually it happened. Todd Blanche meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell behind bars, discussing who knows what. Could be quid pro quo. Once again, Quid pro quo is back in the news.
Illegal.
I did, it'd been too long for me. I was like, we haven't said quid pro quo enough. Let's go back to saying that.
This is ridiculous.
All right, let's see what Chris Hayes had to say about this ridiculous meeting. Chris, go. Go, Chris.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. So, what did Donald Trump's attorney and Jeffrey Epstein's key accomplice talk about today? That's the question everyone seems to be asking after today's meeting between Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted child sex trafficker who procured and groomed girls as young as 14 to be raped by Epstein and others, and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who was elevated to that role this year after working as Trump's personal criminal defense attorney last year. It is a completely abnormal, transparently suspicious meeting between Epstein's closest confidant and fixer and the number 2 law enforcement official in the country who is absolutely loyal to Trump, and who, along with his boss, Attorney General Pam Bondi, signed off on a DOJ memo not even 3 weeks ago, saying nothing in the government's Epstein files warranted further investigation or prosecution, and no further disclosure of those files would be appropriate or warranted. And yet, Blanche rushed to set up this personal interview today with Maxwell, who is serving out a 20-year sentence in federal prison, barring some sort of deal with the government or commutation or pardon. Now, we don't know if that's what they talked about. We do know that Maxwell's attorney emerged from the interview in a good mood.
First, we want to thank the Deputy Attorney General for being so professional with all of us and for meeting with us. He took a full day and asked a lot of questions.
Guy.
And Miss
What a nice guy, that Todd Blanche.
Aren't I a good guy?
Maxwell answered every single question. We don't want to comment about the substance of the meeting for obvious reasons, and we'll go from there. So thank you all so much.
That's Maxwell's lawyer. We didn't hear anything from Trump's lawyer. Deputy Attorney General Blanche.
Right, yes.
Except a brief social media post saying his interview with Maxwell would continue tomorrow.
Oh, 2 days.
Now, to be clear,
2 full days of meetings with Ghislaine Maxwell. What could what could Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell for 2 days? What could they have to talk about?
Meeting the number 2 at DOJ and a convicted felon in prison is a complete violation of every DOJ protocol or norm, right? This never happens. And it comes as we learn more details about Donald Trump's very well documented friendship with Epstein. The president is still struggling and failing to control a story that he once had successfully buried and even during the campaign magically turned on its head. But now it's spiraling away from him. From the lascivious birthday letter Trump reportedly sent Epstein saying, "We have certain things in common, Jeffrey.
I don't write
Enigmas
drawings.
Never age. May every day be another wonderful secret," written inside a drawing of a naked woman.
I don't
To
write
the new
drawings,
reporting that
okay?
Bondi
I don't draw
informed
pictures.
Trump back in May that his name appeared in the Epstein files multiple times. And this week, a video resurfaced from a 2010 deposition of Epstein in which he is asked about partying with underage girls with the future president of the United States. And well, you'll see, he declined to answer.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Illegal.
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
I'm gonna have to assert all of my rights. Every single amendment from the Constitution. Not just his 5th. The 6th and the 14th. And let's get the 12th in there too, a little bit. Well, really, if I could just assert every amendment from the Constitution right now, that would be really convenient for me. Let's not talk about whether or not me and Donald Trump hung out with underage women together in any capacity. Even though I would love to tell you all about it, not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna do it. Would not be prudent at this juncture. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Okay, damn it. This did not go quite as fast as I had anticipated. We're gonna have to take a quick break. We've already blown past the first break. 2 hours plus already into this stream. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. I want to remind everybody that we are still running a galactic deficit, so galactic deficit financing is necessary at this time. If you have a couple extra bucks on Cash App or PayPal, and that's right, I've got my Cash App working again, so do not worry. You can use the same Cash App you have used in the past if you have. If you've never used it, you can find the Cash App or PayPal links in my YouTube bio. And of course, at this time, all galactic deficit financing contributions not only go to that goal and ensuring that the space station stays powered up with internet for the next month, it will also contribute towards the YouTube content goal, which we're at 1.5 of 10 on right now. I'm sure we'll get there eventually. I think we got about 2 hours left on that goal. Otherwise, in a couple hours, we might be in danger of not getting all the galactic content. All right, quick space break. Hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. That's right, without viewers like you, this show would cease to exist and I would go floating off into that deep, dark void that we call space. Thankfully, we have a litany of ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer, every dollar go directly to funding the stream rather than funding the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. Just $3 a month will get you a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, for $3 a month, you get an avatar, shout out, and much, much more. What does an avatar mean? Well, you could be hanging out at the pool dancing up a storm, or taking a dip, taking in some of those space rays, or maybe hanging out at the bar, sipping some sweet drinks and cocktails of a space variety. Lake. That's right, you could be hanging out at the space lake. Really, anywhere. On the break screens, you could place an avatar of your choosing. Just tell me what you want, and I'll make it happen. Not only that, though, like I said, shout out at the end of every stream. Secret Discord channel. And secret content hidden on the Patreon and in other places. All right. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the stream. Second half starting immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So get back in those seats, Space Fams. Otherwise, you're going to miss the beginning of the second half. Why would you want to do that? That's silly. All right. Just want to remind everybody that we are now accepting donations on all platforms again. We had some problems with the Cash App, but that is back up and running. So you can use that as a way to donate both to the Galactic Deficit Financing Goal and the YouTube goal, which we have going on 2 for 1 right now. Okay. We are going to continue talking the Epstein files. I intended for it to be just the first half, but it has bled over by one video. Let's go here. This is as of a day ago. One day after the meeting between Todd Blanche. Actually, I guess was this technically, they did 2 days of meetings. So I guess technically this was the day that the meetings finished between Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell and her attorneys. And guess what? Ghislaine Maxwell is being granted limited immunity. What does that mean? Why would it be limited to what? Anything that doesn't involve Donald Trump? if she mentions Donald Trump's name? What is this? What is this limited immunity exactly? Granted a limited immunity to talk to the Department of Justice. Limited to what? I don't know.
We are just learning this hour that Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was granted limited immunity in order to talk with Trump's personal attorney turned Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Now, what did this mean, this limited immunity? Well, it allowed Maxwell to provide information without any fear that anything she said that is truthful can be used against her in the future. Maxwell is, of course, serving a 20-year sentence in connections with Epstein's sex crimes. It is a conviction she's actually in the process of appealing. And after the second day of these unusual meetings between Maxwell and the Trump Department of Justice, Maxwell's attorney just said this about a potential pardon from Trump.
We haven't spoken to the president or anybody about a pardon just yet. And you know, listen, the president this morning said he had the power to do so. We hope he exercises that power in the right and just way.
I wish that they would. Wait.
All right, look, people have been talking about this for
camera
days,
guy.
so at least they're coming out and saying it.
Camera guy
White,
or
they're
gal.
not beating.
Please shut up,
Look,
Aaron.
people have been talking about this for days.
What did I just say? Stop talking. I was saying, I wish I could read the sign, and then for a fraction of a second, it gets zoomed out, and you can kind of see the sign. Trump is a sex predator / PDF file. Todd Blanche is here as Trump's attorney fixer. Are you okay with that? All good points. All good points from this sign-holding lady back here.
All right, look, people have been talking about this for days, so at least they're coming out and saying it, black and white. They're not beating around the bush. They're not pretending they don't want a pardon. They want a pardon. They're saying it. And as for Trump, he's saying he doesn't want to talk about it right now, but he's leaving the door open. Listen to what he has to say.
We'll talk about it at some point, okay?
A lot of people are asking me about pardons. Obviously, this is no time to be talking about pardons. It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
Caroline Leavitt is honestly a hilarious figure in this fascist regime. Like, she makes me laugh every day. Her and her nonsensical things that she likes to say. These glasses are hilarious. She looks like she's in a 80s movie right now. Oh, good old Caroline. Is she wearing I think she's wearing the cross. Yes, I can see that she is wearing a necklace. And the only necklace that she owns is that cross necklace. Joe 47771 using a super chat to say, I still think Aaron is cute. Aaron Burnett? Okay, hey, you're allowed to think whatever you want. I think she's very, very rude. She's always interrupting me when I'm trying to talk. very rude.
How rude.
I don't appreciate it. Also, I'm still mad at her for some of her reporting. Most specifically, her the one interview that I cannot burn out of my memory is that interview she did with John Conricus. Like, I was just disturbed. It was disturbing. Does everybody remember that interview? It was terrible. John Conricus is, of course, the former what was it? He was like high up in the IDF. He had like he was like a spokesperson. I can't remember exactly what his role there was, but she like had this like, I mean, they were touching each other. Like, it was creepy. It was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. This was like a year ago. By the way, we're now at 3.5 of 10 on the goal. We're making progress. I'm allowed to do it. I could pardon her if I wanted to. Haven't even thought about it, but I could do it.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
It's something I have not thought about.
All right, well, he says he hasn't thought about it. But of course, in the context of everything that's going on right now, I mean, come on. He also knows Maxwell personally. And he said this about her right after her arrest and connections with Epstein's crimes in 2020.
I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her.
Well, tonight, far-right activist Laura Loomer, who is in Trump's ear and is highly influential in the MAGA world, tonight posted an upside-down smiley face on a post about Maxwell seeking a pardon from Trump. And it is very important to listen closely to Trump's words about pardoning Maxwell, because he said, right?
Oh my God. Watching the right-wing ecosystem online just implode over this is one of my new favorite hobbies. I'm not gonna lie. It really is just something incredible to witness. Laura Loomer just internally imploding over all of this. Sings one emoji message. Woman is losing her freaking mind.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills! No!
Upside down smiley face. Everything's fine, Laura. Settle down. It's gonna be okay.
To listen closely to Trump's words about pardoning Maxwell, because he said, right? He said, quote, "This is not the time to be talking about pardons," right? And then he continued and he said, his words again, "I haven't thought about it." Well, some people might say, well, that means he hasn't thought about it and he's not opening the door, and okay. Well, those exact words do, though, sound very familiar.
I don't want to talk about pardons for Michael Flynn yet.
You pardon Paul Manafort? I have not even given it a thought as of this moment.
Roger Stone, are you going to pardon him, sir? He's been convicted of felonies.
Am I going to pardon him?
Illegal.
I hadn't thought of it.
I didn't thought of it.
It's very tough what they did to Roger Stone.
Very nasty. They've been very nasty. Wow, it is the same exact words that he did use with other people who he eventually pardoned. Fascinating. Good clip finding, CNN.
Flynn, Manafort, and Stone were all eventually pardoned by Trump. And tonight, we are also learning new details about what Team Trump wanted to know over these past 2 days of talks with Maxwell.
She was asked maybe about 100 different people. She answered questions about everybody, and she didn't hold anything back.
100 different people? 100 names?
That's too much, man!
First of all, that is incredible. And it does fit with the narrative that, well, there's a lot of people to focus on here.
You should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You
Look,
should focus
I don't know why is
on
everybody
some of the
talking
hedge
about
fund
me?
guys. I'll give you a list.
Why is everybody talking about me instead of other people? Look, a lot of names in those files, okay? Some of them are credible, some non-credible. The stuff that with me, that is not credible. You could be focusing on all this other stuff that is definitely credible, all right? And I have no way of quantifying that distinction.
These guys lived with Jeffrey Epstein. I sure as hell didn't.
Yeah, I didn't have to. I lived right next door. I lived right next door to Jeffrey Epstein for years. And so I didn't have to stay at Jeffrey's. I'd just say, all right, Jeffrey, it was a great night. I'm going home now. I'm gonna walk home. Don't worry about me. I won't drive. No, I'm very drunk. I'm gonna walk because it's very close.
Now, of course, Trump hasn't been accused of wrongdoing. Neither have any of the individuals that Trump just referenced. But of course, Trump has been told by his own attorney general that his name does appear in those Epstein files multiple times. Out front now, Paula Reed. And Paula, the breaking news here is this limited immunity. So Maxwell talks for 2 days. She's got an appeal in the system. So limited immunity has huge value. Huge value. And nothing she said can now be used against her. So is a pardon in the offing?
Well, it's unclear if a pardon is on the table. I think you're really smart to recall what Trump has said previously before issuing pardons. But Maxwell is in a different league. First of all, you would never put a client across from the Justice Department in a situation like this where she has been convicted of sex trafficking minors, is appealing that conviction. You would never put them across from the Deputy Attorney General without some form of immunity. So it's not surprising at all. She got limited immunity. She's protected from what she says unless she lies. But her lawyer insists that she has answered truthfully and that she can corroborate the things that she has said. When it comes to a pardon, though, that is a risk for this administration to do a commutation or a pardon, even if she gave something of value. Because remember, so much of the concern, the outrage, the political firestorm that we're seeing here is motivated by a concern that sexual predators are being protected. So if you were going to...
Yeah. And who knows who would benefit from that sort of quid pro quo potential in this moment. So hard to think of people. It's not like there's just a litany of names that we could pull on. But who knows? I mean, I've also been thinking amidst all this, I've been wondering to myself, who's been calling the White House lately? It'd be interesting to know what the list looks like on the people calling Trump to say, hey, we're both on the files, okay? Look, we're both in the... Look, buddy, we're both in the files, and no reason for us not to work together here, okay? Okay, Mr. Trump? Look, what are you going to do for me, okay? You going to buy 100 million in crypto? You can do that, and I could maybe tell Pam, tell Todd to say, hey, Glenn, don't talk about that guy, that nasty guy. Even a nasty guy, you know it. I'm just wondering to myself, possibilities for corruption with Donald Trump's own personal criminal defense attorney going to talk to the witness in secret. I'm just thinking to myself, I wonder if there's some sort of a pay to get out of the get out of the files type of deal happening here. Donald Trump doesn't have to pay, but everybody else, I'm saying, I can see Donald Trump just holding this over people, being like, look, buddy, I can't just do it for anybody. What you gotta do is you gotta buy 1 million Trump crypto coins for everything, every detail you want to not come out. Pitchforks drag in with a sweet super chat. The thing that gives it away the most is that he loves attention. Until right now, for some reason. Why are they talking? Yeah, it is absolutely telling that Donald Trump is like, why does everybody want to talk about me? Let's talk about all the great stuff that's happened and not me. I hate when people talk about me. I don't even get it. It's like, I'm not important or interesting or great. Why would you want to talk about me? Am I getting the Nobel Peace Prize yet? Why did Obama get the Peace Prize? I don't even get it. Can we talk about all of my great accomplishments, please? But not talk about me. Just the accomplishments themselves. I'm not important. I completely have let go of my worldly concerns. Don't care. I live a ethereal life above the worldly plane. I have no ego. It's a beautiful thing. You should try it. It's called meditation. All right, let's go on. By the way, we're at 4.5 now of 10, halfway through the goal timer, right about halfway on the goal itself. All right. Now let's go to one of the distractions that we've had all week from the Epstein files that Trump has been begging us to talk about. President Barack Hussein Obama. Let's see what Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard had to say when asked about whether or not President Obama has committed treason.
Illegal.
Dr. Gabbard, thank you. So just two questions, but to begin on that. The president yesterday, you've inferred that the former president helped lead a coup. Based on what you now see, do you believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I am not an attorney, but as I've said previously, when you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence...
This suit is insane. I cannot get over it. She's wearing like this weird kind... It's almost a turtleneck, but not quite. This white turtleneck and then a slightly off-white suit. It's like, it almost looks like a velvet suit or something. And when you combine it with the goddamn Frankenstein's bride hair situation that she's got going on, it's just a weird look altogether. I'm confused. I feel like she's about to try and get me to drink punch, some sort of cult ceremony or something.
Document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community. The expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
The Senate Intelligence Committee spent several years looking into this and unanimously agreed in a bipartisan fashion, Secretary of State Rubio was a member of that committee, that there was no political interference. There was a years-long Justice Department investigation into this as well that also concluded no political interference. So help us from a 50,000-foot level explain, what do you now have that refutes those two?
Sure. Help you. Help me help you, Tulsi. How do you, can you please?
Explain, what do you now have that refutes those two?
Sure. I will encourage you, in my role as the Director of National Intelligence, my job, again, as I said when I came into this role, was to make sure that we are telling the truth to the American people and that we are ensuring that the intelligence community is not being politicized. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm asking you in the media to conduct honest journalism and the American...
Okay, there we go. So we're gonna leave that one. I love that. Our goal is to make sure that the intelligence apparatus is not used for political reasons, says Tulsi Gabbard. That's a fascinating claim. While they are doing an overtly political thing. Look, our goal is to not politicize this very political thing we're doing right now. We don't appreciate you suggesting that we would want to make this very political thing that we're doing political. It's not cool. It's not cool.
That's too much, man!
Very rude.
How rude.
I don't appreciate it, okay? How do you settle down? How's that sound? Love that. Love that from Tulsi. But yes, all week there has been a lot of this attempt to avoid talking about the Epstein files by talking about how Donald Trump did the crimes. Actually, Barack Obama did the crimes. It's actually Barack Obama. Before we talk more about that, I just want to watch this. This was a clip that I felt needed to be posted to my channel because it was honestly really hard for me to find. Like, we would watch this way back, and then when I went to look for it again earlier, I couldn't find it, and I was like, oh, once I did find it, I was like, we just gotta post this so we can have this forever. Here's Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard talking about
question
Donald
in
Trump.
my mind that Donald Trump is unfit to serve as president and commander in chief.
Oh my God.
I've said this over and over again. He has made many decisions that are counter to the best interests of the American people, our country, and our national security.
Donald Trump?
There is no question in my mind that Donald Trump is unfit to serve as president and commander in chief.
Wow.
I've said this over and over again.
Wow.
He has made many decisions that are counter to the best interests of the American people, our country, and our national security.
Shocking. Shocking. That is not AI. That is Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, saying a bunch of stuff about Donald Trump. The man who she now works for was from, I think, 5-6 years ago, like 2018, 2019, maybe, something like that. It's fascinating how opinions change in such a short time. But let's stay talking about President Barack Obama. Now, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was not prepared to actually say that President Barack Obama had committed treason. Of course, with treason would come the possibility of the public execution. I don't know the last time anybody actually was convicted or even faced that crime. I'm trying to think. Certainly not any presidents. But yeah, that would be quite a thing to watch. Treason trial against President Barack Obama. I could have sworn, didn't the Supreme Court determine that presidents, as president, cannot commit crimes? I could have sworn that was the premise under which Donald Trump avoided jail and the facing of other criminal trials. Am I losing it? Am I losing my mind? That not happen? Oh, that's right, it did.
Tonight, Obama fighting back, the former president calling out President Trump in a way that we have not seen before, slamming what he calls the, quote, bizarre and, quote, ridiculous allegations Trump made against him in the Oval Office just hours ago. So here's some of what Trump said.
The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold, Tulsi Gabbard. What they did to this country
they caught him cold.
2016, starting in 2016, but going up, all the way going up to...
It's usually the colloquialism used in this sort of thing. It would be like red-handed, but Donald Trump keeps saying hard and cold. Very hard, cold, caught blue-handed. What is that? I don't know.
2020 in the election. They tried to rig the election. We found absolute... This isn't
Illegal.
like evidence or...
This isn't like evidence.
Proof. Irrefutable proof.
That is the president of the United States. This isn't like evidence. This is like cold, hard proof, okay? There's a difference. Evidence, not always proof. Like those nasty Epstein files. Some of it evidence, but not real, okay? This is cold, hard, irrefutable proof. Write that down. Everybody write that down.
That Obama
Cold
was
blue.
sedacious. That Obama was trying to lead a coup.
Nasty Obama.
All right, trying to lead a coup. Now, usually anyone associated with Obama just ignores all that. They don't respond. But that is not what happened this time. Obama's spokesperson responded in part, and I quote, "Out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response. But these claims are outrageous enough to merit one. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction." Jamal Simmons is out front now, and the former Republican governor of Minnesota, Tim Pawlenty. All right, I appreciate both of you very much. So, Jamal, look, this is a change to come from Team Obama. It's a spokesperson, okay, but it's a change. And to come out and to speak like that, bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. Now, Trump said that Obama was trying to stage a coup, so that's what caused this.
Weak.
But what do you think? how significant of a departure is this for Obama to actually say, okay, we're going to respond?
Well, first of all, it's pretty rich that the man who was sort of affiliated with the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol is the one accusing people of trying to stage a coup. Obama, about a few days ago, came out and went after Democrats and said, it's time for Democrats to be, to speak up and to, not do so much navel gazing. He did that at a fundraiser. And so I think a lot of Democrats said, well, a lot of people are speaking up. They're marching, they're stepping up. And where are you at, President Obama? And so now I think we see President Obama stepping up too. And so he's stepping up and saying something to the American public. He refuses to sit back and allow Donald Trump to accuse him of leading a coup. And remember, it wasn't just what he said, Trump said in the Oval Office, President Trump said. He also released a video on his social media network showing Barack Obama being arrested in the Oval Office and
it was
carried
an
out
AI-generated video, right?
Illegal.
Yeah. And maybe that was part of what prompted the actual response here. It is.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think seeing that video, we watched that video. It was insane. First off, I don't know who is in charge of the AI over there, but I cannot believe that they're going to be the people in charge of AI. I mean, holy shit. It was terrible. It was one of the worst AI. This looked like 2018 AI vid. It was bad. It was bad. But it did show President Barack Obama being arrested in the White House. They used old footage of the two of them meeting in the Oval Office. After, this has been, this would have been 2017, I think. And then, yeah, no, it was ridiculous. But if you're President Barack Obama, you see that, you're like, yeah, I might do something about that. All right, let's go to the Ministry of Truth.
It is a change,
No,
all right?
Hush, not now, Aaron. Ministry of Truth, Caroline Levitt.
Thank you so much. So, Fani Willis and Jack Smith, separately, they both charged President Trump with conspiracy to defraud the United States and a conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. And now it turns out we're confirming that Obama and his cronies were doing that the whole time in 2016 on a massive scale.
Oh, it's a massive scale. Democrats. The Democrats stole the election. I see. Okay. Who the fuck is this guy?
Falsifying.
What is he?
Document.
Is he a reporter for InfoWars? What the fuck is happening?
And having their intel agencies do this. What does this say about the 2020 election? And also, yeah, what's your thoughts on the irony here?
There is a lot of irony, especially for the party of the Democrat Party, who claims to be for democracy. We often heard throughout the 2024 campaign they were calling this president a threat to democracy. And now
now we actually know.
I think the declassification of all of these documents proves that they were indeed the true threat to democracy.
I see. Democrats. Yes. Yes. Time for some Sharia law. Yes, Democrats hated democracy so much. It's actually Obama. Obama did a coup. For the Obama coup. No more elections. I get it now. Okay, thank God. Thank God we have that reporter with the 80s porno mustache and Caroline Levitt to make these things clear for us. Without them, my God, we'd be going around here thinking Donald Trump was actually the threat to democracy. Oh, jeez. Phew, that was close. That was close. Now let's see what Donald Trump had to say about Tulsi Gabbard in this moment. You know, it's been a bumpy road for former Democrat Tulsi Gabbard in this administration. She sort of got on the wrong side of things earlier when she said that Iran didn't have nuclear weapons.
We found out with certainty. I think we knew it before, in all fairness, Tulsi. But now you have certainty. She has all the documents. She has everything that you need. And she found out that Barack Hussein Obama led a group of people and they cheated in the election.
They cheated.
And they cheated without question. It's not even a question. Would you say there's even a little question there, Tulsi? She says no. And you found things that nobody thought we'd ever find. And very happy and very honored to have you with us. She's right now, by far, Speaker, she's hotter than you right now, Speaker. She's the hottest person in the room right now, Speaker.
Tulsi, the very hottest.
So hot right now. So hot right now.
So hot right now.
That's hot.
That is very hot, that Tulsi. She has all the documents you need, people, even the ones on Iran. Wait, sorry, not the Iran. She was very, very stupid, very nasty, bad Tulsi. Actually, the very hottest, nasty Tulsi Gabbard has some of the documents, other documents, not good. These documents, though, very, very, very good. The Obama, nasty Obama. Love that. Like 1 month later, it's been almost 1 month to the day where Donald Trump was directly contradicting Tulsi Gabbard, attacking Iran, even though she and the national intelligence apparatus was actually saying Iran doesn't have nuclear technology, doesn't have the necessary, all the sorts of stuff. They don't have the necessarily enriched uranium. And they don't have the capability to do that yet. And they're like, no, she's very, very wrong. Actually, Benjamin Netanyahu told me that they have an entire stockpile of nuclear weapons and we must stop them from using them right now. They could obliterate the entire United States. Tulsi is very stupid. Actually, Tulsi, beautiful, very hot right now. She's got all the great documents, actually. It's a great job, that Tulsi. I love her. Tulsi? Who? What? No, she's never done anything wrong. Never said anything that I didn't like. I really should sound shot that Tulsi Gabbard quote from The Hill. I'm genuinely considering that. All right, Tulsi, what do you got?
Well, thank you, Tulsi. And we do want to take questions on this topic while the director has time for this topic. She will leave. I'm happy to take questions on other matters after that. But if anyone has questions for Director Gabbard, you're welcome to ask them. We'll start with our new media seat as always. Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. And Director Gabbard, this one is for you. Do you believe that any of this new information implicates former President Obama in criminal behavior?
We have referred and will continue to refer all of these documents to the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate the criminal implications of this.
For even former President Obama?
Correct. The evidence that we have found and that we have released directly point to President Obama leading the manufacturing of this intelligence.
Everything they released just reiterates, basically. I mean, they draw different conclusions from the same evidence that the Congress already went through and determined there was nothing there was literally nothing here. And it just says that even during the Obama presidency, they looked into Russian election influencing and found that there was no, even though there was an attempt, there was no clear, quantifiable effect. But somehow that's treason. Is finding. So does that mean that they should have found? It's confusing. It is confusing. Now, this is something I've been pointing out ever since this came out, like at the beginning of the week, is that, of course, the Supreme Court ruled in the case that Donald Trump himself brought to the court that presidents could not be prosecuted for actions made as president, because that would somehow curtail his ability to do president stuff, and is the basis upon which Donald Trump's own prosecutions ended, and the reason he's not in jail instead of being in the White House. And yet Caroline Leavitt and Tulsi Gabbard were asked by a reporter whether or not Obama is immune from prosecution.
Daily Caller, you laid out that the documents revealed that the Obama administration did not publish a December 2016 presidential daily briefing that demonstrated that Russia did not steal the election. Trump was receiving these briefings at the time because he was president-elect. Are you of the view that that information was kept out of the briefing because then President-elect Donald Trump would have seen it?
I don't have any documents that speak to exactly what the new guidance was that was given as the reason for pulling that document, which, by the way, still has never been published until we released it last week, Friday. One could assume that they didn't want President Trump to see a document that came from the intelligence community that would contradict the Russia hoax narrative that began through the Hillary Clinton campaign with the Steele dossier.
One more. Maybe either for you or Caroline. The president said yesterday that Obama committed treason. Do you or the White House believe that the Supreme Court's immunity decision protects Obama from prosecution?
Look, I can speak to the president's feelings on this matter. He spoke to all of you yesterday in the Oval Office, but I also spoke to him about this morning. And he wants to see all those who perpetuated this fraud against our country, who betrayed our country and the Constitution, to be thoroughly investigated and held accountable.
The Constitution.
And it's been 10 years of this. And
Donald Trump wants the Constitution protected. Look at Tulsi Gabbard's face. It looks like she's having. Looks like her brain is resetting right now. What is going on over here, Tulsi? Oh my God. But yeah, Caroline Leavitt speaking for Donald Trump here at the Ministry of Truth inside of the White House to tell us, actually, President Trump is very concerned about protecting the Constitution, and everybody who's violated it should be investigated. Does that mean that once the investigation is over, like even if they determine a crime happened, does that mean that it's not clear whether he can be actually prosecuted? There's a difference between an investigation and a prosecution.
Just add, based on everything the director has said and declassified, all of you in this room should go through it and take a look at this report and review the intelligence, because unfortunately that hasn't happened. And many of the people who perpetuated this hoax, Clapper, Andy McCabe, James Comey, and many others have been hired by major networks in this room to go on television and continue to spew these lies, knowing that they are lies. And if you all recall,
I love how this was a specific question about President Obama, and what Caroline does is look. Everybody should be investigated. Everybody. She barely even mentions Barack Obama. She's like, look, Comey, McCabe, all these people. There's a bunch of other people. Can we talk about that? Because she doesn't want to bring up the fact. She doesn't want to address the fact that the Supreme Court already ruled that you can't prosecute a president. Cannot prosecute a president for anything that he did in office or out, honestly. Basically what the ruling left it as. It was a terrible ruling, but at least, let's be consistent here. But thankfully we have the Ministry of Truth to tell us, actually, let's talk about other things than that. Okay. One last one about this Obama situation. I find this to be utterly hilarious. It's a complete farce. They know it is. They're just doing whatever they can. They're just bringing out all of the greatest hits. Let's be freaking real. That is all that he did there. He brought up the Kansas City, formerly the Chiefs, if you're aware. Very, racist name, of course. Casey, are now the Commanders. They changed their name to stop being so fucking offensive. And they're trotting that one. That was a huge one, right? Oh, Obama, criminal crime, Obama. Like everything. They decided, oh, let's just release the MLK files. Like they've just been throwing darts at a board all week. They're like, they just, of all the greatest hits, let's just, all right, get the monkey to throw another dart. Okay, all right, nice, good job, monkey. Pitchforks Dragon with a sweet super chat, getting us over the midway line on the YouTube goal. We're now at 5.5. Is it me, or is even Tulsi Gabbard staring daggers at the back of Carolyn Levitt's head? She's impressed by her level of lying. Yeah, it's not clear. It does. I think they have some sort of a working relationship, it would seem. All right, we only need 4.5 more super chats. We also take Cash App and PayPal. Those are also being counted towards the YouTube goal. If you prefer to contribute over there, of course, if you do contribute over there, it counts also towards the galactic deficit financing goal, of which we are still short by $159. We still got like 5-6 days to complete it. Hopefully we get there. Otherwise, we're going to have some serious problems around here. Okay. One last one. Caitlin Collins over at CNN had some questions for the Ministry of Truth regarding this whole Obama thing that they've been wanting to talk about.
There was a surprise appearance today at the White House with the Director of National Intelligence appearing in the briefing room during the scheduled press briefing this afternoon. This comes as the Trump administration has tried to stomp out the furor over one conspiracy, with Director Tulsi Gabbard reopening another one that has caused her boss, President Trump, to...
Is it just me, or is Caroline Levitt always dressed for church? It doesn't matter what the day is, but I always feel like, is she does she not? She always, I feel like she's constantly looks like she's like just leaving church.
Comes as the Trump administration has tried to stomp out the furor over one conspiracy, with Director Tulsi Gabbard reopening another one that has caused her boss, President Trump, to seethe for years.
President Obama directed an intelligence community assessment to be created to further this contrived false narrative that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine President Trump's presidency.
It's an incredibly serious accusation by the Director of National Intelligence, but what was in these 46 pages is not dramatically different than what we've known for years. While it wasn't clear why this is being released now, the president just last night did make clear what he would like for his people to be talking about.
And you should mention that every time they give you a question that's not appropriate, just say, oh, by the way, Obama cheated on the election. You'll watch the camera turn off instantly.
In the briefing room today, the press secretary stepped in when I asked Director Gabbard about the timing of this release.
What would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence assessments were wrong? Who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that? Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong.
Caroline Levitt is beside herself. She's incredibly upset. Give me names. Give me names. I'm going to put them on a list, and they're going to be deported. Carolyn is beside herself over this. She's like, holy shit. Who? Someone said that about us? That is illegal.
Illegal?
It is illegal. You are going to jail. Tell me now. Caitlin, tell me. Who the hell said this to you?
were wrong. Who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me that she didn't know what she was talking about. That was on Air Force One on camera.
The only people who are suggesting that the director...
No. What? No, what? She's so upset. Oh, that's right. It was the president himself who said this stuff. I love that. Carolyn's forgotten already. It's been a month and she forgot that the president himself said all of this. What? No, what? The president, what? Look, how dare you quote the supreme leader back to me, Lynn? This is incredibly rude.
How rude.
You are going to jail.
Illegal.
Has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me that she didn't know what she was talking about. That was on Air Force One on camera.
The only people who are suggesting that the director of national intelligence would release evidence to try to boost her standing with the president are the people in this room who constantly try to sow distrust and chaos amongst the president's cabinet, and it is not working. I will just answer your question directly. I am with the president of the United States every day. He has the utmost confidence in Director Gabbard. He always has. He continues to, and that is true of his entire cabinet, who is all working as one team.
Carolyn, really upset over this one. Look, everybody is one. We are one. Okay, every morning we get together, we sing Kumbaya, hands clasped in a circle. Okay, we eat s'mores, and then we say, "Great job, team," and nobody ever. What? No, I don't know why you would say that somehow there would be somebody in the administration doing a thing to gain favor with the president. This is ridiculous. Yes, Carolyn, very upset. Very upset. I mean, it's tough. It's tough time. It's a tough time. Tough time being the representative of the Ministry of Truth. You know, Carolyn's got a difficult job.
Today.
Now, President Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, and others, including their mouthpieces in the media, knowingly lied as they repeated the contrived narrative that was created in this January 2017 intelligence community assessment with high confidence as though it were fact.
The person she mentioned there is my next source tonight, former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, and it's great to have you here, Director Clapper. I mean, it was a remarkable appearance by someone who now holds the job that you previously held, and she's basically accusing the president that you served under and the people you served with and you of fabricating an intelligence assessment to damage President Trump. What's your response to that?
Well, it's patently false and unfounded. I was present at the meeting that everybody talks about, and I heard directly what President Obama asked us to do, which was to compile all the reporting and summarize it that we had accumulated in the run-up to the election of 2016, put it in one document in various levels of classification, and including a public release. And he wanted that done before the end of his administration. It was not to concoct intelligence or make it up or anything of the sort, which is absurd.
So,
yeah, and let's be real, like, what's so laughable about this is that the report did not wind up coming up with any, claims. Like, if this was some fabricated thing that suggested that Russia had like, caused Donald Trump to win, we would have heard about it every single freaking day for years, but it didn't. But they are just looking for literally anything. They're looking for anything to, like, Donald Trump, pretty much, he held at that Kumbaya meeting that they have every morning. Donald Trump must have, like, early, like on Monday, been like, okay, here's the plan. If you can find me something good to distract from the Epstein files, literally anything, okay? No bad ideas here, people, okay? Just want to remind you, we are a solutions-based group here. All right. So if you have a solution, just say it. Don't be shy. Okay, there's no bad ideas. All right. If you come up with an idea that will help distract people, look, we will give you 1 million Trump coin per great idea. All right, and a pat on the head. It'll be very. Believe me, you're gonna like it. Or maybe 1 million's too much, but like 1,000. I'll give you like 1,000 Trump coin. Is that like 16 grand? All right. Now let's move it on from the Epstein files and the distraction from the Epstein files to talking about this big piece of news. Big goal. Well, small, tiny little piece of news, really. But, well, if you've seen the episode, you know what I'm talking about. It is time for us to start talking about South Park. A show which came out when I was a wee little lad. And, they have certainly, been going for a long time. Making me feel old, but they have, you know, they are part of the Paramount, media empire. They believe they're in some sort of deal with Paramount. That's I think it's like a five-year deal, something like that. That's worth like a massive amount of money right now. And of course, this week in the news, last couple of weeks in the news, has been a lot of talk about the Paramount CBS Skydance merger. Of course, Skydance is a company owned by Larry Ellison's billionaire child. Well, I mean, vicariously a billionaire through Larry Ellison, of course. You know, I'm sure that kid has a massive trust fund. Larry Ellison is, of course, the founder, CEO of Oracle, the data center people. And so, yeah, he's like the fourth, second, whatever. He's one of the richest men on the planet. It's like top 5. South Park did release the first episode of the new season, which touched on a lot of current events, including Donald Trump. It was very Donald Trump centric. Let's see one of the clips from this episode. South Park Studios posted this to the channel a couple days ago. Oh shit, wait, a new super chat and membership gifted. Wow, before I can even switch videos, I gotta talk about how we're getting even closer to the goal being completed. Pitchforks Dragons. I hope we cover the South Park thing again because it makes the news. It made the news. Oh, we are about to get deep into it. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 or 6 videos, I think, here on this issue. We're about to get all up into this situation. This has been one of the more amusing pieces of news / media this week. No way we're not going to talk about this thing. Quite some timing from you, actually, since this is literally what we are segueing into right now. I don't even know how you intuited that. Impressive timing. Also, Morbius Dragon gifting a sweet Galactic News Network membership to the community who got it. Styx Dragon Sharon received that sweet, generous donation from Morbius. That gets us to 7 of 10, means we only have 3 required left here. We got almost an hour, 45 minutes to complete it. I know it says 6 of 10, but now it's 2 gift memberships. I think both from Morbius, if I'm not mistaken. That counts as 1. That's how we tabulate the memberships in the goal. So don't let YouTube trick you. We're even closer than it seems. All right, here we go. South Park Studios. Caroline Levitt. Yo, that honestly, when I saw this, I was like, yeah, that's her. Like, it's like immediately, she is just recognizable. Like, that is the way she dresses, and the fucking cross. Like, they got it. They absolutely absolutely crushed that. This one. Oh my god. I wonder how upset Donald Trump was when he found out about this. Supposedly Barron Trump is the one who alerted him to the episode. Hey, do you think he's watched the whole thing? I think he has. I think he has. He is a malignant narcissist, and I'm fairly certain that if somebody does an entire show about him, he's going to watch it. I wonder, he's got to be upset. He's got to be seething right now. He's got to be just utterly seething. He's like, oh my god. He's the most fragile yet egotistical man on the planet. I think there's literally no way that he isn't just oh my god. I wish I knew what was going on inside Donald Trump's head right now. With everything else going on. He's been trying to distract everybody. And then South Park comes out with this week of all weeks, when he's trying to get everybody to talk about President Obama, the treason, and how great the economy. Look how great the economy is, everybody. Stop talking about the Epstein files. But then South Park gives people more to talk about. Oh, that is not Barack Obama. Oh, it's so sad. So sad. Pitchforks Dragon with another sweet super chat. That was a very generous blur. That gets us to 8 sweet super chats, only 2 away. We also count super stickers. We also count Cash App and PayPal donations. All of these things right now count towards the goal. So many ways to contribute. Of course, Cash App and PayPal donations also count to the galactic deficit financing goal. 2 for 1. All right, let's keep talking about this thing. We could have watched more. Honestly, I at one point I had all the clips in my list, and I was like, no, this is gratuitous. And this exists online. Everybody can watch it, and it's a little too much, I think. You know, that one was technically is art inside of another piece of art. So, you know, I think that's above board. All right. Let's keep talking about this. Now, some of you may have already seen this clip. I posted it to the channel, mostly because fucking MSNBC didn't even put his name in the title. When I found this, I was planning on watching it regardless. Then I'm watching, like, wait, what the fuck is happening here? Sam Cedar is on MSNBC. And MSNBC is not even putting him in the title. It's like they don't even want clicks. Although it got 3.2 million views. So, certainly they were on the right topic. So, it's got views, it's news. That's what they say.
Among the properties owned by Paramount is the cable channel Comedy Central. And one of the most valuable parts of that channel is the show South Park. In fact, just yesterday, Paramount locked in a $1.5 billion deal with the creators of South Park to be the show's exclusive streaming home. Last night, the first episode of South Park's 27th season aired. And the thing about South Park is that their episodes are produced in advance, but only like a week in advance. So this one incorporated a lot of current events. It gets worse. The plot of the episode, short version, is that Trump has sued the town and
I would never do that. I would never sue a town, okay? Look, people are always saying, I am the greatest guy. And it's true. And these South Park guys, very not cool, very not nice. Ratings, very bad. They are out here saying things about me that is very wrong. We're going to make this illegal by next week. I have a great sense of humor.
Is reached, and part of that settlement is the town has to produce pro-Trump TV ads. And, well, viewer discretion is like that.
That's a great question. It's something that I've been asking myself this whole time, Sticks. Why is Trump Canadian for some reason? You're right. They animated him like he's Canadian, and they gave him a Canadian accent. that the classic South Park Canadian accent. And I can only think that it has something to do with the 51st state thing. Like, it's not clear to me. Or maybe it was because they were trying to distinguish him more from, I think that's part of it. They wanted to distinguish him from the previous iteration of Trump, which was, of course, Mr. What's his name? Oh, my God. The teacher. What's his fucking name? Why can't I think of his name right now? Mr. Garrison. Right? Of course, Mr. Garrison was the Trumpian character that South Park had for multiple seasons. Honestly, I've watched South Park for a long time. There's been times where I don't like, not every show is a gem, but like I've been watching South Park since like the very beginning. And of course, at the very beginning, I was really fucking young. My parents wouldn't let me watch it, and I'd have to try and sneak ways of watching the show.
The clothes keep coming off, so we've decided to tastefully pixelate from here on. The White House obviously was not pleased with the episode. They issued a statement saying the show Paramount just dished out $500 million for, quote, hasn't been relevant for over 20 years, is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas in a desperate attempt for attention. Sam Cedars, the host of the Majority Report, and he joins me now. I gotta say, Sam, when it gets bleak out there and when people are being cowards, it is a real shot in the arm to see the South Park people being like, absolutely not.
Totally. And I'll tell you, it's a real shame you didn't keep playing that video. I mean, I think the big thing about this is, and, you know,
I love how Sam comes in with a complaint. He's like, it's a real shame you didn't finish watching that. It was funny.
I mean, I think the big thing about this is, and, you know, it's the case that they got what is classically known to be somewhat risky.
Now, I've heard through the grapevine that supposedly if Paramount were to cancel South Park, right, they have some clauses. Like Sam mentioned, they have fuck you money. South Park's been on the air for 30 freaking years or something like that. And if they cancel the show, supposedly South Park gets to keep their contract, which I think is in the range of like $100+ million for 5 years. And I think they're at the beginnings of that contract, like the first year right now that they're in that. And so Paramount would be, I mean, really kicking themselves if they were to do such a thing.
And it's showing a lot more courage than we've seen from places like you mentioned, like Columbia or law firms or frankly, Paramount itself in trying to essentially appease Trump so that they get this FCC green light for this deal.
Yeah, the thing about this whole crooked deal is just how transparent the whole thing was. Like, they need the merge. They need the FCC merger. It's dangled. Like, again, there's both the cowardice, there's the bullying, but there's just this kind of like gaslighting about the whole thing. This wink, wink, nudge, nudge, like with Columbia, like it's about anti-Semitism, or the FCC is actually like looking into real issues when everyone knows that it's nonsense. It's like there's something kind of sanity fraying about that, I find.
Well, and you know, there are moments where you start to realize, like, we're living in a nascent authoritarian state. You're seeing people being intimidated. You're seeing the level of corruption just play out nakedly. I mean, you mentioned earlier, Donald Trump's former defense attorney is going to negotiate a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, it's just absurd, but it is what an authoritarian country and society is. And, you know, it's not hard to find people who say, like, I'm flying out of the country. I'm not sure if I should strip my phone of critiques of Donald Trump. I mean, this is something that, you know, 15 years ago we would have joked about and thought impossible. But it's not hard to find those people around who are legitimately starting to edit and censor themselves on a daily basis because of this regime.
awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Absolutely. We've been seeing it all over the place. It's a disturbing trend. It's a fucking disturbing trend. I think everybody can see it happening. Anybody who's paying, any remote amount of actual attention to all of this can see it. Whether it's educational institutions or journalistic outlets or, even like government officials. Like, I've seen it. It's all over the goddamn place, and it's out of control.
And it's so interesting, too, to think about the role. Like, it's such a classic thing about comedy and, like, making fun of the leader of the country on, that's what
Illegal.
Being a free society is. It's like, if you're not in a free society, then you can't have people making fun of the leader of the country on primetime shows. And if you're in a free society,
at the end of the show, sort of like the beeline story was Cartman, talking about suicide. And it was almost as if they were saying, like, we could be seriously biting the hand that's been feeding us in a way that we're not going to get fed anymore.
Yeah.
And I think.
All right. There we go. Sam Cedar on MSNBC with Chris Hayes talking about this insane South Park episode, which came out this week. It's been the talk of the town. Certainly has the internet abuzz. Buzzing. I've certainly been highly amused by what I've seen. I still haven't gotten a hold of the full episode. I need to work on that so I can watch the whole thing for myself. I've seen a bunch of clips. At least a few clips were posted to the South Park Studios channel. Now let's go here. South Park creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker, right? Whatever their names are. Matt and Trey. They were asked about that episode. Let's go here.
Hey, Satan!
I don't want to right now.
Creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone are addressing the controversial South Park Season 27 premiere, which showed a version of President Donald Trump lying naked in bed with Satan. The co-creators took the stage at Hall H during San Diego Comic-Con and addressed the elephant in the room. Parker had a simple reply, joking with a straight face, "We're terribly sorry." They opened up more about the headlines when speaking about their creative process. "We were at South Park this morning trying to figure out what next week's show is going to be." He pointed out that even for this week's Season 27 premiere, the show's team just recently finalized the episode's story. "Just 3 days ago, we were going, I don't know if people are going to like this." He added that he and Stone were reading news headlines and said to each other, "Let's put that in there." Later in the conversation, moderator Josh Horowitz asked if there were concerns about the Season 27 penis, and we're like, "No, you're not going to blur the penis." Stone said that the show's team agreed to add eyes to the penis. Then it's a character. In a statement issued earlier Thursday about the episode, White House Assistant Press Secretary Taylor Rogers said in part, "This show hasn't been relevant for over 20 years and is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas in a desperate attempt for attention." For more on this story, head to thr.com.
There you go. Matt Stone, Trey Parker, talking about the process in getting this episode on the air, considering some of the content on it, and also addressing people's concerns that they may have hurt Donald Trump's feelings, and they said they're sorry. We're sorry. So sorry. Does everybody know that reference? I feel like I should pull this up.
The small town of South is a great man.
Great guy.
Great guy. We know he's probably watching. And
Aren't I a
we are
good
just
guy?
reporting on this town in Colorado
This
that's
clip
being
is
sued by the
amazing.
president, and they are.
I mean, this is genuinely what the news feels like right now. Like, really. Like, this is my life right now. Every single day I'm watching videos and I'm like, this is exactly what they sound like. It is amazing just how accurate while just like satirical yet just incredibly accurate.
Bit of a shot there at 60 Minutes. South Park season premiere was one for the history books. That episode aired one day before the FCC finally approved the Paramount Skydance merger that has seen lawsuits settled and shows canceled.
Yes, indeed. Oh my God, what you can do with a sweet, sweet super chat. Super chat, which I believe completes our goal. Yes, it does complete the goal. Wow, what you can do. Doing what he can do to give us all the galactic content that we all so greatly deserve. Great job, everyone. Great job to each person out there who has helped contribute to the making of this show and the completing of the goal, which will ensure that we get all of the sweet galactic content that we so deserve on this Saturday evening. GNN watchers are invited to take Friday off to throw a house party. Invite your friends and refuse one day's labor in opposition to ICE. Hope to see y'all at the cookout. All right, cookout on Friday. Well, it's glorious, people. Bask in it. The beauty, the greatness. Look at all the confetti. You did it. You earned the confetti, and now you have it in front of you. Revel in its awesomeness. Okay. Let's go back to talking about this South Park situation.
President Trump's on that particular South Park episode.
I've never watched South Park. I don't know anything about South Park. I never watched South Park.
A White House statement says the show's popularity has hit record lows. In fact, South Park is proving to be a very valuable asset as Paramount inked a $1.5 billion deal, to exclusively air South Park on its streaming channel. The
Is it
creators
billion?
had this to say about that.
$1.5 billion?
Did you anticipate the reaction?
Wow, that's higher than I remember hearing that number. $1.5 billion to live stream South Park for 5 years. It's $300 million a year. Holy fuck! And Donald Trump and the White House saying not relevant South Park. Nobody even likes that show. Nobody even likes it. $1.5 billion. I'm fairly certain that Paramount did some math before doing that deal. Must have been worth it. $1.5 billion freaking dollars. Jesus Christ.
That's too much, man!
Today, have you been following it? What do you make of this? We're terribly sorry.
Sincerity meter trending towards the low side. My panel back with me now. Brian, I wonder if this is a battle the president actually wants. I mean, South Park, listen, it's irreverent. Sometimes it's too dirty. I don't particularly love my kids watching it, given the language used, but they're taking shots and they're landing.
Yeah, but the president just dismissed him. He doesn't know who South Park is. He doesn't watch it.
Yeah,
he knows enough to be.
Oh, right. He
right?
dismissed
Well, he was
it.
asked about it.
He doesn't know what South Park is. That is a joke. Give me a joke.
Give me a joke.
Everybody knows what South Park is. Children in Congo right now, they know what South Park is. Okay, they don't know. Donald Trump's never even heard of South Park. Yeah, good, funny. It's a good one. Good joke.
He can be dismissive of all these things. I think what we've learned over the years, and Steve Colbert is the best example, that when you hate half the country, like Steve Colbert did, and these comedians, they literally hate half the country. Their comedy's not that funny. And so you might get some
Stephen
people that are
Colbert
gonna laugh
hates
at it in a
America.
small percentage, but the end result is you will get canceled if you're not that funny.
But is that really the issue there? I mean, listen.
But by saying that, you mean South Park is funny. They are funny because they haven't been canceled. They've been on the air for 30 years. So they are funny. Okay, weird.
The president, I think we could say, has thin skin, right? And jokes that used to be leveled at presidents, sometimes irreverent, they just say,
Oh, CNN. By the way, you know that I don't know if everybody remembers this. I certainly can't forget. In the wake of the BP scandal, South Park creators came out with this one. And this is the...
Hello, I'm Tony Hayward, President and CEO of BP. Our accidental drilling spill again in the Gulf is a tragedy that should have never happened. And to all those affected, I want to say, we are deeply sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. BP has taken full responsibility for cleaning up the spill in the Gulf, and in doing so, we have changed our name from Beyond Petroleum to Dependable Petroleum. DP. We no longer f the earth, we DP it. Hello.
Okay, there we go. But that is the vibes of the apology that I got from the creators of South Park. We're sorry. We're sorry. Maybe if we change our name, that would make you feel better. All right. Let's go here to the, what is the name of this podcast? Gianmarco Cerezi's new podcast. I forget the name of it. But he talks South Park and the Paramount Trump trio situation. What are we calling it? South Park Gate.
The South Park guys, Trey Parker, Matt Stone. And is that right?
Yeah.
South Park guys, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, they signed a $1.5 billion deal with Paramount Plus, and it's for the next 5 years. I believe it's like 5 seasons, 10 episodes each. Huge. And at least from what I see online, if Paramount Plus cancels the deal, they get to keep the money.
That's so crazy.
It's so crazy. So Paramount Plus has been accused of canceling Colbert because they need the Trump administration to approve of a merger they have coming up that's worth, so many billions of dollars.
I did everything
and,
right and they indicted me.
They'd say, well, they canceled Colbert because it costs a lot of money. But people are going, the timing is just too suspicious, and Colbert was criticizing. Also, Paramount Plus paid the Trump administration, I believe, $18 million. And
yeah, no, absolutely. All that's correct. And one other thing that I've been bringing up ever since all that happened with Stephen Colbert was the financial claim just doesn't check out, right? Because even if you want to, I mean, we could talk about the fact that late night is an unprofitable situation, but it's like a loss leader for a lot of these sorts of companies, right? Like there's late night shows, like all of the different networks have their own late night shows, right? But Colbert was the #1 late night show. So you can't claim that the reason why it happened is that he is uniquely unprofitable when he is uniquely the most watched late night show, the highest rated late night show, and has been for half a decade, longer than that. Right, while all these other ones continue to exist and continue to be, in a business sense, are justified. Right, those expenditures are being outlaid for all the other Fallon, Kimmel, right? Like go on down the list. Like so, don't tell me that somehow that the highest rated guy, that just doesn't make sense to keep that show going.
Colbert criticized that, and then suddenly Colbert's canceled. So it all felt like a real quid pro quo, a bribe, whatever you want to call it. So
illegal.
The South Park guys, who famously are. I feel like they were making fun of what we now call woke culture, but even before these things were commoditized by the Republican Party, and they had like the PC principle, and they've always just been like kind of firing. One of the few shows that I really think you could say are equal opportunity offenders, and also have been criticized of being kind of so nihilistic that they encourage maybe a certain sector of people being like, yeah, make Trump president, fuck everything. Like I think I grew up on South Park in a big way. Was it a big part of your childhood?
It was a little bit. I mean, I remember when it started. It was a little bit, but I never, you know me in animation, I never fully connect to it.
Yeah.
So
for me, it was like my first stepmom, when she was still dating my dad, because surprised she was younger. She was like, when South Park first started, one of the things that existed, this is like pre-YouTube, of course, is they made a animation of Jesus wrestling Santa Claus. And it was like, it was, you know, this is back then. That was the most subversive thing in the world. And the way it spread is people had VHS tapes of it.
Oh, wow.
And so it was like my dad's girlfriend told me about this cool, edgy cartoon. And it was so cool. Yeah. South Park was just so fun. And it informed a lot of I think I was so into South Park that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not quite the same story for me, but yes, like this was kind of the same thing for me. It was like this sort of taboo show. None of the parents wanted you to watch it, but then you had some cool friend or relative who was like, have you seen South Park? And then somehow you find a way to watch that show, even though some people don't want you watching it.
When I saw The Simpsons, it was kind of like South Park had made me like need more.
Yeah,
like it was like a stronger, edgy drug. That when a Simpsons joke was edgy, I was like, "What are you talking about?
Yeah,
this is cool a pun."
Yeah,
and Simpsons is great. It just like for me, it never clicked. I was into South Park, and they've just kept a kind of street cred because they never pandered too much. They always were like, everyone's full of shit. Everyone's full of shit. They had an episode, I remember during the election cycle, where the slogan was "Vote or Die." I forget which election that was. Was that it? Was it the Obama Mitt Romney? Maybe.
Oh, I don't know.
But they were like, it was basically one of the kids didn't want to vote, and the options were, could you look it up, Paige? It was like either a shit sandwich or a
2004.
Oh, 2004.
Oh, so this was John Kerry and Bush.
John Kerry and Bush.
Yeah.
And they had an episode of like
where
they had to vote for
that was Diddy, by the way. Everybody remember this? That was fucking Diddy. It was wild. It was a wild campaign.
School mascot, and the options were, can you look it up, Paige? A shit sandwich or a turd burger or something. And you know, it was just always, they just established that they're not out here to talk anyone up.
Yeah.
And
it was
so
a giant douche and a turd sandwich.
A giant douche or a turd sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically they I've tuned in here and there. I really want to kind of go back and watch all the episodes now. But they're dealing with the Trump presidency as they made Mr. Garrison became president, as opposed to talking about Trump directly.
Mm-hmm.
Like every comedy people, they reacted in their own way. How do we deal with this constant source of news? And for them, they made Mr. Garrison the Trump-like guy. So they basically released their first episode of this new deal, and it was all about Trump. It was, and they even addressed, they visited Mr. Garrison, and he was like, "Oh, I'm not in politics anymore." And now it is Trump. It is his face. He's sleeping with Satan, which is a callback to when Saddam Hussein was Satan's guy. And they just go, it opens with like Cartman goes to turn on the radio and it's all static, and it's because NPR is no longer playing. And what they do, and this is why I think South Park is so good, it's like why Cartman as a vehicle is so good, is Cartman is like, oh, NPR was the funniest show. It was like gay people complaining, I'm losing my rights, and that's the framing of it. I mean, it's so perfect for this moment. So they go on where it's about Trump and he's defunding all these things, and they're bringing Jesus back into the school, and the PC principal is now the like something Christian principal, and Cartman is having this crisis where he goes like, they woke is dead, now I don't have anything to make fun of anymore.
Yeah.
But the beauty of it is you know, a lot of conservatives love to point to South Park as like, this is what real funny is. And a lot of times they'll point towards funny Cartman bits and go, see how funny they are, even though the episode ultimately concludes in Cartman like, you know, he's not who you want to be.
Yeah, they're not like, it's not like a this is who you want to be or this is good, you know.
Yeah. But they still revel in the humor of what Cartman is, and the bottom line is Trump like sues the town because they're not falling in line, and the town is going to pay him $3.5 million or whatever. But they basically, now Trump says you have to make ads, you have to make pro-Trump ads or whatever. So then the episode ends, and again, one more time, 1.5. Can you check my math on that page? Is it 1.5? $1 trillion billion. Oh, trillion. Can you imagine trillion?
Oh my God. They own the United States.
It ends with them being like, it's now the South Park house.
Yeah.
And they run the world. So again, this is the episode that Paramount Plus has to put on their platform unless they want to cancel the deal. It ends in a AI generated ad for Donald Trump where it's him going across the desert. It's so hot. He takes off his shirt. He takes off his pants. He takes off his underwear. They've also referred to him having a small penis this whole episode.
Yeah.
And then he falls in the sand, and then his penis comes up right under the screen. Go watch it. But his penis comes up under the screen.
It's disturbing.
And there's a
It
face.
is disturbing.
And it's like, this ad is approved by me, Donald Trump. And it's just...
I don't know how many people have actually seen the whole thing, but it is depending on your ability to watch horrifying things. It is hilarious, but it is also it is disturbing as fuck.
What I always feel about a lot of comedy is that when you make it so partisan for so long, no one that you want tuning in to John Oliver is tuning in anymore. It's very hard to have that moment where, oh, you're getting people to watch something they don't agree with.
Yeah.
And the more partisan you make something, the less and less you get anyone in there who might actually be rankled by what you're putting up.
Yeah.
And so what feels just special about this moment is just so many people watching it who are then challenged by it. It's like when people watch The Daily Show and Jon Stewart goes, Biden is old and maybe he's too fucking old, and people get upset.
Yeah.
There's a brief moment.
staying in the
And then they
race.
go, I'm not watching him anymore.
Yeah.
And they move on. And sometimes you can't sustain it. You can't just sustain it for multiple shows. But this just felt like a special moment where a lot of people are watching who either voted for Trump or like Trump or just don't expect to see this, and you know, they get challenged or they get offended. A group of people that can be tough to offend because their whole line was like, all these woke people, you get offended, and now they have to deal with an AI generated naked president with a small penis.
Also not tough to offend. They get mad about everything.
Yes, but they just
don't
watch.
identify that way. But they get mad about everything and care about everyone's business. But yeah.
And they should feel the thing of like, yeah, maybe you agreed with South Park that people were whiny little bitches about too many things.
Yeah.
But you go, oh yeah, the guys that I
bitch.
like think that This shit sucks.
Yeah.
TV networks paying the president millions of dollars fucking sucks.
Yeah.
And everyone being scared and everyone being a fucking
weak.
coward towards this guy who's going to be alive for 3 more seconds fucking sucks.
From your mouth.
From my mouth. Hulk Hogan. Hogan.
Been a lot of them dropping. Hulk Hogan, Ozzy.
My God. Pitchfork's Dragon, gifting 5 sweet Galactic News Network memberships. Who got them? Sisyphean Task, Michael Reich, Jojo, Gato, and Sassy Sassarai. All receiving a sweet Galactic News Network gift membership. Much appreciated. Pitchforks, much appreciated. Okay. We're gonna pick back up talking about this Skydance Paramount merger, as well as a little bit talking about Stephen Colbert. Of course, that was in the news as well this week. It's been a media-packed frenzy of stories all week. I mean, I've been utterly just overwhelmed with all of these stories. Got 140 videos to get through today. I think we've gotten through a third of those, maybe like 50 or something like that. We still got a hell of a lot of content to get through here today. And we are absolutely going to do it because we have completed the goal. So that is exciting. I just realized the goal is still live right now. Why is the goal still live? 2 minutes and 22 seconds left of the goal. I'm just going to let it end. I'm just going to let it end of its own volition. Fuck it. Too many clickings. And we have to go to break. Be right back with more galactic content after these brief space messages. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, to also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go into Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Just $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. Such great benefits, such as getting a avatar on one of the break screens. That's right, you could be chilling out in a graphical representation of yourself at the pool, the bar, the lake, or the street. All available to patrons like you see here in front of you. Shout out at the end of every stream and much more. So I will not tarry any further. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So, back in those seats, man. Otherwise, you're gonna miss the latest from the Galactic News Network. My galactic snack. I sorely need it. Now I'm prepared to do the third half of the stream. And before we switch topics from Donald Trump and the South Park episode, which has taken the entire week by storm, humiliating dear leader Trump, I just wanted to go here to the truth on Tweet Social from Donald Trump. Actually, it might have been truth on tweeted on truth. So, I don't know which one it was actually. It might have been on Twitter actually. Where is it? Found it. I found it. Here we go. Barron just called and told me to watch the new South Park. All caps, South Park. He said, quote, Dad, they took some swings, unquote. Is this the best that capital, all caps, failing network Paramount has to offer? All caps, unfunny and untalented writers. All caps, Trey Parker. And all caps, Matt Stone depicted, all caps, your president, Donald J. Trump, with a small penis. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Everyone knows your president has a big penis. Some would say he has the best penis, perfectly shaped, healthy size, a presidential penis. I would be all caps, I will be filing a lawsuit tomorrow against Paramount and Comedy Central, and we will find out in Discovery just how big the hog, as Ted Cruz likes to say, really is. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I have a fantastic penis, and I don't know why people are saying it is not great. I don't think Barron said that. It's possible. I don't know. What do I know? Fake news. It's fake news. And let's talk about somebody who was caught up in this Paramount Sky News, or what's it called? Skydance Media. That's right. Mr. Stephen Colbert.
A blistering message from Stephen Colbert to the president during his first night back since announcing that CBS is canceling The Late Show. Meanwhile, Donald Trump spent the day targeting Colbert's competitors, declaring on Truth Social that Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon are next on the chopping block, and taking early credit for their downfall. Then, Trump claimed that Paramount paid $16 million as part of its lawsuit settlement, and he even suggested that he is expecting an additional $20 million from its new owners. But for all that tough talk on cancellations, it's worth remembering that one of the biggest warriors against cancel culture was this guy.
One of their political weapons is cancel culture, driving people from their jobs, shaming dissenters, and demanding total submission from anyone who disagrees. This is the very definition
of totalitarianism.
Totally.
The goal of
This
cancel
is a
culture
very-
is to make
I'm
decent
sorry.
Americans live
I'm
in
sorry.
fear of
Wait,
being
wait, wait,
fired.
wait. I forgot. I'm
The
sorry.
goal of cancel
Please shut up.
culture is to make
Please,
decent
sir.
Americans live in.
Please, sir, shut up. Oh my God. Okay, so this is I wanted this sound shot earlier, but I was listening to this when I was away from my computer. Oh my God. Okay, wait. I need this. I'm sorry, but I need this sound shot. This is the very definition of totalitarianism. Totalitarianism. Okay? This is the way you're supposed to say it. This is the very definition of totalitarianism. This is the very definition of totalitarianism. This is the very definition of tortuganism. Tortuganism. I don't know. Tortoise totalitarianism. Tortoise totalitarianism is it is ravaging our country right now. Totalitarianism is destroying this country. And I'm going to save it right now, don't worry.
This guy.
One of their political weapons is cancel culture, driving people from their jobs, shaming dissenters, and demanding total submission from anyone who disagrees. This is the very definition of totalitarianism. The goal of cancel culture is to make decent Americans live in fear of being fired.
Word.
The far left wants to.
It's a nasty, nasty word.
Precision of language. Please.
To very, very terrible totalitarianism. I don't know. It's terrible. It is horrible. All right, hold on. Totalitarianism. Export. Hey, ever since I found this way to monitor all of my freaking vitals on this stream, I've been able to. This sound shot just got done super easy. That was way easier than normal. By the way, this is how you spell it. Totalitarianism. Totalitarianism.
To coerce you into saying what you know to be false and scare you out of saying what you know to be true.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Joining us at the table now is former Trump economic advisor Steve Moore and the author of The Trump Economic Miracle. Steve, welcome back to the show. Trump says that forcing people out of their jobs for saying things that you don't agree with is the very definition of totalitarianism. Seems like he might be right about that.
Well, first of all, I hate to see Stephen Colbert go because people say I look like him, and that's a great compliment to him. Listen, it's not right wingers who fired Steve Colbert. It was the public who fired him because his ratings stink.
That's not true. All of his ratings stink. Stephen Colbert's ratings are better than Abby Phillips's ratings. This guy, they're just coming out. They will take anything Donald Trump says it's just incredible.
This guy.
It is incredible.
One of their political weapons is cancel culture. This is the very definition of totalitarianism. The goal of cancel culture is.
This is the very definition.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Totalitarianism with a T. That's how you spell it. Totalitarianism.
Stephen, I got to correct you on that. His ratings do not stink.
Here's the thing I would say about this.
His ratings do not stink.
I grew up in the era of.
This guy grew up in, I don't know, the 50s or something. I don't know. But while this guy lies to us, let's not forget that Stephen Colbert and The Late Show have been winning awards not just for like high, just for his ratings have been #1 year in, year out for almost a decade. Has won Best Late Show 6 years in a row. To claim that somehow he has bad ratings is to ask us to ignore reality. Okay? They are trying to suspension of disbelief us right now into believing this nonsense narrative.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Joan Rivers and Johnny Carson. We used to listen and watch late night all the time. You know why? Because it was funny. It was funny.
No.
How was it funny?
Do you know why?
Please
hush, old man. Listen, do you know why? I don't know exactly how old Steve Moore is. I think he's got to be in his 60s. Do you know why you watched TV back when you were a child? You know why that was? Because it was the only thing available to you to watch. There was a small handful of shows that you could watch. You couldn't turn on your phone to watch something. Your phone was connected to a wall back when Steve Moore was a child. There was literally no other options. And he's trying to compare that to now, when people have the entire universe of options in front of them. He just can't seem to understand that things are different than when he was a child. How old is Steve Moore?
Culture.
Because you had a TV
Stephen Colbert
in
comes
every
up
room.
on the air.
This was over
and
a
he
merger.
Hold on, let me just
This was
finish
over
this
a
point.
merger.
Oh my God.
It was over a merger.
Who was that voice?
Keep it real.
Was that
It's
Anna?
weaponizing.
Do you think
it's weaponizing the
Oh boy, Anna Kasparian is here. Oh no. It's about to get what's it called? Her take. We're about to get her take right now.
Trust division of our federal government. Yes, yes.
What does that have to do, Steve?
In order to get rid of people who are critical of the most thin-skinned president in American history.
Do you think it's funny that Steve Colbert says,
I don't watch Steve
after
Colbert, but I know what's actually behind his firing. I know what's behind his firing, and I'm not going to buy any of his dumb gaslighting.
Because people
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Okay, fun while it lasted. Let's move it on. Anna on CNN. I forgot that she was on here. I've actually seen multiple CNN clips recently with her on it. She's been going on Abby Phillip talks, the Abby Phillip roundtable stuff. It has been fascinating. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh, right. All right. Oh, look, a birthing person. I'll play a chat. Okay. She goes off. She does go off. I'm not gonna lie. She does go off. But I'm gonna keep this moving. Just gonna keep this moving. Mostly because I feel like I'm moving slow. At this rate, this is going to be an epically long stream if I don't move faster. It's my fault, but I just have to do it. All right, let's go here. Now, this is quick clip. But it would seem that the deal, which has been so hot.
So hot right now.
So hot right now.
That's hot.
Been talked about around this Colbert and this South Park, these two situations regarding that merger, which Paramount is doing, would seem to have now, it will no longer be up for debate, as the Trump FCC has approved the Skydance acquisition of Paramount. This was on, I believe, Wednesday morning.
The Federal Communications Commission approved Skydance's $8 billion deal to acquire Paramount Global today. This includes subsidiaries like CBS and CBS News, the Paramount Film Studio, Paramount Plus, and television channels MTV, Comedy Central, and Nickelodeon. Neither Paramount nor Skydance has commented on the FCC's announcement.
Okay, there we go. That is it. So that would seem to put an end to CBS's, what do you call it? Situation, I guess.
On the Larry Kudlow
them
show.
being in this sort of purgatory. Maybe this will mean that CBS will finally feel okay criticizing the Trump administration. Won't that be interesting? Now let's continue talking media. Talk about the media appearance of Louisiana Senator John Kennedy.
On the Larry Kudlow show, down-home Senator John Kennedy, Rhodes Scholar, I think he went to Harvard as well, and Yale Law School.
PhD in Foghorn Leghorn Studies.
Yeah.
Oh, shucks.
I do declare.
I had to go all the way to England to learn how to talk this way.
You got some crazy customs over here.
Yeah, and
Oxbridge.
Yeah, and I'm on here, God knows, saying what, on Larry Kudlow, but let's play the clip.
I'm sure Jesus loves them, but everybody else thinks.
Jesus ain't say that.
Everybody else.
So I guess we had some more technical problems. That was the same night as we lost with Senator Rand Paul.
That was a full cricket soundbite pause. If you have a full cricket soundbite pause, I mean, because I have to be ready with the cricket soundbite. So often it comes slightly after the pause begins. If you manage to say nothing during that time, oh boy.
Some more technical problems. That was the same night as we lost with Senator Rand Paul.
Wait a second. Let's go back to the tape and see if that was a mic problem. One of the things that I've also noticed is that when people don't move their mouths, words don't come out more often than not, unless he was doing like a ventriloquist bit.
You're not going to find a microphone that's going to be able to fix this.
I also wonder, and I'm not a religious person, but I am open to the idea that Jesus did not like John Kennedy bringing him up at all.
Watch your mouth.
Jesus
I think Lindsey Graham dropped his keys off camera, and that's what's going on.
Oh my God. I'm sure Jesus loves them, but everybody else thinks. Everybody else.
So I guess we had some more technical problems. That was the same night as we lost with Senator Rand Paul. Awful sorry to hear that, because everybody respects what Senator John Kennedy has to
Technical
say.
problems.
He was hit with that.
I guess you can call
Yeah, I
that.
don't think that's what it was. I think she just put the.
Technically, I think what may have happened to old John Kennedy is what we like to refer around here as a senior moment. I'm slipping quicker and quicker into dementia right now, and I cannot think of words.
Hit with the Havana, he was hit with the Havana syndrome that got Biden too, and Mitch McConnell.
It's cool having our lives governed by people who are flatlining in the brain department, like, late afternoon.
That's the other thing about Trump that I think doesn't, he is not interested in building a better world at all. Like, he's at the end of his life and cares about either trying to regain some nostalgia from his youth and, forcefully implement it, or create, a legacy, which is a scary place for someone to be, especially because he seems to genuinely believe that God saved him.
Jesus ain't say that.
God did that. I believe that too.
I believe that.
He has to announce he believes something because he doesn't believe anything.
I know what you're thinking.
This is
That was God.
This isn't the normal lie stuff.
can all.
This is not the normal life.
No, I'm serious. I actually believe in God in this respect.
I mean, I don't believe in God as
Usually
much as
God not
if
involved.
God exists, he did it.
He would have saved me.
He would have saved me. Hey, for weeks, all we've heard is how Trump's big, beautiful bill will cut Medicaid. But almost no one's reporting on a buried provision that would make Trump untouchable.
Terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Okay. By the way, I don't know if anybody's noticing, but it seems to me that the stream has been functioning super good. Now that I have solved the technical issues around here, hopefully this will be the case forever. It also, I mean, if I can transfer what I've learned, I may be able to go back to the multi-streaming at some point, which is exciting to me because I need to continue to grow the stream, even though I love everybody here. All of you space fams know this, but we do have to continue growing in order for this to continue being a thing. And I've been thinking the multi-streaming we need to get back to that. But I have a new weapon now. What was it? That's a good question. So this whole time I had been going off. Apparently there's multiple ways to monitor what the stream is doing. And I had been using sort of the most cursory, sort of shallowest of ways to monitor what was happening with the stream performance. And that was giving me a picture, but it wasn't giving me the full picture. I now have a new way of monitoring everything that's happening on the computer. It's able to determine which devices are overloaded and at what times, and or if it's, say, not even my devices, but it's my my network connection. I can see all of that, and I spent multiple hours ever since I found that, just tweaking it down to the point that we are at now, where things are running nice and smooth, it would seem. God did that. You're right. It wasn't me. It was God. God came down, solved all of our technical problems. Okay. Let's move on from talking all of that big media, newsy type stuff to talking about some of this really taking second, well, sort of second in terms of attention out there. That being immigration and the Trump administration's continued push to detain, imprison, otherwise deport, and target migrants and immigrants, brown people, and other groups of people in this country. I think it would be best to start off at the Ministry of Truth, right? we would want to start from a place of truth. And of course, the best place to get truth is the Ministry of Truth. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
With the president. Jordan.
The White House taking a position on Maria Salazar's work visa bill, and ideally, what does the president want to see with a work program for aliens?
Again, I know you asked me about that last week, and I regret to inform you my answer remains the same. I don't think that's the focus of the White House right now in terms of legislative priorities, but certainly I promise you we'll get a readout on the bill. But as I reiterated to you before, the president does not support amnesty for illegal alien criminals, and I think the tragic circumstance that took place in New York City this past weekend underscores the priority of this president to secure our homeland and to deport illegal alien criminals and public safety threats from our country and our community. That's this president's priority right now.
That in the last several months, Americans have become more hesitant about President Trump's different ways that he's been conducting immigration. And they think that it's going too far. Is the White House going to limit any ways that it is enforcing immigration across the country?
I think the Trump administration is going to continue to focus on removing public safety threats and illegal alien criminals from sanctuary cities. The president
Okay, well, there we go. Illegal alien criminals. That's who they're focusing on. And specifically, sanctuary cities. For some reason. Maybe because most of those sanctuary cities are Democrat-run cities. No, the Trump administration would never do political things with immigration policy.
I don't want reality.
You settle down. There we go. Ministry of Truth Representative Carolyn Leavitt telling us that the Trump administration is fully focused on getting to all of those terrible criminal, the dangerous criminals, the ones who are committing all the crimes. Those ones.
Illegal.
All of those terrible crime doers.
Just into our newsroom, ICE says the agency arrested 243 immigrants during a recent operation in the Denver metro. The agency says this operation lasted 8 days from July 12th to the 20th. They arrested people from 17 different countries. ICE claims 9 of them have gang ties, with 4 of them being accused of belonging to Tren de Aragua. ICE claims the rest have either been charged with or convicted of criminal offenses.
Being charged with the crime doesn't make you guilty of a crime. Donald Trump, of all people, knows that. But let's point this. This is just point out these numbers to you. So the ICE, according to ICE, in the week from the 12th to the 20th, they arrested 243 people, and 4 of those people, less than 2%, are from this supposed invading force, the Tren de Aragua. Now we've been told over and over again that we are being invaded. We've already been invaded by Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, and yet less than 2%. They haven't even been actually charged or convicted of being in Tren de Aragua and doing gang stuff. They're just being accused. They're just being accused by the Trump administration and by ICE. That is all that they could come up with. These four look especially Tren de Aragua-y. Less than 2%. Wow. But wait, Carolyn Leavitt told me we were focused on all the violent criminals. I'll bet you like 1 person in that 243 are actual violent criminals. Because once again, let's remember, all this data that we were just looking at came directly from ICE. People who have been caught lying about literally everything that they're doing up to this point. Now, the Trump and also Republicans have been telling us that they are actually protecting women on multiple things, whether it's in sports from trans people or from having health care, like abortions, or Planned Parenthood being funded, all that kind of stuff. They were just protecting the women. Protecting women. However, one woman certainly wasn't protected by this Trump administration. This is a horrifying fucking news story. Let's go here to Utah. KSL News from 3 days ago. Domestic violence victim's family says she didn't report for fear of deportation. Oh, good.
More about the West Jordan home explosion that investigators are now calling it murder-suicide. They say there's a history of domestic violence in that family.
Yeah, officers say that there is evidence that the father started this fire, intentionally killing his wife and his 2 kids. News specialist Shelby Lofton explains why one of the victims was hesitant to get some help here. Shelby?
Yeah, Mike and Debbie, this woman's brother told us that she was too afraid to report her husband because of her immigration status. And domestic violence nonprofits say this is a situation more and more. They want victims to know that they have protections. Nonprofits have confidentiality policies, so if someone makes makes a call to a hotline, their number isn't recorded and it isn't tracked. They can remain anonymous. They don't have to give out their name or address when they report abuse. Kimmy Wolf with the Utah Domestic Violence Coalition says immigration status doesn't matter. They can help someone get counseling, housing assistance, and manage their case regardless of their situation. And when they step into a shelter, their identity is protected. Wolf says part of the federal funding they receive is tied to confidentiality, so shelters can't confirm or deny if an individual is staying there. She wants victims to know they can get help for themselves or their children, and reaching out can potentially save their life.
It's not surprising that in this heightened awareness, what's going on here in Utah, what's going on nationally, the threat of deportation is real, and we're seeing it in the news every day. So now we have victims that have always feared this could happen. Now they're seeing it unfold.
This is horrible. I mean, this is shameful. And it is despicable. And all this kind of stuff could have been predicted. We've been talking about how this is going to drive people into the shadows, cause them to not do things that they might have previously done, whether it's seeking healthcare, going to immigration hearings, talking to police, all sorts of things. But I just want to go here. Yeah, here's the KSL News article. This is from the 23rd, so Tuesday. Mother and 2 kids in West Jordan blaze had come from Venezuela in search of a better life. Like a beautiful family. West Jordan, the mother and 2 children killed in the West Jordan house fire allegedly set by the kids' father had moved to Utah from Venezuela in search for a better life, like many immigrants. She wanted a better life for her children, a better education, and to help her parents in Venezuela, said Anais Bravo, the sister of Jaimar Bravo, who died with her 2 children in the fire on Friday. She wanted stability. Jaimar Bravo, 33, had uprooted from the South American country and come in Utah 2 years ago with daughter Georgina, son Giuliano, and Giordano, her partner of 18 years. The relationship between the woman and Valesios apparently had its share of problems, according to Anais Bravo, and police suspect the elder Valesios started last week. So this woman and her children are fucking dead. She didn't report to domestic violence agencies or to the police because she was afraid that it would put her on the map and, as a Venezuelan migrant, get deported. Which is a valid concern, I think. Because, I mean, Utah agencies, Utah just got done passing a law that makes it so that, at least, maybe it wasn't all of Utah, but I think multiple, god damn, I can't remember. Somewhere in Utah just passed a law to allow sheriffs and local police to work with ICE and share information with ICE, even though they're not supposed to do that. And then you got people like this next guy. This next story. I mean, this dude is the problem with our fucking country. Channel 4 News did an interview with a psychopath, a fucking right-wing vigilante.
I think we're going to have a civil war.
This was a disturbing fucking interview.
I think we're going to have a civil war.
What do you think you'll be doing during that civil war?
Thinning out the herd.
Meet Tim,
A self-styled paramilitary
patrolling the border that he
wanted in here so fast he ran right out of his boots.
And his president wants locked down.
It's stories like this that really get me thinking about stuff like, I don't know, counter movement to this kind of stuff, if you know what I mean.
If Donald Trump's first term was marked by his thirst for building a wall, then his second is about sending thousands of illegal immigrants back over it. The president's vowed to change immigration in America using law enforcement throughout the country.
Roll down the window.
To supporters, he's just fulfilling election promises. For many living in daily fear of deportation, this is the death of their American dream. Welcome to the Sonoran Desert and Arizona's 372-mile border with Mexico. We've been invited out on patrol, searching for anyone that dares to cross it. Tim is a military veteran and seasoned tracker.
You see how this is all flattened out?
Yep.
But he's no arm of US law enforcement. This is a hobby. Tim says he's a patriot to plenty of others. He's a vigilante.
You're pretty tooled up here. Why do you need all this?
Because shit can go bad in a heartbeat.
At this 26-mile gap in the wall, the detritus of the desperate piles up. Where some of the desperate are coming from, though, is a surprise.
We've got a shredded up passport.
Where's that from?
Hell if I know.
You know, these guys are super fucking problematic. You know, like these dudes who are either former military or wannabe military, running around LARPing as military in our country. These are the kind of guys who wind up getting ICE jobs and walking around with loaded fucking AR-15s and you know, it's a serious problem. And you got him talking about how we're gonna have a civil war and how he's gonna thin out the herd. You know, these are statements that one would think would trouble most people.
International than I am.
It's a Sri Lankan passport. These aren't people from South America.
No, they're from everywhere. I mean, I've got them from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, China, Brazil. I mean, everywhere. There's 9 different languages up there. The signs are saying, keep your passport, guard your papers, save your identity. Well, these people don't want you to know who they are.
Yeah.
Tim says it's drug cartel members he's interested in.
This guy's mind is like a fucking rotten cesspool. I'll bet you I could guess like half of his favorite influencers. You know, I can almost guarantee you this guy watches fucking Alex Jones. Maybe not Nick Fuentes. Steve Bannon, almost definitely. Dan Bongino. I mean,
Tim says it's drug cartel members he's interested in, and the only people crossing here, he says, are involved in some way with the cartels.
Or alternatively, the argument is that they're so desperate, they're willing to risk anything to get over here.
You don't go through 14 different countries to go to the country that you really like to be in. You go to the next country, you know, so refugee, no. I mean, the real refugees that are being brought in now are the South African farmers.
Wow. This guy is a fucking moron. The real refugees are the South African farmers. Oh, those poor genocided South African farmers. Yeah, that's pretty revealing of who this man is. This is a white supremacist. Loaded, locked and loaded, ready to go. We need a response. We genuinely need some sort of a response to this sort of group of people right here.
How do you feel about them coming over?
Well, to me, I bet you they're going to be productive farmers, and we need farmers. And
but you could have Mexican farmers. You could have.
We could, but instead we got Mexican gangbangers.
Are you slightly more at ease with the South Africans because they're white?
Well, if you looked at the South Africans coming in, they're waving American flags. When you look at the South Americans, they're all waving Mexican flags and Guatemalan flags.
All
and
the South Americans.
They don't want
They hate America.
to be citizens.
So so if they wave a different flag, if they celebrate their culture, that makes them anti-American. I see. So what about all those people that wave Israeli flags? Or all the Italian flags I see outside of Italian restaurants, or Irish flags? Oh my God, the Irish flags at the goddamn Irish bars? I mean, come on. Is that anti-American?
Mexican flags and Guatemalan flags, and it's like they don't want to be citizens. They just
don't want to be
benefits
citizens.
of.
They just
it has nothing to do with
okay.
race.
They're just leeches. Oh, okay. It's
Has
not a
everything
racial thing. It's not a race thing.
With not allowing the country to collapse. Yep.
What are they?
Straight there.
What am I looking at?
Two people, right where it makes that bend. You see the tree, see the two guys standing underneath it.
And who are those two people likely to be?
To the ice cream man.
Huh? It could be farmers.
Oh yeah.
What now?
This isn't just the view of Tim in the desert, though, but Donald in the White House.
Can't allow him to do that. He's hurting her.
Videos of immigration raids have flooded social media. Some uploaded by onlookers, some by campaign groups, some posted proudly by law enforcement departments themselves and the US government.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
I think it sums up our immigration policy pretty well. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Go ahead.
It's having an impact. Raids in the cities are up. People trafficking across the border is down.
I mean,
this is my body camera right there.
I would like to point something out.
These chases are now a rarity.
I'd just like to point something out.
Arizona's Pima County.
Crossings at the border are down marginally from the Biden administration. Joe Biden closed the border in like January of 2024. And 2024 saw a precipitous drop in border crossings. So this framing from Channel 4 that, oh, the border crossings are so down under Trump, they're not. Because the Biden administration closed the border in 2024. And the border crossing from from 2025 during Biden to Trump during in this year, those border crossings, there's not that big of a change. Because they were already not coming. Everybody remember that? Biden closing the border and saying, they put incredible restrictions on the border. And if there were just a certain number of attempted crossings, the border would just be shut down. Like, it's this ridiculous narrative that we keep being told that somehow he didn't close the border. I criticized his decision to do this, but like it's just verifiable fact that he did it. And so that this framing is just sort of nonsense.
Sheriff Department.
The 4 other individuals who were being smuggled, they were turned over to ICE. Well, ever since Trump came into office, basically shut down the border. And when they said they're going to shut down the border, they shut it down.
Oh, they did, and they shut it down.
So
he said shut it down, and they shut it down, according to this sheriff's department guy who definitely voted for Trump. Yeah, the border was already shut down, dipwad. Okay, I just wanted to watch that first part of this. Found that guy very disturbing. Oh, actually, I also wanted this part too. Hold on. Let's go here. If I recall correctly, I think we want this part.
Silence. There is such a culture of fear right now. Nobody wants to speak on camera. We are going to speak to someone, though, whose stepfather doesn't have papers and is currently now terrified.
Tatiana's from Colombia and has lived legally in Arizona for 10 years. Her family is in New York and now too scared to travel for fear of interacting with anyone from law enforcement.
My stepfather, he came here when he was 16 years. Now he's 65 years.
Yeah.
He don't know his country.
Does he have papers?
He doesn't have papers. Now they don't like to go out, just work, that's it. Right now, doesn't matter if you are good or bad. They just have the option to deportation, that's it.
Back on the border, it's not just vigilantes looking for those crossing the desert in 42-degree heat. We've just seen one of the trucks from one of the humanitarian charities. So that's a group that's dropping water. How are you? I'm good, thank you.
We have been giving humanitarian aid to, hundreds and maybe, I'm sure, into the thousands of people for the past 2 years.
There are some people on the other side of the argument who said that actually you guys are creating a bit of a problem by leaving water and attracting people. What do you say to them?
People don't come for a bottle of water and a can of Vienna sausages.
Right.
They don't walk this terrain. You go out.
He's attracting, don't you see? It's like leaving a pile of gold bricks in the middle of the desert. A bottle of water and a can of Vienna sausages. Yes, that is a good reason to walk across a desert. That makes sense.
Go out yourself a couple miles and see whether you would risk that for a bottle of water and a can of Vienna sausages. And we don't even keep them alive sometimes because they don't find it. They don't find it. That's ludicrous. It's a ludicrous statement.
Yeah, one of them's a nun, one of them's a nurse. They're people that are just looking after people, aren't they?
No. We got tons of homeless.
Nurses, nuns, terrible. I hate nuns and nurses.
Looking after people, aren't they?
No. We got tons of homeless. We got tons of drug addicts. We got tons of homeless veterans. But are they taking care of them? No.
Yes. Yes, nuns and nurses are also doing that. Are you saying they can't diversify?
How is the white guilt?
Jesus Christ. This guy is a menace to society.
Lunatics.
Tim's next comment to the retired nun was of a sexual nature.
Wow.
That wasn't called for. Huh? That wasn't called for.
Wow. Shocking. The racist, vigilante, psychopath yelled sexual obscenities at a nun. Classy. Classy. Very classy behavior from that guy.
How rude.
Okay. The fact that Channel 4 felt the need to censor what he said leaves me wondering just what that man said. It must have been horrible. It must have been really despicable. Speaking of despicable, let's go talk about this fucking situation. The state of detention centers. As the Trump administration continues to amp up its detention of people off of American streets without due process, they have to find places to put them. And in New York City...
We have some major breaking news, and this is a story that deserves...
Hush, Adam. I don't need the whole thing. All right, yeah, let's go here. New York City. There has been allegations that people are being mistreated in this place is being used as a detention center.
Every American should be against, and that's why Trump's approval rating is tanking among immigration, or on immigration. Let's start off with this clip. It reads, breaking. New video shows ICE is operating a detention facility on the 10th floor of 26 Federal Plaza, where people are being held for days or weeks at a time without showers, medication, or a change of clothes, sleeping on the floor and with minimal food and outside contact. And if these are the conditions here, just imagine the conditions in Alligator Alcatraz, which we'll talk about in 1 second. We've heard that people are forced to eat food on the floor like dogs. It's absolutely despicable. A quick trigger warning for this video. You don't really see anything too terrible or violent or graphic, but it's just upsetting overall. I'm gonna play it now.
No, mira, en el baño, un beta, el chingo mariconas. El sueño americano. Migración, 26 Federal Plaza. ¿Cómo nos tienen de la situación como estamos nosotros, como perros acá? Culpable, Ecuador.
Okay, just to report a little bit more thoroughly, I just wanted to play that video, but as it says on screen, ICE.
Yeah, but so you can absolutely see that these conditions are fucking deplorable. You have people all sleeping on the floor with no mattresses, just a blanket and a regular blanket and a space blanket to sleep on a concrete floor. Must be 20 people in this fucking room with one functioning toilet. It's at 26 Federal Plaza. I believe that is a courthouse in New York City. Just horrifying. Horrifying that people are being kept in these conditions. And this is why lawmakers are supposed to be allowed into these facilities to ensure that people's human rights are respected. And that these anywhere people are being detained, they need to have a certain level of I mean, what's the word? Like, just basic human needs and essentials. Let's talk about judges. We actually have a bunch of stuff to talk. Judges, Supreme Court stuff. Let's start here, though, with immigration judges, as multiple immigration judges were fired this week. Starting here in San Francisco. Here's NBC Bay Area from yesterday. I'm sorry, 3 days ago. 3 days ago.
Eight years as an immigration judge, 25 years of service to the federal government, and she was fired in a 3-sentence email. The Trump administration is seemingly purging immigration judges across the country. Among them, Judge Isla Dice, who was terminated in San Francisco late last week. Tonight, she is sharing her story, warning investigative reporter Hilda Gutierrez that she believes the court's independence is in serious jeopardy. Hilda joins us now, and that is a provocative statement, Hilda.
She's never talked to the press until now. Judge Dice is still processing and trying to make sense of what happened, but says this is too important to stay silent.
For the past few months, it's been anything but normal at San Francisco's immigration court.
Stay back. Stay back.
ICE agents arresting migrants after their hearings, sparking clashes with protesters. And it's not just immigrants. The Trump administration also appears to be targeting the judges. Dozens of them have been fired across the U.S. since January.
I'm still processing. This just happened last Thursday.
San Francisco immigration judge Isla Dice never thought they'd come for her. She has 25 years of service with the federal government, previously working as a federal prosecutor.
25 years.
Dice has been a judge for the last
25 years. She's been working in the justice system and then just losing her job out of the blue. Now, this is, I mean, I don't see why people aren't more upset about this stuff. You know, the Trump administration continues to claim that they want to deport people. But when you get rid of immigration judges, you remove all the legal avenues of which to do so. And this is something they've been doing since day one. It's just continuing the purge that they have been doing on immigration judges, the people who are supposed to preside over hearings of immigrants. Whether it's refugees, people seeking asylum status, temporary protected status, or whatever else. That is literally their job, to preside over those hearings. And yet they are getting rid of them. Why? I think we all know why. Because they don't want the justice system to do its job. They don't want to give people their due process They would rather just remove them extrajudicially. How do you do that? Just by doing this, stuff like this.
Years. I can still say I don't know why I was terminated. I know why I was not terminated. I know why I was not terminated for any lack of ethics or integrity or efficiency.
Is this common that judges get dismissed or let go?
No.
For Judge Dice, the axe came last Thursday in the form of a 3-sentence email. The Attorney General has decided to remove you from your position, the email stated. Your removal is effective today.
Wow.
Her mind immediately turned to the pending case she was supposed to review that afternoon.
Well, the first thing I was thinking of is that I knew that the 2 o'clock case was a case that had been waiting for years. Many of the people that appear before me have to wait 5, 8, 10 years before they get a final hearing.
Many of the other judges fired under President Trump were still in their 2-year probation period, according to attorneys and judges we spoke with. But Dice was years past that. Immigration
because she
judges
was
are
an
employed by
immigration
the-
judge for nearly 2 decades, 18 years. It's insane. This is their attack on the judicial system itself. They don't wish for immigration judges to do their jobs. They would just prefer to remove immigrants and anyone from this country without having to give them due process. Because it's inconvenient to them. It is fucking horrifying to watch this entire democracy crumble before our eyes. Pitchfork's Dragon gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships. Who got them? Robert G. Crotchy, Jules T, Monica G, and leftist redneck mom. Thank you, Pitchforks. Incredibly generous. Spreading the galactic love. Of course, the more members that we get, gifted or started by the people who benefit from them, get us closer to more sweet galactic emotes. Which is one of the reasons why I love when people gift those things. Not only does it spread the love, it also increases our chances of one day getting more emotes for our space vamps. Should check on that again soon. All right, let's continue talking about more judges who also received that same 3-sentence letter losing their jobs. CBS, PBS, CBS.
Now to the president's crackdown on illegal immigration. At the same time he is deporting undocumented migrants, about 100 immigration judges have been fired or transferred, or they've resigned.
In July alone, 20 judges have been let go. We talked to 3 of them about how it went down.
It was arbitrary, unfair, and it's an attack on the rule of law. It's an attack on judges.
George Pappas, Jennifer Payton, and Carla Espinoza were all fired this month by email. They'd been federal immigration judges who together ruled on thousands of cases in Chicago and Boston. Did they give you a reason why in your email?
My email was 3 sentences. I had no cause, I had no explanation.
We as judges were in fear, we were concerned, and that makes it very difficult to be impartial. We were not succumbing to that pressure, but it does feel like pressure.
Were you ever told how to rule?
Yes.
What'd they say?
They told me, grant the motions to dismiss. This is when ICE was roaming the courthouses, because if we dismiss the case, that person that responded then leaves the court vulnerable to immediate apprehension and expedited removal.
Just so people understand,
if not
you grant a
sooner.
motion to dismiss the case.
Correct.
Now the individual what?
They are no longer in proceedings.
Once they left the courtroom, more often than not, they will be handcuffed and led away by the ICE officers.
Take your steps, back up, back up. CBS News has reported on the numerous cases where ICE agents detained immigrants as they exited their court hearings. With about 600 immigration judges left, courts now face a backlog of nearly 4 million cases. President Trump says it could take 200 years to resolve all these cases.
It is my opinion that this administration could give a hoot about the backlog.
The administration says repeatedly, these folks are here.
Yeah, if Donald Trump cared about the backlog, rather than firing all of these judges, at this point, it's well over, I think it's over 24 judges plus have been fired, right? Which reduces, I mean, probably like 50,000 plus cases won't be seen because of that, right? Because these people probably see like 1,000, 2,000 cases a year. You know, it's, actually, they might do a few more than that. I actually don't know the exact number, but I know it's in the thousands per judge. And rather than firing those people, it could have added, I don't know, 100, 200 immigration judges to the immigration court system. That would have really sped things up. But they don't want people to have an actual legal way to become citizens. They don't want people who are in this country that they don't like, brown people, foreigners, people who speak a different language than English. And, you know, that is basically their goal. It has nothing to do with sensible immigration policy. It's all about this fascist crackdown.
Illegally, that's breaking the law. They gotta go.
Illegal.
Do they have a point?
Well, that's why they're in proceedings in court. There is law that we're applying, and they might have to go, they might not.
What's at stake here?
It's really the future of our country. If the funding is going to enforcement and there is no justice left, that shows that our country is no longer embracing the need for due process and for justice.
That's a big statement.
Yeah, it's a big statement, and it's obvious to anybody paying attention. All right, let's talk about another person in the justice system, Alina Habba. And let's talk about what happened. Now, we already talked about this a little bit. I mean, we talked about it on multiple occasions. We talked about Alina Habba back when she filed charges or attempted to file charges against the mayor of Newark, New Jersey for attempting to visit an ICE detention center run by a private contractor in the city of Newark. She has been in the news on a couple of other occasions, mostly relating to that incident. She was put there by Donald Trump. She is Donald Trump's former criminal defense attorney. And I think also may have done some of the arguing before the Supreme Court. I cannot remember for sure. But she lost her job because her interim period of 120 days lapsed. She did not get the necessary votes in the state Senate or from the federal judges in the New Jersey court system. So she lost her job. They appointed somebody else, which was actually her number 2 at the AG's office, who had been put there by Alina herself. And within a day, the DOJ, Pam Bondi, fired that newly appointed U.S. attorney, leaving New Jersey without an attorney general, which seems to be like a fucking dereliction of duty, if you ask me. But no, they did this intentionally in a political manner because they're upset that they didn't give the Trump administration everything that they wanted. Here's CNN from Wednesday.
New this morning, chaos and confusion within the New Jersey U.S. Attorney's Office. The interim U.S. Attorney, Alina Habba, was removed on Tuesday after federal judges declined to extend her interim appointment. Then the U.S. Justice Department fired her successor. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez is here with me in the situation. And tell us more about the Justice Department's response.
Well, this is all because Alina Habba's interim appointment, which was for 120 days, was expiring this week, Wolf, and the judges there under federal law are required to either reappoint her or they can find someone else to serve in that position. In this case, they appointed Desiree Grace, who's the first assistant in the office. She is someone that Alina Habba actually elevated to that position. And once the judges did that, the Justice Department reacted very swiftly. Just within really minutes, the Attorney General Pam Bondi fired Grace, and she put out...
It's incredible. It is incredible how the people who have been declaring lawfare, exclaiming it from the rooftops for like 4 fucking years, are now literally just engaged in lawfare on a partisan basis, just going after Democrats at large across every state. And it is insane. It is utterly just unbelievable where things have gotten to at this point. Where the DOJ is acting genuinely as like Donald Trump's personal, like, what do you even call it? What do you even call this? Like this captured judicial body, well, not judicial body, but legal body, right? The personal prosecutor of Donald Trump, basically. It is insane. And like, especially when it comes to this particular case, like the person that was appointed was the person that Alina Habba put there herself. And that's not enough for Pam Bondi. Because you didn't do the exact thing that Donald Trump wanted. You just did something that basically is going to be effectively the same thing.
Statement. She said politically minded judges refused to allow Alina Habba to continue in her position, replacing Alina with her assistant. The Department of Justice does not tolerate rogue judges, especially when they threaten the president's core Article 2 powers.
Judges.
To be clear, this is not a usurpation of the...
Rogue judges doing exactly what is spelled out in the state constitution of New Jersey, whatever you call it, the bylaws. This is literally their job to decide whether or not somebody can stay in an interim AG, attorney general role. They've done exactly as their job says. It's not rogue. It's the definition of what the responsibility is to decide whether or not to keep her in that role. And they decided, no. They decided no. That gets immediate retribution from Pam Bondi. You know what this is?
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism. Okay? Write that down.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
All right. Let's go here to the Majority Report. Talk a little bit about the Supreme Court. Whoa, what just happened? That's not cool, man.
That's too much, man!
Full screen, you oaf.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland. On the Majority Report, it's a pleasure to welcome back to the program Chris Geidner. He's an award-winning journalist and the law dork. Published
Come on.
At
no,
the Law Dork on Substack.
Stop this nonsense.
Chris,
for the love of God.
Thanks so much for joining us. I think it's been several months, I think, since we spoke last.
A fucking bitch.
Oh, God. Oh, there we go. Pitchforks Dragon with a sweet, sweet super chat. Wedge Wizard is 1 billion% correct. This is Project 2025. It is the playbook. Yep, it's in there. It's in the fascist playbook of Rust Vote. It's great that they're getting so much stuff done over there. Really effective destruction of the government and the Constitution and civil rights. Supreme Court. Let's go.
Sam Cedar. On the Majority Report, it's a pleasure to welcome back to the program Chris Geidner. He's an award-winning journalist and the Law Dork, publishing at the Law Dork on Substack. Chris, Thanks so much for joining us. I think it's been several months, since we spoke last, and the State of the Union is not doing much better. In fact, probably significantly worse. But I want to go through some of these cases and then talk about the sort of last time you were on, the general thrust of all these advocacy groups going in and suing the Trump administration, and to some extent, in some ways, overwhelming them in a very rather helpful way. But first, let's talk about this ruling that happened Friday night in L.A. A Judge Frimpong, federal judge in L.A., found that what ICE was using as reasonable suspicion to essentially pull over any brown people who might be, working as a gardener or some profession they think would be an undocumented immigrant profession, I guess. She put a basic a freeze on it for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically a stop and frisk case, except for with the results being an effort to assess the legal status of the people that they are stopping and frisking and arresting and deporting them. So it's sort of like stop and frisk on steroids. And the ruling was a temporary restraining order to stop that. And the Justice Department on Sunday already has filed a notice of appeal, which is going to go to the Ninth Circuit at first. And then depending on what happens there, I'm sure they will quickly run to their friends up at the Supreme Court with this.
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of curious about, is the sort of particularly in the wake of the naturalization case, I guess, ruling about and I still not sure I have a full grasp on what they held there that was applicable outside of this, but the limitations of something like this. So her order is just for California, or is it just for the LA area? I mean, it's not binding on ICE outside of. The entire.
Just applying to what they are doing in the lawsuit is about the Los Angeles efforts. So the only specific ruling that she is limiting it to is this this specific effort. It is a.
Wow, I can barely focus on the discussion over here at the majority report because Pitchfork Dragon is making it rain. Making it rain galactic membies all over the place. How many is that? Pitchforks 15 or something? You've been gifting these things out like we're gonna stop selling them or something. Who got them? Annie Fitzgerald, Latino Mifune, Alfredo Gonzalez, the Parthenon, and Nights and Days. My God. Pitchforks. Much appreciated, sir. Much appreciated. Incredible generosity. Does not go unnoticed. I should check to see how we're doing on emotes right now. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember the last time I checked it. It was over a week ago, I think.
An enforcement effort that I mean, I'm using effort because I don't know what other word I want to use right now, but and so it is a more limited ruling, even though there has been such attention on Los Angeles, but the effect would be that if you saw similar enforcement efforts elsewhere, they would certainly bring similar litigation and now sort of have a a model of how to pursue this litigation.
And what, I mean, what are the safeguards against ICE just saying, yeah, no? Like, I mean, what happens under what you know, it seems to me that it's one thing to sort of say like, okay, we want to enjoin them for using these practices. And in this instance, you know, as opposed to like stop and frisk, the political calculation of that entity still using that stuff is not the same as like the New York Police Department, let's say, continuing to do that under a city, you know, where the mayor has a direct responsibility here. This is an outside force coming into LA. What are the remedies now? Are the remedies changed in the event that they are found to be continuing to use that stuff? Like, this is where we run into that problem. Like, you and what army is going to make us stop doing this?
Yeah, I mean, at the sort of end of the discussion, that would be the bottom line. But the reality is that DOJ, as I said, DOJ and DHS as their client appealed that order. So, I mean, there is, in some ways, I always look at appealing as even though that might annoy us, and even though that might mean we're headed back into the warm embrace of the Supreme Court yet again, it is in its way a sign from the administration that they are still accepting that ruling as legitimate and binding on them.
And so it goes to the presumably to the Ninth Circuit on appeal. Is there a chance that the administration fast tracks it to the Supreme Court? Because this is where we get into the shadow docket, where you would think then there's no reason for the Supreme Court to do this. It's not like, you know, ICE.
Yep, but the Supreme Court has been using that shadow docket really as just a political expediter for the Trump administration, at least in my estimation, rather than using it for actual, things that actually need to be expedited, which up until now has usually been things like appeals for death penalty cases almost exclusively. But now it's just being used for Donald Trump's whims. Emergency. Donald Trump wants something. Oh my God. Soul Life with a sweet, sweet $1 completely empty super chat. Thank you, sir. Holy shit. And Pitchforks with 5 more gifted Galactic News Network memberships to the community. A truly incredible, generous donation. Adrian Vixen getting one of them. Ben Longstreth. Miskatonic Petrol and Soda Fountain and Art Vandalay. Oh, and Dr. Necrotech. Art Vandalay of Vandalay Industries, of course. Incredible pitchforks. Incredible generosity. Spreading the galactic love to the space fams. Okay, we're going to listen to a little bit more of this.
Going to be prejudiced or harmed if they are not able to do this, you know, for another 3-4 months or whatever it would be. But that's not the way the Supreme Court's they've been doing the opposite. They've been saying that it's materially harmful to the government to not be able to do this stuff so quickly and so violently, and you know, for lack of a better term.
to enforce their Article 2 powers, that any infringement on the president's powers is irreparable harm. And we've sort of seen with, and I do think this is potentially the distinction when it comes to the sort of external factors, when it comes to things like the secretary ending status for people, when it comes to things like these third country removals, when you're taking somebody to a country that they never lived in, have no connection with, which is horrific on its face, but there is sort of when you're looking for potential distinctions, an argument that where the Supreme Court has been overly deferential has been to the external looking, the extraterritorial related decisions, and that potentially there could be a different ruling on something like this, where you are, as you said, talking about what effectively amounts to an invasion of a U.S. city.
So I guess we'll see what happens in that case. In the meantime, theoretically at least, I should be somewhat constrained.
Yeah. Haven't really seen that play out quite yet, unfortunately. I've been looking out for it personally ever since we heard about this ruling, because we talked about this. I think this was last week, the ruling that came down, if I'm not mistaken. Jesus Christ, pitchforks, making it rain, Galactic memberships all over the chat. My God, you are blowing my mind today, sir. It's like Pitchforks wants to get us back to having to being on the trail for more emotes right now, single-handedly. Unfortunately, we have a long ways to go on that. People have been super chatting and donating on Cash App a lot more than gifting or starting Galactic memberships on YouTube. So we've been waning on our membership numbers. Thanks to Pitchforks, though, we are getting back on track faster and faster. Jesus, who got these memberships? Emily S., Antifa, Kindness Crew, Mila Resin, and Schmegley. My God, a lot of familiar names getting free, gifted Galactic memberships from one Pitchforks Dragon, a man who's been watching this show the very, very early days of Galacticness, continuing to support us in incredible ways. My God, that is 25 Galactic memberships. That's too many.
That's too much, man!
That's too many. Somebody help Pitchforks Dragon. He can't carry this whole load. He can't get us new emotes on his own. I need your help, Space Fams. Okay. Now, the family for the man who was attacked by Jacksonville, Florida sheriff's deputies earlier this year held a press conference earlier this week. We covered this story briefly in a recent stream. Truly horrifying footage, which we witnessed already. If you haven't seen it, pretty easy to find. Just search "man punched by Jacksonville, Florida sheriff's deputies." Thing's got millions of views all over the fucking internet right now. Let's go here. See what the family and what this man had to say in the wake of this horrifying attack by law enforcement on a man just minding his own goddamn business.
That day, I just really wanted to know, why I was getting pulled over and why I needed to step out the car when I know I didn't do nothing wrong. I was really just scared.
Just see that video made me go back to the moment when I was 22. It hurted. It made me upset. Mm-hmm. But I seen what my son did that I had to do. And he sought right. And he did right. To see that it's a hurting feeling. To be a father that loved God first. Mm-hmm. And to see all my kids not being able to wake up in the morning and get my phone call saying your child is gone. Wow. That's a hurting feeling, but I thank God
Yes.
Because God got him.
I want you to try to put yourself in our shoes. Try to put yourself in William's shoes, just for a second. The police stop you and tell you, you say, why are you stopping me? And they say, well, you don't have your headlights on and it's raining. And you look and you're like, there's no rain. What you talking about? Why are you stopping me? And all he does, why I say it's a Rosa Parks 21st century moment, he as a black person says, you know, I'm tired of it. I'm going to try to demand my constitutional rights. That's the only thing that William McNeil did. And that's the only thing you would want your children to do. To say, as a citizen, don't I have the right to know why you're violating my Fourth Amendment rights against search and seizure?
Yep.
Unlawfully?
Ben Crump is right.
Illegal.
You do, constitutionally speaking, as a U.S. citizen, have all those pesky rights, like the Fourth Amendment, and a bunch of other things. These cops acted unlawfully. We watched the video. They acted unlawfully on multiple occasions, whether it was busting his window out to rip him out of the car before even telling him he was under arrest, or then beating him furiously. 4 different men, 4 grown, armed men, law enforcement officers, beat the shit out of this guy on the side of the road. It was a horrible fucking video to watch. Jesus Christ, pitchforks. Oh my God.
That's too much, man.
That is too much, man. That is 10 galactic gift memberships from Pitchforks Dragon. My God. My God. Pitchforks. You are out of control.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Out of control today with the Galactic News Network gift memberships, and I am loving it. I'm loving it. I'm sure the community's loving it. Who are all getting these sweet, sweet memberships. Notchcat, Ravenous Oubliette, Evan from Portland, Mozart, Perry, J-Rock 420, S.M, Internet Search Bible Errors, Deplorable Kulak 4, and Obvious Books. 7 out of 10 people in there. I have seen it in this chat on multiple occasions. Incredible generosity from Pitchforks Dragon. Truly of an intergalactic magnitude. It is beautiful. It is gorgeous. Everybody loves it. And for fun, just because, I think we deserve this. I think we deserve confetti. I don't know why. I just feel compelled to give people confetti. Free, all thanks to Pitchforks. We're just getting extra confetti today.
That's too much, man.
Come on.
No, I'm not going to. Will not come on. Free confetti. That's right. No, there was no goal, and yet we just got confetti. That's how monumental Pitchforks Dragons membership gifting. That's what it amounted to today. Unexpected confetti. Unplanned confetti. Okay. Now, let's go from the horrific beating of, I forgot his name again. William, I cannot remember this man's name. The Florida man. Let's talk from that. Talk about the horrific situation which occurred earlier this year that honestly has completely gone out of the news. Like, it is honestly shocking to me just how out of the news it's been. But let's go to Minnesota. Anybody remember Vance Butler or whatever his fucking name is? The guy who literally killed a Minnesota lawmaker and shot another Minnesota lawmaker and his wife. Well, the Hoffmans are still recovering after this attack. Here's CBS Minnesota from Tuesday.
Well, survivor of the Minnesota lawmaker attack is speaking out in his first interview since the shootings that shocked the country. Senator John Hoffman talked about the rehab process for him and his wife on the Al Travis show today. The Champlin lawmaker was released from the ICU 2 weeks ago today, that photo we showed you. And his wife Yvette is also still recovering. The couple was shot 17 times by a man impersonating an officer at their front door with their daughter Hope right beside them. Senator Hoffman said her call to police likely saved lives.
When she dialed 911, she was a hero, man. She, you know, there's people alive because of how she said, you know, something on 911 that was just, but she was, you know, very much in charge. So grateful for her, big time. So, but you know, it's tough, Al.
Vance Belter is charged for shooting the Hoffmans and killing former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband.
How is this the guy not charged with terrorism? How is this guy? Why is the Trump administration not seeking the death penalty with this guy? I mean, they immediately came out and said that they were seeking the death penalty against Luigi, right? This government went after Luigi, claimed that that's terrorism. Would this guy attacked multiple lawmakers? This is the definition of fucking terrorism. This guy right here is a terrorist, and yet he's not being charged with terrorism. He's not being threatened with the fucking death penalty. Meanwhile, you got Luigi.
Free Luigi!
Luigi, he deserves the death penalty. He's a terrorist.
Free Luigi!
And the fact is, this story has lost all traction. No one's talking about it right now. One of the only people I've seen talking about this, I think, is Ben Dixon. Ben Dixon, I think, has been posting every single day. I see one of his posts that says, hey, remember this? And I'm like, oh yeah, I do remember that. Thank you for reminding me, Ben. He's my daily reminder for this nonsense. And I can't believe that there hasn't been more talk about it. I cannot believe that, honestly, in some ways, I blame Democrats for not just hammering this shit home and going after the Trump administration for not charging this guy with terrorism. Okay. Let's go back to talking about the Supreme Court. Man, we've been talking about the judicial system for quite a while now, huh? Okay, back to the Majority Report, this time with Elie Mystal.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program Elie Mystal. He is the justice correspondent at The Nation. And if you want to know more about this case we're going to be discussing, I cannot recommend his play-by-play of the Supreme Court oral arguments about this on Twitter. It was an incredibly entertaining and, well, I mean, disturbing and
arguably the greatest work
read.
of nonfiction of the 20th
welcome
century.
back to the program.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you, Sam. Nice to see you, Emma. Yeah, that was
Nice
a
to see you.
3.5-hour argument. And honestly, by the end, like, I was trying to wipe the blood away from my ears. It was so infuriating, but I was trying. It's an important case. I argue that it is the most important case about democracy that the court is hearing this term. And I say that knowing full well that they have to decide whether the orange criminal man can run again and if he's immune from everything, including SEAL team. Like, I understand that we have big Trump cases up, but in terms of like how our country functions, this is the biggest case this term. This is the biggest case in 10 years. And it's going to function poorly.
Yeah, I hope that most people in our audience, when we say the Chevron deference doctrine, know what it is, because I've tried to be relentless about this, because it really has been something that has been coming since really Donald Trump's election and the
J-Rock 420 using that By the way, J-Rock, I know that you just got one of those sweet gift memberships from Pitchfork Dragon that comes with it 18 sweet galactic emotes and a feeling of galacticness inside. You don't get to watch MR live because your new job requires your full attention. That makes me sad. Many times people here know, I don't wind up in the chat as much as I would like because of my job of bringing you all your late night news. Thankfully, for those of you who don't get to watch the MR live, we do watch it live together in post around here. Try and catch, a fair number of MR clips on a weekly basis. Although I try not to overdo it. There's times where I'm like, wait, how many MR clips do I have in my list today? That's too many.
That's too much, man!
But we certainly do watch our fair share.
Potential for conservatives to take over. And you do a great job in walking through the history of this, because it's there's a sort of an interesting irony about how this came about, because it's contrary to maybe sort of the political or the sort of like the policy decisions that those of us on the left would have wanted brought this about. But it's also, I think, important to put into context when this happened and how much Chevron has shaped really the modern U.S. administrative state in some ways.
Look, Republicans used to love Chevron deference. It was their idea. Okay, so let's go all the way back to 1984. Ronald Reagan in charge, fire and air traffic control people, just saying no to regulation, right? And so he puts in a bunch of people in the executive agencies. We call it the administrative state now, but into the cabinet level of positions. He puts in a lot of people who don't want those institutions to succeed. They want them to fail. Right. And one of those people is a woman named Ann M. Gorsuch. Yes. Mother of current Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch. Reagan puts her into the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, with the remit to basically destroy it from the inside out. Right. So one of the things she does is that she changes a rule. The Clean Air Act said that in order to pollute the air, you had to get a permit and whatever. And Ann Gorsuch said, yeah, we're not going to do that. We're going to have this special rule so that some people can pollute the air without needing a permit, right? So she gets sued. She gets sued as the head of the EPA by environmental groups, saying that she is applying the Clean Air Act incorrectly, right, against the will of Congress. This goes up to the Supreme Court, and in a unanimous decision, I'll say that again, a unanimous Supreme Court decision, it says, no. The experts at the executive agencies are the people who are allowed to interpret the rules of Congress, right? And that
it's so Twilight Zone. So weird. Wait, the Supreme Court once ruled that we should listen to the experts? Oh, that's right. That's what the entire Chevron doctrine was based on until the Supreme Court last year overruled their own decision later. They were like, actually, we were so stupid back then. Remember that time where we were like, experts are smart and they know things we should listen? No. We were so stupid back then that we take it all back.
Unfortunately for me, as a liberal and an environmentalist, in 1984, although in 1984 I was like, 6? Unfortunately for the future,
I don't know about everybody
that makes sense.
I don't know about everybody else here, but I like to imagine a 6-year-old Ellie Mistal with a white afro. I think it's the cutest image. It's like when I heard him say it, all I could think of was a little chubby little 6-year-old with a giant white afro. Oh God. I don't know why, but that is what my brain does.
Because, of course, when Congress passes a law, there are going to be gaps. There's going to be ambiguity. Congress, if y'all have been paying attention, ain't always on the ball, right? They don't always know exactly what they're doing, right? So we're going to have interpretation. And what the Chevron case was in 1984, it said that the executive agencies get to make these close calls as opposed 2 judges. And so for a long time, conservatives loved it. Why, Sam? Because they were sure that they had a better chance of keeping control of the White House and the executive agencies, Reagan, Bush, Bush 2, right? As opposed to taking control of the Supreme Court, which from the perspective of 1984 was kind of a liberally captured institution. You fast forward 40 years, and that's why Republicans have changed. That's why they've flip-flopped. They now understand that it's easier for them to take anti-democratic control over the Supreme Court than it is to win presidential elections with orange crazy people.
And we should say there's a couple of things too that I want to point out here. I mean, Congress's sort of like hijinks aside, it really is a hard thing for a body of 435 people to come up with the answer as to like how much mercury in the air, if it is fired at a certain temperature, is unhealthy for people to inhale. Like, these are questions that are best left to the experts.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. I like to go through the environmental issue because I think it's the most pressing one in our.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the main reason. I think that was honestly the main conservative objection to the Chevron doctrine at this point, was due to the fact that it's incredibly inconvenient for big business because all the experts agree climate change is a problem. It's real, it exists, and it's something that's happening right now, and we need to do things right now to solve it. And some of them are and some of those truths are inconvenient to most of those truths are inconvenient to big business.
In our country, right? But like, think about the FAA, right? Like, how is Congress the right people to decide exactly how many nuts and bolts have to be on the plane before it can fly? No, that's the Federal Aeronautics Aviation Administration that needs to be making that decision. Think about the SEC, right? We can make all the banking laws that we want, but at some point, it's an SEC expert that has to figure out how to apply those banking laws to a banking industry that's always going to be trying to find their different ways around them, right? Think about the FDA, right? Think about the FDA having just come out of the COVID pandemic. Like, who is best placed to decide what drugs and medications and vaccines are available for market? Do we want Congress to decide? Do we really think that like Ted Cruz is the person that needs to be deciding what vaccines were allowed, or do we want
Exactly. These sorts of decisions on scientific matters shouldn't be getting determined by political actors with no expertise in the field that we're talking about, whatever it might be. Air quality, water quality, wildlife, or environmental policy for that matter. Right, just in general, all of those things, health policy, like it should not be. These should not be political people that are in charge of these things, right? Should be the experts. Politicians should be deferring to the experts. That was why it was called the Chevron deference doctrine, as in you were supposed to defer rather than to your political beliefs, but to the scientific experts in the agencies. But no, we have an anti-science, insane, authoritarian, quasi-theocratic government now. Okay, we can't not listen to this whole thing. It's like a 40-minute discussion with Ellie here. Let's talk some of the impacts.
Knock-on impact of this is that if you are a corporate lawyer, a corporate litigator, this is like, I want to say like a job security act, but this is like you can be now, like if this gig happens, they're all going to be going like, I think I'm just about to get myself a slightly bigger boat. Like, I mean, the business, from a business standpoint, this isn't just about judges saying I'm empowering myself. This is about like sort of the fundamental building block of the Federalist Society. This is their Jobs Act. I mean, this is their push me into the next tax bracket act, because it's off to the races on anything.
where we're going, we don't need no tax bracket. I mean, like,
it's a good point. Good point.
In the ice
right? I mean, look,
how much
Carla Crow
taxes
ain't
did
paying these
people
people for
pay?
nothing, right?
Right.
Like, the Republicans who buy Supreme Court justices are getting something for their money, and this is what they're getting. This is also why, just to go back to an earlier point, this is why when people say, like, oh, well, they don't have business before the court. No. Wealthy Republican donors always have business before the court. They don't have to have their name on the case. And this is a classic example of that, because this helps their business in so many ways that it's worth it for however much they paid for Clarence Thomas's RV to get him on board for a thing like this, right? Like, it's the only break I will pump on this statement, Sam, is that there might be a level of be careful what you wish for, right? Republicans want this now. Corporate entities want this now, when they don't know what the law is, right? When you're Pfizer, right, and you're trying to put a new drug on the market, and you don't know what the FDA is going to do, because you don't know what, crazy Christian Judge Kaczmarek in Texas is going to do. You don't know what Eileen Cannon's going to do, so you don't know if your drug is going to be legal. Maybe then you'll have some regrets about killing Chevron deference. But that is down the line. That is a down the line problem. The today solution is to get rid of it and make all the money and stick it in their ears.
Right. I mean, that's a business complication. At the end of the day, though, everybody else loses in both scenarios. Yes. Right. Like, I mean, just because Pfizer doesn't have the opportunity to to maximize their profit on a drug that may save people's lives. I mean, everybody loses in that situation. In terms of that drug that could have been meaningful. But I'll tell you something, like, whatever Coke Industries, if this thing, I'm convinced that you will be able to look at the stock market and pick out those industries that are just going to go straight to the moon the day after this ruling, or maybe, depending on how late in the day it comes. But let me ask you this, KBJ, in many of the cases, in many of these landmark cases, has been, in my mind, the voice of how this gets fixed in the future.
Ah, yes, in the future. I mean, I've been saying it since, during the Biden administration, that I felt that Biden didn't go nearly far enough. Should have packed the courts like we had been told was on the table potentially leading up to the election. I'm not saying that Joe Biden was saying that, but a lot of Democrats were talking about thinking that this was an idea that we should be doing, considering how the Republicans had completely usurped the process that they had claimed was so important during the Obama administration when they blocked an Obama-appointed judge. But that never came to fruition. Right, they never codified Roe v. Wade and the right to access to abortion. A lot of that stuff bothers me, and we got to be we do have to be thinking very much to the future and what it is that can and needs to be done to ensure civil rights and other things that seem to be getting thrown out by this administration.
And how far down that future becomes, I don't know. God willing, I'm still alive to see it. But honestly, this, it begins the 20 or 30 year journey to return to an administrative state, assuming that there's anything left at that point. What did I know she raised the issue of you're going to open up 17,000 cases. And people should understand, too, each one of those cases represents tens, hundreds of more instances where those cases sort of guided the way that the agencies operated and the way that industry operated. I mean, maybe thousands. I mean, who knows how many decisions are made as a function of those cases. But did you get a sense of what would be the arguments 10, 20, 30 years from now, unless we get lucky and there's a major accident, on the Beltway?
Wait, is this true? So because I think I saw somebody else say it. It might have been Bob. I can't remember. I think multiple people have now been saying they're getting Israeli ads, like talking about the aid and how Israel's actually letting the aid in or something. It's insane. Is that true? Israel is paying for ads on my channel? That is actually hilarious. I find that very funny. So I'm getting some of that AIPAC money now. Fantastic. Tiny fractions of AIPAC money. Probably like 5 cents for all the ads run.
Whatever it is, when this will be returned to some type of sanity in the event that it gets overturned.
Well, Justice Jackson and Neil Gorsuch kind of previewed their next battle. And I say next, hopefully, because this requires, Democrats in Congress taking power and doing something with that power if they get it, which is, a big wish casting on my part. But Jackson pointed out that this could be fixed with legislation, right? That Chevron deference exists as a judge-made rule, so it's easy for judges to overturn that rule when they don't care about precedent anymore. But today, Congress could go out and legislate Chevron deference into our statutes, right? Pass a bill that says when ambiguity arises with acts of this body, we leave it to the executive agencies to resolve that ambiguity. It's a 3-sentence bill.
That's why we need a strong opposition party right now. That's why we need to be looking to primary many of the weaker individuals in the Democratic Party. Replace them with people who actually care about workers' rights, care about civil rights, care about immigrants' rights, care about, addressing the judiciary issues that we have right now, whether it's the Supreme Court or otherwise. Yeah. Okay. We do this now. I think it's probably best to take another quick break. We're going to come back in the fourth half talking about Zoran Mamdani a little bit, some other pieces of news. Yeah, we have a crazy long list today. The fourth half might still just be all U.S. news. We might not even make it to environmental news by the end of the fourth half. This is going to be a long stream tonight. We're going to be pressing up against the 12-hour limit, which is why I got to keep this thing moving. All right, quick break, everybody, but we will be right back after these brief space messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you get the latest notifications. While you're doing that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers. But of course, right now we are running a galactic deficit, which means we need to do some deficit financing around here. Got a few extra bucks on Cash App or PayPal. Do consider contributing as we get that money immediately, if not sooner. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars while also contributing to that galactic deficit financing goal is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. Just $3 a month. Get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So go over there and do it. What is the problem? What are you waiting for right now? $3 a month. That's 10 cents a day. That's practically free. All right? Write that down. Not only is it basically free, you get a bunch of sweet, sweet benefits. Like I mentioned, an avatar, which you could have put down here at the pool, taking in some space rays, the bar, the lake, or the street. All places where avatars can be placed by our patrons. Not only do you get an avatar, though, you also get shoutouts every single stream, secret Discord channel inside the Discord server, and much, much more. My God. Pitchforks Dragon, gifting even more Sweet, sweet galactic memberships to the community. Basically, getting us back on track to more emotes for Space Fams. Today, gifting an... I'm starting to forget how many has been gifted now. Is this 30? 35? I'm blown away by your generosity. Pitchforks Dragon, truly incredible generosity from you today. Of an intergalactic variety. I gotta read off who did these, who got the... Jesus Christ, who got these memberships? Dude Knight, like that name. Fake name. Good for Boapy. Is that a Moanoa sock puppet? Precious Gems of Asia and Mowgli. Wow. Pitchforks Dragon continuing to spread the galactic love to the Space Fams. Much appreciated, sir. I'm writing it down today. July 26th, 2025. Pitchforks Dragon gifted an incredible, unprecedented number of galactic memberships. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'm going to restart the music because of how long that just took. Give you a slightly longer break. Okay. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. Alrighty, everybody. I think you know what that sound means. It, of course, means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back in your seat, Space Fams. Otherwise, you're going to miss the beginning of the fourth half of this here Spacecast. Before we get to that, I just want to say that we, thanks to Pitchfork's Dragon and his incredible number of galactic gift memberships, are quickly making our way back to being on track to getting some more emotes for Space Fams who are YouTube members. Let's see. Yeah, we've definitely made progress. We were really falling behind. Now we are at least we are getting much closer to being on track. We're still not quite there, but like I said, there's been a real precipitous drop in memberships. Not enough people restarted memberships after receiving galactic memberships as gifts. You know, at one time, I'm looking at the numbers right now. Since there's been all of these gifted memberships today. But at one time, we were at, let's see, we were at 100 and the highest we ever got to was 183 memberships. We had gotten all the way down to 127 because so few, well, not enough people. Plenty of people did have continued to keep their memberships, but some people decided even the $3, the 10 cents a day was too much. Even though if everybody just could contribute a couple of dollars a month, subscribe to the channel and enjoyed the channel, we would have no more galactic financial problems. But now, I think, I'm trying to do the math, because this updates once a day, so this is wrong. So 120. We are now at 164? 163? Something like that. Which is about, if I'm not mistaken, it's like 20 below our max number ever. Give or take a few. Which means we're only 20 behind where we were earlier this year, which really puts us on track, hopefully, to soon starting to be looking at more emotes to add. I think we still have a few that are not on here that were options that are in the Discord. So yeah, and in fact, I may start working on some new emotes. And if you have emote ideas, I should create another channel for emote ideas from people. Because hopefully soon we'll be getting more and more emotes. I like having the community involved in which emotes get added. Feels good to have galactic democracy on things like this. Since it's something that you all really enjoy more than I do. I enjoy it. I like seeing the galactic emotes in the chat. It gives me great happiness. I am thrilled every time I see a galactic emote. Makes me feel accomplished for whatever reason. Like, hey, look, something I worked on. People enjoy, and they're using it. Oh my freaking God, Pitchforks. I'm in the middle of a spiel, and you are... wow. Gifting even more galactic... It has been raining... It has been raining... freaking galactic gift memberships all freaking day. I'm overwhelmed by the generosity at this point, Pitchforks. I really am. Gifting another 10 sweet, sweet galactic memberships to the community. This is wow.
That's too much, man. Come on. This is ridiculous.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I am, like I said, I'm overwhelmed. I don't even know what to say to you at this point. I can't even look you in the eyes. What's going on? Jesus Christ. All right, who got these ones? Ein Sof got it. Humble Lensman. Ponzi Coin. Jenny Loves Cats. Linda Adler. Atreyu Coyote 7. Atreyu Coyote 7? Exclamation mark. Groove Dragon. Del Sol Verde. Cat. Also getting one. Jesus Christ, pitchforks. You are out of control.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Terrible. There, I'm at a loss for words right now, sir. Loss for words. I think that means that we're like literally 10 gift memberships away from being on the road to 19. Because of course we've talked about this in the past. It's like it's cumulative, but it also not depreciates. It has like a afterlife, right? It like every time a membership gets not renewed at the end of it, YouTube takes that away. So if you get to a certain number, you have an opportunity to add another emote. The second that it falls below the number needed, you can't add the emote anymore. So that's why we have to keep track of this thing religiously once we start getting close to it. That's why I'm trying to keep my eye on it, because I want to be able to add more emotes, because we could lose the opportunity to do it. That is the way it works. So you have to be ready to go with emotes in the wings to add. Or Broomer, gifting over here. Sweet, sweet super sticker. This pair with a headband. Cool, dude. Very cool. It is cool. It is cool. I'm excited. I'm stoked. Oh my God, I gotta look. Like, I'm tempted to look right now at what emotes I have ready to add. I know I've got at least a couple that are not on here right now. We had on the vote list, but I also want to add more, just in case people wanted to vote on this thing before we add one. And now seems like the time to start working on that. Next couple of days, hopefully, I can do that. Also, I got distracted by all the generosity in chat with the gifted memberships and the super sticker from Orb Rumor and my talking about the emote path to the next emote to talk about the Patreon. Jesus Christ. Goddamn shell over here talking about all this money stuff. Columbia Rican, where did you say it? You said something earlier. I want to address. You mentioned that you do not see your Patreon avatar yet. I was disturbed by this because I haven't received an image from you yet. You got to remember to respond to me on Patreon for two reasons: to tell me what you want your patron shout out name to be, like how you want to appear on the shout out. I'm sure most people, especially people who have become patrons, know that I do a shout out at the end of every stream, and I have an animation that I've made for the patrons, but I don't put anybody up there. Some people don't know this detail. I don't put people up there willy-nilly. You have to tell me that you want to be recognized on Patreon. You have to tell me what name you want, because sometimes people's real names appear in Patreon rather than, say, their YouTube chat name. And a lot of people have said that they would prefer to have their YouTube chat names or something else to be recognized on the shout out. So I can't add you till you tell me what you want that to be. And if you have a specific picture that you already have, that you want me to put up, a GIF, whatever it might be, to the screen, to the one of the break screens, you got to send it to me. And Discord is the way to send it to me. And I try and check my Discord every single day, multiple times a day. So make sure to send me a full-size picture, or not. You don't. By the way, patrons, you don't have to have a picture. You can just have an idea. You can tell me that idea, and I can make it. There's multiple times where I've personally found the picture for people. They didn't have, it's extra work for you, and you're paying me to do this. So just saying. Okay, hopefully that's all clear. Patreon, 10 cents a day. Get in there. Get some sweet, sweet space benefits. Okay, I'm parched. I am parched and I need a drink. Ow. You sent me the avatar via Discord? Are you sure? Was it in DMs? Because I did not get a DM. Did you do it in the Patreon, the sub channel, the secret Patreon channel? God damn it. I'll check on this. I'll check on this later. But I'm sorry if I missed it. I don't have anything in DMs from you. Although Pitchforks did send me one, I haven't added it yet. Mostly because why is it just half of a? It's just a head. We're gonna have to talk about that avatar lately. I'm gonna try and I might add to that avatar just so you know. Okay. But yeah, I'll get to both of you. Any of the new patron requests, avatar related, and or otherwise, I'll get to that after the stream. Okay. Let's talk Zoran. You know who I'm talking about.
Zohran Mamdani.
That's right, Zohran Mamdani. Spell that. Okay, Zohran Mamdani. Let's see here. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer
I'm staying in the race.
were asked point blank who they were going to support as elected New York Democratic lawmakers in the New York City mayoral election. Would it be the guy who won the Democratic primary or the dude who lost? Look at this group. Oh shit, it's muted.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
God damn it.
Else from. And so when they're willing to work with us, we will work with them. But they got to work with us, not go around us. Yes.
What's the threshold that would cause you guys to walk away from this bipartisan process? Republicans have already passed a rescissions bill, and they're clear that they want to do more.
Well, the bottom line is that we are going to continue to pursue this process, but we're asking the not asking, we're demanding of the Republicans not to ruin it. Plain and simple. Last one.
These Republicans don't look. I know that has, I mean, not, oh shit. No, you did not. Oh my God.
Come on!
This is a fucking crime.
Illegal.
This is a goddamn
You
crime.
don't have a lot
And
of
please
choice there.
shut
But
your
another
mouth.
state that
For the love of God. I am so mad. Son of a bitch. I just clicked an end card. I hate you, Forbes. I hate you. I hate you. I was about to say something. I had an observation to make. But I'll do it again, because first off, the sound was off. The sound wasn't off, but it was low. And then this travesty just happened. This is a travesty of justice, is what this is. God fucking damn it. Yes, the clip volume's very quiet. No, I see that. But also, I just clicked the goddamn end card in the middle of the video because of Forbes breaking news. Putting them in a place that I'm going to click it very rudely.
How rude.
Now we got to try this clip again. These bastards. And the fact is, like, I didn't want to do this part twice because it wasn't even the point of us watching this video. Well, we wanted to watch this because of Zoran, but there's just happenstance that I just want to comment on the first thing that Chuck says. I found it fascinating. We will win.
Else from. And so when they're willing to work with us, we will work with them. But they got to work with us, not go around us. Yes.
What's the threshold that would cause you guys to walk away from this bipartisan process? Republicans have already passed a rescissions bill, and they're clear that they want to do more.
Well, the bottom line is that we are going to continue to pursue this process, but we're asking the not asking, we're demanding of the Republicans not to ruin it. Plain and simple.
I think it was telling that that he said at first he said asking. I mean, not asking. Not ask. We're not asking. We're telling them. We are demanding. We are demanding the The Baileys told me that they've finally had it. They have had it. They told me, hey, you demand those Republicans work with you. You demand bipartisanship from the Republicans. Not just asking. Asking, that's too weak. I wouldn't just ask. We are going to win. We will win.
Last one.
Considering neither of you have endorsed Mamdani, are you considering backing Andrew Cuomo instead, or is there another candidate who might actually?
I'll just say I had a good talk with Mamdani last week, and I look forward to meeting with him in New York.
I had a good talk.
Same.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
We had a good talk. No, we're not going to endorse anybody. Even though that's very weird. The Baileys don't like when I endorse socialists and Islamic jihadists. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ. Weak, terrible Democrats.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Asking Republicans for bipartisanship and incapable of giving support to the man who just won a Democratic primary in the biggest city in the state. In fact, really, I mean, like it is it is just unbelievable. Zoran won Hakeem's district, and he's like, we had a good talk. It was a good talk. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Past comments from Mamdani resurfaced in which he implies that you were Islamophobic towards him, and he compared your words to those of segregationist George Wallace.
How rude.
Goddamn. Zoran tweeting at Hakeem Jeffries.
Towards him, and he compared your words to those of segregationist George Wallace.
Illegal.
What is your response to these comments, and will they be a topic of discussion when you guys meet at the end of this month?
We responded.
Oh, did you?
In the article that you're making reference to.
Wow.
And that response speaks for itself.
Thank you, Mr.
Look, I could respond now, but I already responded in a written article. Of course, everyone reads, so that's totally normal. I could respond right now to the question you're asking me, but I already responded to somebody else asking that question at a different time. And why would I repeat those words when you could just go read them instead? Signed, with love, Hakeem Jeffries.
Come on!
Pathetic. Pathetic. Now let's go to the streets at what was apparently an Italian-American protest against Zoran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
I ain't having it. I'm walking over here. I can't have socialism and walk at the same time. What are you talking about? What is he talking about? Not the communists.
Hey, no more. That's what we think.
I was also told.
And we need to get more.
I've been told that we're not allowed to do. I thought that embracing other countries that we are from, like waving Irish or say Italian flags, I was told, or Mexican flags recently by a bunch of people, that that's anti-American.
Say, hey, no more. That's what we think. We had enough. And we've
had enough.
Up in arms to protest these guys. They don't speak for
These guys over
here. They speak for a small group, and half of those guys are paid. I'm Irish. They can give me a potato.
I'm Irish. They don't give me a fucking potato. Why can't I get a fucking potato over here? These people, they're getting paid. All the paid protesters over here, and I can't even get a goddamn potato.
This is ridiculous.
They're gonna take this country down, and we ain't gonna let it. MAGA, baby.
There's like 12
MAGA!
people.
Love it or leave it.
There's more counter protesters than there are protesters. I love this.
5 years ago, Zohran Mamdani took a photo of this statue right behind me, Christopher Columbus, flipping it off and stoking fear in the hearts of Italian Americans all throughout the 5 boroughs.
Oh, God.
Join me as we talk with the Italian American heart.
Yes, Italian Americans were. Look at this. Look at this person. This anti-American person with an Israeli flag. Yes, we must find out. We must know. Tell us.
Protesting against Zohran
Look at the 12
Mamdani's
people
anti-Italian sentiment here in Astoria, Queens.
Look at all these repressed people. There's at least 16 people over here. This is wow. Everybody's being repressed.
Against Zohran Mamdani.
Italian flags, that's illegal.
Illegal.
It's illegal. Go back to your country. Get deported.
All throughout the 5. The Italian sentiment here in Astoria, Queens.
I know that there's a hair on the lens. I'm sorry. It just, it feels horrible.
That is disgusting. A hair on the lens, sir? That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
People, but to New York City. And I am a proud Zionist. Israel is doing everything it can to protect its citizens who were slaughtered by Hamas, supported by Zohran Mamdani.
Tell me why you hate Mamdani. Any piece of shit want to tell me why they hate Mamdani?
Zohran the moron! Zohran the moron! Fuck around and find out!
Sir, can I ask you why you're here today?
Zohran
We're here fighting
Mamdani.
for our city and our country against Zohran Mamdani, an anti-Semite.
He's the anti-Semite.
Globalize the
Nasty
anti-Semite.
anti-Semite.
He supports BDS. He's in the streets of New York saying free Palestine.
Oh, how dare he be in the streets of New York saying free Palestine? That is illegal.
Illegal.
That is illegal. How dare they? Wow. So 16 or 17 angry people of various origins in New York City. Very upset about communist anti-Semite Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Very nasty. It's that guy that bit somebody? Wait, who? Wait, what? Where? Did I miss it? Was I not paying attention? That's the protest biter. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
That is wild. I didn't even notice. I was thinking. I didn't even put them together. Jesus Christ. That's right. He's from Staten. Bing bong. Bing bong. Okay. Be outside. Let's go to something that people were doing indoors. Inside. Zohran Mamdani. Once again, hanging out with the people. I hope I don't get copyright struck for this.
Brother Zohran, what's going on, man? This is Jabal Bowman. Tonight I have an extra ticket to the Wu-Tang Clan concert in Madison Square Garden. What? Come through, clear your schedule, and join me at the Garden.
Yeah! What you talking about?
Come on! Help! I'm being repressed!
See you guys. Good to see you, man. How you doing? Thank you for making this happen. Of course, man. Absolutely. They hit me up. I was like, yo, can I bring my man? And like, absolutely. You already know how I feel about hip-hop and its potential to build enormous political power. No one has the pulse of our communities in the way hip-hop always has.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Got my support.
Thank you.
God, what I'm hoping for you.
Thank you. You are part of that continuum too, my brother, as you're bringing new energy and ideas and authenticity and humanity into the political system. It's great to meet you. I've been a big fan for a long time.
I'd love for us to get a conversation.
I'd love to. Oh, thank you.
We're rooting for you, man.
Thank you.
It means a lot to us. It means a lot to the city. I was born and raised here. All my
Zohran. Look at Zohran. rubbing elbows, shaking hands with a bunch of huge people. Killer Mike, LP from Run the Jewels. I mean, Jamal Bowman taking him to the Wu-Tang Clan concert. I mean, this is huge. This got to be huge, especially for Zoran. Zoran used to be an aspiring rapper at one point. My God, I wish I got to do this.
It means a lot to us.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Were you shocked in the world?
Hey, it's a real pleasure to meet you. Truly.
Jada kisses there.
You in the right hand. Better than all states.
Oh man, good
How's
to
it
meet
going?
you.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming.
It's a real pleasure.
Wow.
It's a real pleasure.
At a Wu-Tang show, like I got friends, they lived in Brownsville in the 60s.
Yeah.
But they was able to move out to Long Island.
Yeah.
Right? And now life is good. Then you got the people in my generation, like my aunts and them, we got in Brownsville, we got stuck.
Yeah.
So we probably like, let us out.
Yeah.
But how do you balance that?
I mean, I think a big part of it is to make Brownsville a place that you don't have to leave to have that same life. You know, there are too many people for whom stability, space, raising a family, you can only do it outside of New York City. The whole campaign that we ran on is about how do we make the most expensive city in the United States of America affordable.
Okay, I mean, I like that. That's a pretty good answer. He said you could make Brownsville a place where you want to live versus a place like leave the fuck out here. Excuse my language.
Exactly.
And they can afford it.
Yeah.
And they get the quality of life.
Yeah.
All right, so it's a mission.
It's Wu-Tang Financial.
He's won over the RZA.
Like you and the movement you are building, hip-hop will continue to change the world. So listen, brother, let's make this happen. Call me back. Peace and love.
All right, now we're done with the pictures. I want to talk some politics.
No cameras.
Well, there we go. All right, Zoran Mamdani. Hanging out, VIP status at the Wu-Tang concert, bringing the ruckus. Talking politics with Killer Mike. Apparently winning over the vote of the RZA. I mean, come on, that is a dream come true right there. All right. While we're talking New York, I figured we would talk New York transportation, specifically safety in the New York subway. Let's go to the majority report.
Can we do some North Dakota news?
Oh, sure.
This is not on the sound sheet, but we can kind of
Live
see
breaking news from the North Dakota State Fair.
This is sort of a
Now
test,
to our correspondent,
a test run
Matt Leck.
in libertarian air traffic control. So this is.
Wait, hold on. I forgot that they do two different transportation related stories. They first talk about the North Dakota plane near disaster off of that runway near that air show that happened. We talked about this, I think over the weekend. Or was it the weekend? I think it was. Hard to remember now. But the point is we already covered it. We need to cover it twice.
Lying about this stuff. I don't know if where he gets these.
Nadler going back with them.
Secretary Duffy, as recently as last week, you again attacked the MTA, claiming there's a surge in subway assaults and accusing the agency of withholding information. But many of your statements misrepresent the facts and ignore documentation already provided to your department. I want to address some of those claims directly. First, are you aware that major crime in the transit system, including assaults, is down 3% since last year and down 8% since 2019?
Well, I would say
that's a yes or no question.
Well, no, that's wrong.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be
The
prudent
assaults
at
that we've
this
seen are
juncture.
up 60% with MTA in the system since 2019.
Why do you continue to ignore this and lie about this in your public?
The ones we looked at were up 60%. I love that. Because it sort of implies that they just made up their own numbers. They're like, all right, we're just going to look at these. We're going to look at these 3 subway stations. We're going to ignore every other one. And then we're going to say, look, these three are up 60%, and that is representative of the whole system. We're not taking questions. Thank you. Don't ask us how we did that math.
It's science. And with MTA in the system since 2019.
Why do you continue to ignore this and lie about this in your public comments?
Well, my question, why do you continue to lie about people being lit on fire in subways or pushed in front of trains? You should be fighting to make sure your subways are safe.
Why do I lie? No, why do you lie? Don't talk about my lies. What about your lies? Okay, weird.
Don't be creepy.
To ignore this and lie about this in your public comments.
Well, my question, why do you continue to lie about people being lit on fire in subways or pushed in front of trains? You should be fighting to make sure your subways are safe.
Our subways
you
are
want
not
people
safe.
to ride subways. Let's make subways safe.
Reclaiming my time. Our subways are safe, and I gave you the statistics.
They're wrong.
Second of all, you claimed earlier this year that there was no study.
They're just wrong. This guy is just ignoring. They're just loving. This is not a fact-based administration, okay? Not even close. They're just living in some alternate reality where crime isn't down. And crime is basically at an all-time low. Not just in the subways, but in New York City, broadly speaking, for almost every metric. But they are just living in an alternate reality fueled by Fox News clips and other things like that. They just believe that New York is just a lawless place. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Fact is very few crimes are happening, especially when we consider how many people ride. Millions of people ride the subway, like literally, like I don't know I can't remember the exact number, but like there's so many riders every single day, and there's been I think the entire year of 2024 there was like seven murders. Out of millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people that have gone through it. The percentage basis is so low. It's insane.
Traffic impacts before the implementation of the congestion relief program. Are you aware that in 2023, your office received a nearly 4,000-page environmental assessment that thoroughly analyzed traffic patterns, transit operations, and environmental impacts in detail?
Are you aware that your governor did not want to move forward?
I asked if your question. Are you aware that you got?
Pricing,
are you aware that
want the electorate to know that?
Answer my question. Are you aware that you got that 4,000-page environmental assessment?
That went to the last.
Yes or no?
To the last administration, they got it.
You got it. If so, why do you continue to deny its existence?
I haven't denied any existence.
Okay. Secretary Duffy, as you know, your attempt to revoke the
You're mischaracterizing what my complaint has been. That our roads are not for the elitists, the ones who have money or someone pays for their vehicle to drive into a cordoned area. I believe everyone has a right to use our roads. Can't afford
it's a little bit of field of but the it's just fascinating because there were 10 murders total on the subway in 2024.
10? Okay,
I think in the first quarter of 2025 there were 0, but I've also seen that there have been 2 total this year. So when we're talking about transportation related death and and what the Secretary of Transportation should be focused on here, by the numbers, we all know what the reality is. By the numbers of aviation deaths this year, with that one crash at Reagan National Airport alone, which was also caused by there being too much air traffic as a result of military planes flying, which seems to be the same thing in North Dakota.
I should also add congestion pricing, literally only, 4 months after it was implemented, is incredibly popular now.
Yes.
Across the board. It has reduced traffic for people who need to drive into the city for work, saving them time.
Yeah. And it's also contributed to faster response times from emergency vehicles, whether it's fire or ambulance services, things like that. Less cars on the road, those vehicles can get to the places they need to get to quicker. But Sean Duffy does not want, the Republicans just don't want reality.
I don't want reality.
Just don't want reality. Because it's inconvenient to their fucking narratives. About the sort of crime-ridden liberal cities. Nasty, nasty crime-filled New York. the immigrants and the communists. They're committing all the crimes.
Illegal.
Fine. Yeah, it's okay. These two charts are good. Okay, here it is. The national decline in murder stands out due to the extraordinary drop in many cities. New Orleans recorded fewer murders through June 2025 than any year since 1970, even in spite of the January 1st terrorist attack. New York City has only recorded fewer murders once through June since 1960. Philly, fewest since 1969, LA since 1966, Baltimore since 1965, Detroit since 1964, San Francisco, fewest ever recorded, and they started tracking this back in 1960. And it also, there's another table when we scroll down, Matt, that backs up the point that you've made regularly. This isn't the one, but we can scroll back up to it. The one about the cities, it's at the bottom. The difference
And it's very
here it
easy
is,
to see the trend
in big
though.
cities.
Look at, like,
you can
all
see
these-
that
on the fast scrolling past all these graphs, you can clearly see the trend. Crime is down, and it's down. I mean, certainly in my lifetime, it's the lowest it's ever been, and at least on Earth, my earthly lifetime. And so it's just it is false. It's just a fake narrative. It's being spewed out by Republicans to push out this ridiculous this ridiculous worldview from them. So, I mean, honestly, it's all as a premise, honestly, to come after New York, to suggest that, oh, Democrats can't run the city, so maybe the federal government should take it over. I mean, Donald Trump already suggested this, that maybe if Zoran gets elected, the Donald Trump should run the city himself.
Illegal.
yeah, it looks like there's been an increase maybe in LA and Washington, but overall, the big cities that the Republicans try to demonize, the percentage change in crime from last year has been precipitous.
29. It's Kansas City right below it.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. So it's not even. There we go. Right.
Yeah, Missouri. Yeah.
It's Milwaukee, Kansas City.
Milwaukee and Kansas
Texas
City.
here, Fort Worth. Yeah.
Yeah. So
now go scroll up on that tweet though, because we have been talking about this for some time, and go back one more on that tweet, because somebody reminded after Emma posted it up there that Tim Pool still put out. Now it was fascinating because I remember I didn't realize that he had put out put that back up. I didn't realize he had put out a video of the crime stuff.
All right, so I'm gonna skip this because I technically have a clip of this on the channel. So if you missed that, you can just go on the channel. Because I think on the same day that this released, I did like 2-3 clips or something like that of the Sam Cedar appearance on Timcast with Tim Pool. All right, let's move on from talking about Democrats and New York City, and talking about a few different people. 3 stars died this week. Pretty insane, really think about it. 4 big names honestly died this week, including, if you include Epstein's former lawyer, Roy, I almost called him Roy Cohn. What was that guy's name? Ray Cook or something? Can't remember that guy's name. Roy Black died. See, certainly not a celebrity, but Malcolm Jamal Warner died, I think it was Monday or over the weekend. So we'll start there. Usually we don't cover this kind of stuff, but sort of wild week.
Today, there are heartbreaking new details in the accidental drowning death of Malcolm Jamal Warner.
In the morning, Mr. Warner
had surf lessons with his family.
I spoke with one of the lifeguards in Costa Rica. He reveals Malcolm's 8-year-old daughter was also rescued from the water.
There was a gentleman, I believe, from Nicaragua that was there with a practice surfboard and was able to get the daughter out. He put her on the surfboard and was able to kind of push her close enough to shore. She was okay. They found Mr. Warner pretty quickly. They could see a shadow on the bottom of the seafloor, pulled him up and put him on top of the surfboard and gave the 5 respirations. That was not successful. There were 2 other doctors that were there. They worked on Mr. Warner for at least 30 minutes, and then he was unfortunately pronounced dead.
And the other man who was in critical condition, how is he doing?
My understanding is that he's recovered and he's fine.
How does something like this happen so quickly?
Once you go under, it can happen within seconds. And as soon as you ingest water or you panic, that's when you sink.
That day, the remote public beach had only a few dozen surfers, so volunteer lifeguards patrolled other locations.
Would it have been a different outcome if there had been a lifeguard on duty that day?
100%. Having the personnel is what's critical. This would have been avoided.
If you could send a message to his wife right now, what would you say to her?
I'm extremely sorry for her loss, our loss. I wish.
Incredibly sad. He's too young to go. Too young. I think he was like 47 years old or something. Still had a life to live. Beautiful family. But you gotta be careful out there in the water, people. There's your galactic PSA. Be careful. Know what to look for when it comes to rip currents. Look for weird things happening with the water. You can actually see a rip current above water to some degree. Just have to know what to look for. Look it up. I'm not gonna do it right now. You look it up. It exists. Okay. Pitchforks Dragon with a sweet super chat. Look, I'm not someone who would subtly imply taking up pitchforks, but thank you, Pitchforks, for another sweet super chat. My God, your generosity knows no bounds tonight on this Saturday stream. Truly incredible. Is he 55? Wow. Take it back. Not under 50. Still, though, had a lot of life to live. Now, 2 other people died this week who were perhaps on the older side. Ozzy Osbourne and then Hulk Hogan. Let's talk Ozzy first.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news that just came into our newsroom that we have to bring to you. It's official there. British rock star Ozzy Osbourne has died at the age of 76. I want to put up this post that we have from the New York Post that they made on their X account saying Black Sabbath legend Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness, dead at the age of 76. So these reports just started coming into our newsroom. I want to put up some video here as well for you, but we do ultimately know that the British rock star has died and he was, quote, surrounded by love. This is all according to his family. The cause of death at this time is unclear, but the Osbourne family did release a statement to the British media saying that it is with more sadness than mere words can convey that we have to report that our beloved Ozzy Osbourne has passed away this morning. Ozzy's family continues to say that he was with his family and surrounded by love. We ask everyone to respect our family privacy at this time. So, of course, we know that Ozzy is most famous for heading up the group Black Sabbath that was founding iconic rock back in Birmingham, England, back in 1968. The band received numerous accolades over the years, including 2 Grammy Awards and a 2006 induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Among some of their most famous songs are War Pigs, Iron Man, Paranoid, Children of the Grave, and Sweet Leaf. So Black Sabbath, though, did announce earlier this month that the original band members would be touring again this year. And it's
That is rough. That is rough. Not just for the family, but I'm sure a lot of these guys were looking forward to doing that tour. I'm sure a lot of fans were looking forward to going to these shows. And now all that probably isn't going to happen. I assume they don't have some sort of the backup plan for Ozzy Osbourne suddenly dying. Now, Ozzy lived quite a active, I guess you could call it, life for nearly 80 years. Rocked out for most of those years, it would seem. R.I.P. R.I.P. to both Ozzy and Malcolm Jamal Warner. Next guy. You can rest. I don't know about the P. I don't really care so much about how he rests. Hulk Hogan. Suddenly dying on Thursday. No causes, honestly, given for Ozzy Osbourne or for the Hulk death, from what I can tell. Families have not made that public.
The man who, more than any other, epitomized professional wrestling as entertainment died on Thursday at the age of 71. Hulk Hogan's death was announced by World Wrestling Entertainment. In a statement, WWE called him one of pop culture's most recognizable figures. Born Terry Jean Bollea, the bleach-blonde, mahogany-tanned behemoth became the face of professional wrestling in the 1980s. His performative persona helped transform the mock combat from a seedy spectacle into family-friendly entertainment.
Was it cardiac arrest? Was that released now, Soul Life? All right, thank you. I haven't been watching this one with a lot of ferocity.
Worth billions of dollars. Hogan later was snared in a series of scandals exposing his own behavior. He sued Gawker in 2013 after the gossip news site posted parts of a sex tape between Hogan and a friend's wife. A Florida jury awarded him $140 million in damages, a verdict that forced Gawker into bankruptcy. In 2015, Hogan was suspended by the WWE after another surreptitious recording revealed that Hogan had used a racial slur. He was reinstated in 2018.
Well, there we go. A wrestling icon gone forever, according to Soul Life, due to cardiac arrest. Sounds right. That sounds about right. Seemed a little wound up, if you ask me. I get the sense that he did a lot of steroids. Honestly, I was never a big fan. I never really was a big fan of wrestling, actually. And there we go. 3 stars of both stage and screen. And whatever you want to call it. No longer. All right. Where am I? Let's get back to talking politics. See what Al Green from Texas had to say about Texas's. Of course, we've been talking about Texas's push upon Donald Trump's insistence that they gerrymander the shit out of the state of Texas so Democrats can't win any seats, even in places where they should, in fact, be winning. Representative Al Green had a bunch of stuff to say about that.
Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, a liberated Democrat
unbought, unbossed, unafraid, censured but not silenced. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to address the topic of racism infused in Texas politics. Racism infused into Texas politics. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand a letter from the Justice Department. It is a letter that has as its reference unconstitutional race-based congressional districts. Illegal. And then it cites the districts. Texas District 9, occupied by a person of color. Texas 18 was occupied by a person of color who is deceased, to be filled soon. 29, occupied by a person of color. 33, occupied by a person of color. Now, this letter goes on to infuse race into the conversation. Read the last line, last sentence in the last paragraph. It reads, if the state of Texas fails to rectify the racial gerrymandering of Texas 9, Texas 18, Texas 29, and Texas 33, the Attorney General reserves the right to seek legal action against the state, including without limitation under the 14th Amendment. So race has been infused into this letter. It is sent to the Honorable Greg Abbott, that's the governor of the state of Texas, and the Honorable Ken Paxton. Dear friends, at the end of the day, if they can fulfill what they proclaim in this letter, there will be more white representation in Congress from Texas and less black and Latino representation.
This is ridiculous.
This is nothing more than an attempt to silence many of the voices that are emanating from communities of color in the state of Texas. It is racist. Now, there in this country seems to be a problem with people saying racist. It's okay to say anti-Semitism, but don't say racism. Racism has not received the same amount of acclaim when it comes to dealing with racist issues that anti-Semitism has received when it comes to dealing with things that are anti-Semitic. Well, I'm not afraid. I'm going to speak truth to power and about power. And here is the truth. Under this president, Republicanism is eroding and devolving into racism. Under this president, who has declined to allow persons from countries of color to come into the country when he has opened the door to Anglos from South Africa. This president has found a way to circumvent what would ordinarily be a society that appreciates and respects people of all colors. And he's turning society against people of color. This letter, if they succeed with this, will be the equivalent of having a mid-decade redistricting without the empirical evidence necessary to do it with a sense of justice. They will do this, and in so doing, it's comparable to having the halftime at a basketball game, and one team decides, because they have the power to do so, to remove 2 players from the other team and let that team proceed with 3 players, and they'll now proceed with 5. Oh, no. Wait, you have to have 10 players on the floor. So what they'll do is they'll just take those 2 players and they'll add them to their team. So they'll play with 7 and the other team will play with 3. They are diminishing the amount of representation that people of color will have in the state of Texas. Republicanism is being equated to racism too often in this country. And that is not the case. Republicanism has always been about conservative policies, but now they're about racist policy. This president is injecting racism into presidential policy. It is unconstitutional. I'm going to fight it, but more than that, I'm going to tell the truth about it. And if I happen to be one of those who is extricated, who is removed, evicted, if I happen to be one of those, I will be bloodied but not unbowed.
There we go. Al Green. Determined to fight to the brutal, bitter end. to stop this racist policy from being enacted in Texas, which would strip many people of color's elected office from them and their constituents a equal representation, basically. Truly fucked up. Thankfully, people like Al Green are going to continue fighting. Whether or not that will be enough to stop racist Republicans in Texas from doing this is another situation. But we're going to continue to try and keep our eye on that. We're not done talking about this either. Let's go here to CBS Evening News from 2 days ago, where more Texas Democrats were sounding the alarm over this redistricting the GOP is attempting to do in Texas.
Republicans can only afford to lose 3 seats in the House in next year's election, or they will lose control of the body. The president's party traditionally loses more than 20. To improve the odds, President Trump has been pressuring Texas Republicans to redraw congressional district maps to help the party win more seats in the midterm elections. Jason Allen is at the Texas Capitol, where lawmakers are meeting in a special session to debate the issue.
Texas Democrats rallied in front of the state capitol Thursday, nervous about what they see as a power grab.
Thick-ass thieves. They work on this right now in broad daylight before our eyes.
Former Congressman Beto O'Rourke was among the Democratic leaders urging voters to fight what they see as a state trying to influence the outcome of next year's midterm elections by redrawing congressional districts. It's usually done every 10 years after a U.S. census. The next one is not until 2030. Democrat State Representative Gina Hinojosa.
This is the beginning of that, rigging the elections before they happen so that there is a predetermined outcome and Republicans maintain control of Congress, which is right now in play.
President Trump is looking to pick up seats in multiple states to give Republicans an advantage. In Texas, lawmakers are
This is totally fucked.
looking around the edges of major cities.
This is totally fucked. How can they gerrymander this any more than they have? It is out of control. They are just going to do this. I mean, it is insane what they're planning to do. Okay. Now let's talk education a little bit and move from Texas to Florida. See what Ron DeSantis had to say about education funding in the state and what the education funding freeze would mean for educational institutions in Florida.
I just know how this stuff works, right? So,
Oh, you do? Okay, great.
School districts across the country are suing the president's administration about a $6 billion funding freeze on educational programs. How does that affect
which
Florida?
programs are they talking about?
Yeah, I'm like,
So here's the thing. I think what the administration is doing is they are not going to give funding to school districts that are going to pursue harmful policies and objectives. And so that's something that in Florida, you're required to honor parents' rights. You're required to have the core subjects and live up to our standards.
I love this. So Ron DeSantis is like, look, it's not going to affect Florida because we're already enacting the Trump policies here. There's no way he's going to go after our funding because we have already preemptively been doing everything that they've been trying to do in the federal administration in our little state here. Don't worry. We've been cracking down on people teaching, I don't know, things like history and science and allowing parents to run roughshod over the curriculum of the entire student body just so that they aren't made uncomfortable by discussions of things like that. History and science is always making some of our parents very uncomfortable, which is why we are acquiescing to them rather than just teaching children facts.
So I think that's probably what it's going to be. So I don't think there's going to be any issues in Florida for not following the rules of the road. I mean, yeah, we have some school districts that try to go off the reservation because some of the laws that the state has passed they may disagree with. But
there might be some school board. There might be some funds cut. That's confusing. Ron just got done telling us that Florida wasn't going to be in trouble. Then you have some rogue school districts in Florida still teaching history or still teaching science rather than the Bible. Those might be a problem, Ron. Oh, no. All right, now let's go from talking public education to college. As this week, Columbia pathetically settled to the tune of $200 million fucking dollars with the Trump administration in a very clearly pathetic, weak, and awful move.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Let's go here to CBS Evening News to start off our conversation about this disastrous decision from Columbia.
Columbia University says it has reached a settlement with the Trump administration after months of negotiations over millions in frozen federal grants. The Ivy League school says the agreement includes paying more than $220 million in penalties and revising student demonstration policies. CBS's Nikki Batiste has been looking at all the details and joins me now. Nikki, tell me about what did they actually agree to, Columbia?
So Columbia agreed to pay $200 million to the federal government and then separately a $21 million fine to the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, totaling that $221 million. Both sides agreed to an independent monitor to make sure this agreement is followed by both sides. And I think it's important to note that, and this is laid out in the agreement, Columbia said the school did not admit to any wrongdoing. And just today, Acting President Claire Shipman said in a statement, Columbia's governance remains in our control. The federal government will not dictate what we teach, who teaches, or which student.
You know what I love about this particular thing back here, is that this basically suggests that the federal government's allowed to intimidate educational institutions for teaching things that it does not deem suitable, or for allowing certain conduct on its campuses, something which, of course, these private institutions have every right to do. But on top of that, that somehow you can settle an investigation for money. You can just pay $21 million and end an investigation.
Illegal.
Nothing about this sounds corrupt at all. I'm not saying that they should have been investigated for anti-Semitism. I'm just saying that the premise that it creates is fucking insane. Let alone the no DEI or affirmative action fucking nonsense.
Government will not dictate what we teach, who teaches, or which students we admit. And, you know, a lot of people have asked me today, well, when is this federal funding unfrozen? Immediately. And Columbia will make its first of 3 installments of that $200 million in 5 days, the first payment.
This is a different route than Harvard is taking. Remind us of what's happening on the Harvard front.
Spent quite a bit of time in Harvard covering the story. Harvard and the Trump administration were just back in court.
Okay, yeah, that's disturbing. Now, I found even perhaps more disturbing was the CNN interview that was done with the current president of Columbia University earlier this week. This is from Thursday. Here we go.
Columbia University is now the first school to reach a negotiated settlement with the Trump administration over claims of anti-Semitism. As part of this agreement, the university will pay more than $220 million over 3 years to settle these claims of anti-Semitism on campus. And in exchange, the Trump administration will unlock the hundreds of millions of dollars, and I will add, unrelated scientific research funding that they froze to force Columbia to try to bend to its demands. And also as part of the deal, Columbia is not required to admit wrongdoing. The school saying this, that the institution's leaders have recognized repeatedly that Jewish students and faculty have experienced painful, unacceptable incidents and that reform was and is needed. President Trump celebrated the deal overnight, posting this in part. I also want to thank and commend Columbia University for agreeing to do what is right. I look forward to watching them have a great future in our country, maybe greater than ever before. Joining us here in studio for
Hey, look, they're actually great. Okay, I know I've been saying nasty things about Columbia, but wow, they came up with $200 million. I couldn't be more excited for them now. Now that they paid that $200 million, they have a bright future, that Columbia University.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
first TV interview since announcing the settlement is the acting president of Columbia University, Claire Shipman. Thank you so much for being here.
Of course, Kate.
I really
Good
appreciate
morning.
it. This is a very big moment for the school and for higher education and its relationship with the federal government.
Absolutely.
Columbia University took a bribe? No, they just paid a bribe. They just paid a bribe to release funds for themselves. Literally. A government bribe to release government funds that were issued. I mean, this is insane. This is insane in authoritarianism that we are currently living under. This is a dictatorship. A government, you have to pay a government bribe to get your congressionally approved government funds. It's incredible. It is unprecedented in U.S. history.
What was it? That it was negotiated for quite some time. What was it that got this over the finish line?
So many things. Look, I think in the biggest possible of pictures, this resolution is really going to allow us to turn a page on a period of deep instability for our institution. I think, as you mentioned, it took us months of a lot of conversations, deep deliberation, and almost word by word negotiation.
We were meditating on every single word of the agreement, and then we caved. We caved is what happened. We caved to the Trump administration. We were pathetic. This woman, I am so pissed off at her. First off, like, I mean, she has continued this ridiculous sort of anti-pro-Palestinian shit on campus. But then on top of that, like, the fact that she allowed this, that she facilitated this, the Columbia University, a place with a massive, I don't know how many big dollar lawyers went through Columbia Law School, but it's got a huge number. Like, Columbia Law School could easily put up a fight on this thing, and instead of that, they capitulated to the Trump administration and their fascist fucking demands of paying a bribe to receive funds and of changing private educational institutional policies because of the desires of the president. And it's fucking insane. They should be ashamed of themselves.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
And our view was always we were willing to talk as long as the talks were productive. It took longer in many cases than we had anticipated, but we were willing to keep moving because the stakes were so high. And I think there are a couple of really important things about this agreement from our point of view. One, it doesn't cross the red lines that we laid out. It protects our...
Oh, it doesn't cross your red lines. Oh, thank God. Oh, boy. All right, we're not going to listen to this whole thing. This was one of the most annoying interviews I've ever listened to. Where she justified it by saying, look, it's going to decimate our research capabilities, even though Columbia has a massive endowment that could have funded it for some period of time. They capitulated rather than fighting this in court, which they could have easily done. It was just easier for them not to fight it. Easier to just shell out $200 million fucking dollars and capitulate to the Trump administration than to put up a fight and actually, put up any resistance to an illegal order from a president. It's disgusting. Of all people, they have an incredible trove from which to draw upon to fight this thing, and they just didn't. They were just like, fuck it. Nah, we could, but it's much easier just to
just to give in. If we can just prostrate ourselves in the right angle to the president, he will save us. All right. Now let's quickly talk about the big, beautiful bill and the people who are definitely going to be affected by it.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute. Republicans rammed through Trump's big budget betrayal with the largest cut to health care in American history. It will cut Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion. In Michigan, in my state alone, over 450,000 people are now at risk of losing their health care coverage, including children, seniors, and people with disabilities in our district. These cuts will also impact EMS and ambulance services across our nation. This budget is going to shrink the funds available to these departments and make it impossible for them to keep operating. The impact will also be felt in rural areas, where hospitals and community health centers will close because they rely heavily on Medicaid reimbursements. We all know we have sick care in our country, and Medicaid is that only Band-Aid right now to keep it all together. The bill is a death sentence, and over 50,000 people will die as a result of it. You'll see, Republicans gave away trillions of dollars to the richest people on the planet and are letting our children and seniors die from the lack of health care coverage. They should be ashamed.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Yes, that's right. Republicans are actively killing Americans to the tens of thousands a year with these cuts, either to Medicaid or to SNAP. And
new data released today shows a staggering surge.
It's just going to get worse. There's going to be downstream effects of all this. If you don't die, well, maybe you won't get that surgery in time and you'll have some debilitating disability for the rest of your life. Maybe you won't get that news soon enough that you have, early stage cancer, and instead you'll wind up, stage 3, stage 4 cancer and have to spend probably hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical costs and very much more unenjoyable treatment options. Now, let's talk about people who genuinely need that Medicaid coverage, whose lives are going to be made much more difficult by the administrative burden that's being created by the big, beautiful bill on Medicaid recipients. Caregiving Americans, people who have to take care of their parents, loved ones with significant health needs. By the way, if you don't know this, if you can qualify as a caregiver, you can receive Medicaid without having to qualify necessarily in a traditional sense. It counts basically like as a job, right? For what do you call it? People they do like the income qualification stuff that's been added into this bill. All right, here. Let's just go here.
New data released today shows a staggering surge in the number of Americans turned caregivers for sick or elderly family members. A new AARP report says nearly 1 out of 4 American adults has taken on that responsibility. For tonight's interview, we are joined by AARP CEO, Dr. Maisha Jordan. Dr. Jordan, thanks for being with us.
25% of American adults are taking care of at least one parent. That is a staggering number to think about. It is staggering. And now those people's lives are going to be made much more difficult. They're going to have to jump through hoops to make sure that they can qualify for things like Medicaid. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
A 50% increase in home caregivers. What accounts for that jump?
Sure. So, I mean, what we have is we've reached a crisis point in our country for our nation's 63 million caregivers. What we have is a confluence of a number of things, one of which is that we are aging as a population within the U.S. We have a number of individuals who actually are identifying themselves as caregiving as we are talking about this issue more. Additionally, we're finding that the issue of complexity is becoming more and more of a concern. The number of years that we're living longer, but we're not living healthier. And so we have more medically complex people who are requiring care for their loved ones that's contributing to this crisis that we're experiencing today.
Right. So not just more, but more difficult. Give us a sense, help people understand what life is like as a caregiver or a typical instance, although, of course, obviously nothing is typical.
Exactly. Everyone's situation is very different, but ranging from individuals that I've met, some of our members themselves who called us and who I've had the opportunity to interview. I think of a woman named Anna Tris, who I met with in Florida. She has a mother who has dementia and who she loves dearly and wants to care for, but is facing issues in terms of the rising cost of financial burden that caregivers face, up to over $7,000 a year for many caregivers, to the fact that she has to now coordinate her mother's care. She has to use her own retirement savings to take care of her mother. So we're experiencing that in many different ways. And obviously those who are lower income, who live in more rural areas, have less access to care, less access to services. But one of the reasons that we are partnering with the United Way is to be able to do just that, provide access to care and services through our 211 service that we've rolled out in 25 states around the country.
And Dr. Jordan, a number of those people for parents are parents themselves, so they've got kids on the other end of the age spectrum.
That's right. We have what we call the sandwich generation, individuals who are caring for young children as well as older parents. And in terms of our survey, we identified over 18 million individuals who fall into that category who are dealing with just that. We also know that at every point in life, we will either become a caregiver or need caregiving. And most support loved ones without pay, often taking time from work or from their other family needs. So
Yep. And it's a drain on the economy, too, because people wind up quitting jobs, changing their, what do you call it? Like their decision-making process to accommodate taking care of their parents. And those people are going to be given an extra burden when it comes to healthcare now, thanks to the Republican bill. And while Republicans haven't been able to find the money to ensure that all Americans can get health care, they have found the money to increase the military budget by 15%, shooting it to well over $1 trillion. Here's Caroline Levitt, excitedly discussing this fact.
Don't be creepy. We have also seen the president unquestionably deliver on his promise to secure our southern border. He has ended Biden's illegal alien invasion, and for 2 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were released into our country. The president has also, as you all know, initiated the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. The president has also restored law and order to make America safe again, another campaign promise he vowed to the American public. The United States of America is currently on track for its lowest murder rate on record, following this shift from the last administration to the Trump administration. The president has also ended Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy. U.S. oil and natural gas production are now surging, and summer gas prices reached their lowest level since 2021. The president has also rebuilt our military, another campaign promise. He just signed the largest military investment in decades to modernize our armed forces with cutting-edge technology to replenish our stockpiles and provide American troops with the best equipment in the world. The U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force have all reached their recruitment goals months in advance.
God.
The president has restored...
Thank God Space Force is hitting its numbers. There we go. Caroline Levitt excitedly talking about how we're going to be spending over $1 trillion a year on our goddamn military budget while taking away healthcare from over 10 million Americans. It's great. It is great. We might need to cuss out YouTube because Sarah Layla lost her membership that was given to her. Wait, what? Can you refresh your app? How could you what? Oh, it was okay. All right. It was gifted last month. This wasn't one of the new ones. Okay. Phew. I was worried. I was like, oh no, somebody, how could you lose it in hours? That doesn't make sense.
Illegal.
Don't worry. I'm sure more gifts will be sent out in the near future. Just gotta participate in chats. I think the more likely that you are active in chats, I think the more likely you are to receive donated galactic memberships. At least that's my understanding. Now, while we're talking about the military, let's talk about Peter Hegseth, the head of the Defense Department, former Fox News anchor, and guy who's being accused of having shared classified information.
Illegal.
There was no classified information, as I understand it.
There was no classified material that was shared.
No classified material was sent on this messaging thread.
There's no units.
That's hilarious. Jesus Christ. Pitchfork's trying to get one of those galactic memberships to Sarah Layla by gifting 5 more Galactic News Networks. Unfortunately, Sarah didn't get one, but 5 other people did. Tismfish, who's in the chat right now, Blunted Suspect, Angel from Canada, George Waters, and Bo Z, all people who I see in this chat on a fairly regular basis. It's beautiful. It's incredibly generous. Pitchforks, I appreciate you. And I think the entire Space Fams appreciates you for your generosity. So many people now running around with galactic memberships gifted by you on this very stream. Truly incredible. Incredible display of generosity is what that is. All right, let's go back to that very non-classified information that was shared by Pete Hegseth on that Signal chat.
There was no
earlier this year.
Classified information, as I understand it.
There was no classified material that was shared.
No classified material was sent on this.
By the way, I keep getting distracted. I didn't give you any of these. Making it rain with those Galactic News Network memberships. It's truly incredible. We are at a number of Galactic memberships gifted in one stream. It is truly overwhelming to me. Morbius Dragon also gifting a Galactic membership to D-Derp. Galactic memberships raining from the goddamn heavens. Green names just littering the chat right now. Very few people left with gray names. Unfortunately, Sarah Layla, who lost her membership, still didn't get a new one. It'll happen at some point in the future. I believe it. I have strong belief, faith in Gary that it will happen. Eventually, immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner.
Messaging thread.
There's no units, no locations, no routes.
Give me a
no
joke.
Flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information.
For months, the president and his top officials have maintained no classified information was shared when the defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, discussed pending military strikes in Yemen in a Signal group chat back in March that had inadvertently included a reporter from The Atlantic. But tonight, sources tell CNN a Pentagon watchdog has gotten evidence that the military plans that Hegseth shared were in fact taken from a U.S. Central Command document that was marked classified at the time. It was specifically marked secret/no foreign, meaning no foreigners should see it. Despite the new reporting, the Pentagon is maintaining tonight, quote, "The Signal narrative is so old and worn out, it's starting to resemble Joe Biden's mental state. The department stands behind its previous statements. No classified information was shared."
It's still crooked Joe Biden.
Crooked Joe Biden's very bad, nasty, sleepy mental state is why the State Department is so destroyed. And definitely no classified information was shared. And if it was all Biden's fault. Not the fault of great Pete Hegseth. Jesus Christ, people. I can barely do the stream. Pitchfork Dragon. 5 more? Really? Really?
A what now?
Come on! What?
How? How are you still gifting memberships at this point? You are at a stage where I feel like you are completely out of control. 5 more sweet gifted galactic memberships to the space fams out here. Grand Theft Auto, you're not gonna have to get a new membership because you just got one from Pitchforks Dragon. Geo Dragon, same thing for you. Dragon on Dragon Love. Dark Sparkle, same thing for you. Free gifted galactic membership. 007 Kevin, aka Troll Slayer, gifted membership. Jerry McLean, gifted membership. This is crazy. This is crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
This is out of control, people. Morbius Dragon gifting 1 galactic membership to Arvin Trevino. Thank you, Morbius. Whoa, my God. And 5 more. 5 more from Morbius Dragon. What is going on, Space Vamps? Wait a second. Actually, what? This is over. This is it's too many.
That's too much, man!
This is overwhelming. I cannot state that enough to you at this moment. I do not know what to say. I am truly touched. Truly touched by your generosity. Jesus Christ. All right, who got these from Morbius? Morbius. Scott Drake, Pangea, Brandy Nuance, Trumpster Fire, and Tom Jones is back. All getting sweet galactic membership gifted. All right, I have to check something. I genuinely have to check something. This is out of control. It has been so long since we've been even close to this, but like, I have to check to see where we are at, like, because I genuinely think we are close. We are really close. Really close to getting new space emotes. I just need to take a real quick look over here. Emojis. Clicky click. Clickety click. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. All right, we're not there yet. But we are now basically, we are very close to being where we were at, I think. Although it may not even be updated now, because we are in a weird limbo phase. But I think we're getting incredibly close to being on the 19 train here. We are getting super duper close. I think we could do it. We could do it this month. This is utterly incredible. Thanks to Pitchforks Dragon, Morbius Dragon. 2 dragons contributing. A dragon's load of gold in galactic memberships to the community. Getting us much progress towards 19 emotes. And it's in sight now. 19 emotes is in sight. Making it all more important that I actually take a look at what emotes we have to add right now. All right, let's go back to talking signal chat. I just needed to do this. I totally forgot. I was going to do this. You deserve this, okay? You just do. I am overwhelmed. I've lost track of how many gifted memberships have gone by this stream. but it is utterly incredible. Don't know what prompted all of this generosity, but you mean a lot to me, all of you. And it's nice to know that this community is sticking together in this way. Honestly, whenever I see memberships gifted, I feel it's a show of Space Fam's love. All right, let's back to Pete Hegseth and his liberal use of Signal for very classified information.
Mental state, the department stands behind its previous statements. No classified information was shared via Signal.
On the subject of news that the Trump administration doesn't like, sources tell CNN that the Pentagon's Inspector General has evidence that military plans shared by Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, on Signal, an unclassified forum and app, they were taken from a CENTCOM document marked classified at the time, even though the Pentagon has said that that's not true. Do you think if the Inspector General's report comes out and basically confirms what we're reporting and the Washington Post has first reported, do you think that there will be any consequences for Hegseth, or no, it doesn't matter?
I think we're past that, honestly, Jake. I think that we're missing the point that mission was incredibly successful. The strikes in Iran have been incredibly successful. Recruitment has been up.
Former assistant to Mike Pence. This weird bald weirdo that looks kind of like Stephen Miller. If Stephen Miller had hit the gym a couple of times, he's here to tell us, look, everybody's past that. The only reason that we are, quote unquote, past it is because of the litany of insane and unconstitutional things that the Trump administration has done. Many of us have stopped talking about it. It's just, we're not past it. It's not like we're like fine with it all of a sudden. I'm not fine with what happened. Many people have a serious problem, take a lot of serious issue with the way that Pete Hegseth handled these documents. It's fucking insane to suggest that we're just past it because people like him want to claim that this attack, which killed dozens of civilians in Yemen, was incredibly successful, quote unquote. Hey, we did that war crime really good. So what's the problem here? Is what this weirdo has to say.
They should have admitted a mistake on that from the very beginning. They should have just admitted a mistake and would say, we're not going to do this again.
Under oath also could become a problem. But the idea that they're going to just sort of brush off sharing classified information on Signal, well, I believe it was just yesterday Trump was talking about Hillary Clinton's potential misuse of a private server and potential mishandling of classified information.
I was going to say, Mark knows this probably better than anybody from serving in the administration. This is a continuation of them not admitting to any level of wrongdoing. And for, this party, the Republican Party, to have called out Hillary Clinton, I think rightfully so to a certain extent, on, using a server that was not protected, you have to have that same level of upset around Pete Hegseth, who many of us knew was lying when he said that it wasn't protected information to begin with. Now, what is the next move going to be? Is he going to say that he has the authority to declassify, which is what we heard from Donald Trump when he got raided at Mar-a-Lago with documents that he shouldn't have had? Is this going to be more of the same? And I think that with this administration, we can also probably guess that he has used this method more than a few times when it comes to classified information over Signal, because we know he had more than one chat.
Also, it was very obvious because of the way that the Atlantic editor-in-chief got fucking added in accidentally. He's got it's very clear. It's very clear that they've been using Signal this whole time. For all sorts of reasons, apparently. Pretty wild, if you ask me. All right. Now, let's move on from talking Pete Hegseth's liberal usage of the Signal app with classified information. We could listen to the Abby Martin round, or Abby Phillip, excuse me, Abby Martin.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
That's the second time that I've called Abby Phillip Abby Martin. They're very different people, now that I think about it. But yeah, I don't have time for this, mostly because the stream is moving super slow. We are at almost 8 hours right now, and we haven't finished the US portion of the stream, which is insane.
This is ridiculous!
If we have any chance of going through the environmental and Earth news today, I need to move on. So let's go quickly talk about some stuff relating to U.S. finance, fiscal policy stuff. Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, we'll go here. This is a Forbes breaking news clip of Elizabeth Warren from 3 days ago.
We'll call this committee to order. We cannot vote until we have all of our members present, but we will go ahead and offer some opening comments. First, the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So President Trump campaigned on bringing down costs for American families, and right now, that is a big, fat, broken promise that is hanging over Americans' heads. What the American people need as Trump's economic policies hit are officials who will not just rubber stamp the president's agenda. But I'm concerned that today's nominees will make the problems worse. Mr. Traynor would be responsible for enforcing the nation's housing anti-discrimination laws, but he has denied the existence of discrimination in housing, refused to acknowledge that sexual orientation is a protected class in housing, is currently upending civil rights enforcement.
Yeah, we listened to that guy's testimony. It was fucking wild. Like, he basically denied that. He was like, look, has racism exist in the United States in the past? Yeah, but it's just gone. There's no more racism. It's done. People aren't discriminated against. Full stop. Please, next question. Was basically what this guy had to say. It was fucking insane.
At the Department of Education, where he is being sued by the NAACP and other civil rights groups. I have no faith in Mr. Traynor's ability to fulfill the Fair Housing Office's mission to eliminate housing discretion. This will make high housing costs bite even harder. Mr. DeMarzo wants to become Assistant Secretary for Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs. However, HUD continues to subvert congressional inquiries. I appreciate that Mr. DeMarzo has committed to providing timely responses, but I can't give him green light while the Trump administration flagrantly ignores both Congress and the law.
Illegal.
Mr. Brooke is auditioning to be a zealous implementer of the president's disastrous trade agenda. If confirmed, he will pursue the same policies that are squeezing middle-class families and raising the cost of housing, while turning a blind eye as the president gives handouts to his donors and his bill.
Yup. all of the Trump administration policies and nominees' views and policies and policy agendas have nothing to do with helping working people, needy people in this country, or protected classes of people in this country. No, it's all about one thing. Maybe two things. Making money and giving as many opportunities to capital class to make money, and for those people to ignore civil rights laws while doing it. This is real life. It is. Did y'all hear the new MR producers using the Price is Right soundboard drop? I didn't. But honestly, I miss Bradley. But I cannot deny, as a, serious soundboard lover, cannot deny that Brian's soundboard game has been on point. I cannot deny this. I still miss Bradley, and I don't know where he's gone. But Brian's got a pretty strong soundboard game. Can't lie. Making me feel like I need to up my soundboard game, honestly, I'm not going to lie. But it may be easier for me to just do just that. these days because now my computer is running like a fucking dream. Ever since I figured out how to monitor all three things at once during streams, the rest of my computer is running like a fucking dream. So hopefully my soundboard game will continue to improve. How are we doing on time? Jesus Christ, how are we already through the fourth half? Oh my God. All right, we can get through this. We're going to get through this. We're going to make it through. CNN. Let's talk quickly about Donald Trump and Jerome Powell's relationship, the Fed chair, J-Pow, and what's been going on with the two of them this week. Of course, Donald Trump has been very angry at Jerome Powell throughout his presidency for not lowering interest rates, even though Donald Trump's own policies as president are the reasons why they've not been doing what he wants. Doesn't care. Has been, of course, raising a big fuss over renovations at multiple Federal Reserve banks, and did a tour at one of the construction sites.
A frequent target of the president, taking another hit today. President Trump once again berating Fed Reserve Chair Jerome Powell for refusing to lower interest rates.
I call him too late. He's too late all the time. He should have lowered interest rates many times. This guy is a numbskull. He keeps the rates too high, and probably doing it for political reasons.
But Powell also got a rare nod of approval from inside the administration. Today, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent actually praised him, despite intense pressure from many in the White House for Powell to step down. CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich is tracking all of the developments from New York on this. Vanessa, tell us a little bit about what the Treasury Secretary had to say and if Powell's job is still safe.
Yeah, well, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, was actually in the Oval Office when President Trump made those statements, and he chimed in by saying that he does believe that the Federal Reserve needs to undergo an internal review, especially around expenses and finances. He says that the Federal Reserve spending has quadrupled in recent years, and the administration has really latched on to this renovation, a $2.5 billion renovation of the Federal Reserve's headquarters in Washington, D.C., calling it out of scope and out of budget, really criticizing Jerome Powell over this. But the Treasury Secretary went on to say a little earlier today that he believes that monetary policy should be kept in a jewel box and should be protected. And that really goes against what President Trump has been saying, which is criticizing the Federal Reserve and calling on them to lower.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, presidents have respected the Federal Reserve's independence. And Donald Trump is completely flying in the face of that precedent and is attempting to enact Federal Reserve policy from the White House. It's honestly very disturbing for many people, I think, but especially people in finance and in U.S. treasuries, as the implications of this are concerning. We're not going to watch this whole thing. I just don't have time for it. Just don't have time. We got to keep this moving. We're at 8 hours in, and we haven't even gotten to the environmental app. That's a problem. All right, let's go here. Forbes breaking news 2 days ago. Trump tours Federal Reserve construction site with J-Pow. J-Pow.
Are there things the chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. Other than that, what can I tell you?
Awkward as look
the
at
country's
Jerome.
doing really well. I just briefed the chairman on the deal we made with Japan.
That was the fakest laugh I've ever heard from Jerome Powell. Got to hear that again. Trump tries to make a joke, which really isn't a joke. It's just political pressure from a president on a independent chairman, Jerome Powell. The laugh from him is wild. Incredible. It might be the most forced laugh of all time.
I'd love him to lower interest rates. Other than that, what can I tell you?
That's very funny, Mr. President. You are So funny.
The country is doing really well. I just briefed the chairman on the deal we made with Japan. Japan is putting up $550 billion in order to lower their tariffs a little bit. That way they have a little bit lower tariff. And they also opened their country to free trade, which nobody thought was even a possibility. And we get a zero tariff in the free trade. We don't pay tariffs, and they're going to pay 15%.
They're not going to pay 15%. We are going to pay 15%. And it's insane. It is fucking insane. Also, we're going to talk more about that fucking Japan trade deal, because it totally flies in the face of everything Donald Trump has been touting as the reasons for this policy to begin with. But I don't have time for that right now. We'll do that in the second half. It's just insane that he's here just pressuring the chairman on renovations, all this stuff. Did Jerome, is this the one? I don't know. Is the clip in here? Fuck it. I don't know. Fuck it. Fuck it. We gotta stop. We gotta stop here. I'm sorry. We gotta take another break. We gotta take another break. Don't worry though. We'll be right back with the fifth half of the show after these brief space messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, and hit the bell icon too, so you can get the latest galactic news at your fingertips, on whatever device you may happen to use. While you're at it, do remember that we are still running a galactic deficit right now, so donations on Cash App and PayPal, new patron memberships, all super helpful. I'm not going to bore you with the details of all the ways you can support. Due to how much support I've received today on YouTube, I think it would just be superfluous for me to sit here and bore you with the galactic spiel. I think you know it. It's the same one every single time. Get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars on Patreon. What are you waiting for? 10 cents a day. All right, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
All right. We're back. We're back. That is, of course, the telltale sound that alerts the space fams such as yourself to the fact that the break is now over. It's time for you to get back in your seats and to prepare yourself for the next half of galactic content. That's right. That's right. That's right, chat. Fifth half of this galactic stream is coming immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner. And we ended this last half talking Donald Trump and the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, their ever-frayed relationship, and him having a little frickin' tantrum over renovations at the Federal Reserve banks. Okay. Before we move on to talking environmental news, of which we have plenty to discuss today, one last U.S. politics-based discussion of no environmental relation. Let's go here to Harry Enton over at CNN.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Oh, Harry. You know, I feel like Harry, in another time, like if this was the 30s, Harry would have been on the street selling newspapers.
We are standing by for the president to depart the White House.
Extra, read all about it. I've got your news for you here. A nickel.
Think he will face questions about all the Jeffrey Epstein developments. They have cast a shadow a bit the last few weeks over the administration. But this morning, the president kind of faces a different problem among a key voting group. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, is with us this morning. What group are we talking about, Harry?
We are talking about independence, Mr. Berman, and I will say this is the biggest warning sign, the biggest danger sign for President Trump in his second term so far. Why is that? Because it does not appear that there is a bottom to which Donald's support can't fall to. What are we talking about? Trump's not approval rating with independents. You know, there was all this hubbub about Gallup that came out this past week. You see, back in January, it was minus 2 points. Now it's minus 35 points. But what's important here is Gallup is largely matching the average. Back in January, in the average, Trump's net approval rating with independents was minus 3. Look at where it's fallen to now, minus 29 points. That is a drop of over 25 points with the key part of the electorate. If you're not winning among independents, you're probably not winning overall. And when your net approval rating's minus 29 points, you're definitely not winning overall when you're that low.
Not good. Not good for Donald Trump over here. Harry Enton making a good point. Donald Trump has completely lost the approval of independents. He was only slightly negative at the beginning of his presidency. I mean, it was almost flat even. -2, -3. Now he's 10 times worse than that. 20 times worse if you go to Gallup. Nearly 20 times worse. I mean, it's insane. -2 to -35, -3 to -29. Hands down. Data does not lie.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Now, whatever you may have to say about independence, I'm just going to point this out. Independents absolutely helped Donald Trump win in this election. They were, in fact, somewhat necessary for him to have gotten elected. It's not great. It's not great. And if you look at the data, more data. I got more data here from Harry. What is happening?
At the beginning, there appears to be no fall, and Trump is certainly falling through that floor.
So during the Biden administration, I think there was a lot of thinking that
So you can see here, this was in Donald Trump's first year in his first term, negative 23 with independents. This year, this term is now at negative 29, right? We just talked about that number, but this is a 6-point drop from his first term, which means he's lost favorability with independents even faster than previously.
Enough focus wasn't being paid to the effect that inflation had on people's thinking.
Okay. I think that's all of the Harry Enton numbers I needed from CNN today, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Oh, wait. No, wait. I take it back. One last number from Harry. Here we go. Negative 38, negative 45. This is Biden. This is the last year of Biden. Biden was minus 38 with independence on inflation, and now Trump is even worse than him by 7 points. My God.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak was what cost Joe Biden the presidency more than any other factor, and it brought him down. But guess what? Donald Trump at this point, his net approval rating on inflation among independents, it's actually worse than Biden's was a year ago. Biden was way, way underwater at minus 38 points. But look at Trump and the average of polls on inflation. Oh, my goodness gracious. Minus 45 points. I never thought I'd see.
Utterly atrocious, Harry, and I never thought I'd see this ever in my lifetime. Thank you, Harry. Thank you very much. All right. So, yeah, that's at least how things are going with Donald Trump right now and the numbers. Let's move it on to talking about the Trump administration and policies that are absolutely going to have an effect on in the environment. Starting with AI.
Now, the White House is poised to release more details on its artificial intelligence strategy. Back in January, President Trump ordered an AI action plan to be released by today. And Trump is set to speak at an AI summit in Washington at an event called Winning the AI Race. It's being hosted by the All In podcast, which his AI and crypto czar David Sachs co-hosts. Ian Kreitzberg is here. He is the newly appointed AI correspondent for Puck News and can tell us what to expect and what to look out for. Congratulations, by the way, Ian.
Thank you.
Fancy new job. I'm glad that you have that, taking all your insight to the Puck newsletters. So which nation leads the way in AI? Is it the U.S.? Is it China? And how can the U.S. really do something to get to the forefront?
This is a very good question. And it's kind of interesting because it's very unclear. There's a lot in this industry that's very vague and hard to kind of determine. And so you have benchmarks, which has been the leading way that the industry has determined the capability of the models that we're talking about. The problem is there's increasing studies and research that these benchmarks don't really equate to real-world performance. And so as it comes to benchmarks, it seems like there's about parity in terms of model capability. So models made by Chinese developers are about as capable as models made by Western developers. In terms of who's ahead in this race, there's a lot of terms and definitions in this field that are not well defined. And when we talk about the race and winning the race, it's unclear what people are kind of referring to there.
Right. And each side wants to make it seem as if they are winning the race. I want to ask you about what Trump is saying, which is that he wants to loosen regulations around AI. What does that mean, and is that a good thing?
No.
I would say it's not a good thing. Okay. But yes, he wants to loosen regulations. That's been his standpoint kind of from the minute he stepped in. One of the first things he did was rescind Biden's executive order on AI, which was all about kind of balancing.
Not regulating AI is incredibly dangerous and idiotic. Something that's being done by people who don't even understand the technology or the implications that that technology has, not just on society, but on the planet. Because, of course, AI is incredibly resource intensive and will have massive implications for the labor market if it's not properly regulated. And right now is not a great time for the labor market to be adversely affected, I would point out, since the social safety net is being gutted by Republicans. And probably not a good time to ravage the environment either, considering all the bad things that are happening with All right, now let's go from talking AI to talking cryptocurrency. Another thing which has a bad impact on the environment. It doesn't just, that crypto doesn't just exist on your phone. It exists on a network of computers somewhere, powered most likely by fossil fuels. As much of our grid, our electricity grid, is still powered by fossil fuels. But it also is affecting people's health, as some of these Bitcoin cryptocurrency mining facilities are being put near people's homes. And as it turns out, it might not be a good place to put them. More Perfect Union did an investigation here in Texas. See how people here are being affected by a no regulations cryptocurrency policy.
I'm with the Browning family. I don't know if you can hear this, but this little noise meter tells me that there are unhealthy levels of noise. Something strange is happening in this small town 70 miles outside of Dallas, Texas. An invisible force is creeping through the community, ruining residents' lives.
They just moved in on top of us. I have a constant headache right in the back of my head or either over my eyes. I've been in the hospital 2 or 3 times.
Every family here is sick.
Somebody has to die to get somebody's attention.
I see the impact on their lives. There's just nothing I can do.
The cause is just a few hundred feet from the house owned by the Brownings, a massive Bitcoin mine. I'm in Granbury, Texas, the site of a Bitcoin mining facility operated by Marathon Digital Holdings. Hundreds of metal boxes contain tens of thousands of computers running 24 hours a day, consuming around 300 megawatts of electricity needed to mine for Bitcoin, the world's largest cryptocurrency. That's comparable to that of a city the size of Austin, with nearly 500,000 households. Bitcoin mines like this are part of an industry projected to reach $2.25 billion in size in 2025. And much of the industry is located here in Texas, where cheap energy, lax rules and regulations, and politicians at the state and federal level who are all in on crypto.
Unleash crypto. Come to Texas. Texas is the oasis.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott appears to be pushing for our state to become more involved with cryptocurrency, saying, quote, Texas is already the home of crypto mining. In this session, Texas should become the crypto capital, end quote.
We are promoting it, we are advancing it, and we want to create a framework that will allow all of that to excel here.
We came to Texas to find out what happens when a state becomes the center of the Bitcoin universe. Who's winning and who's losing? What's the true cost of cryptocurrency and who should be paying for it?
You don't understand how Bitcoin can be mined. Well, it's because it's not being literally mined. It's just the terminology that they've used. What mining actually is a competition between different computers, essentially, competing to solve an equation that is a part of the security protocol around the Bitcoin network. And these miners, right, or computer solvers, essentially, are rewarded for completing blocks or equations on the blockchain, right? And they're rewarded with Bitcoin, essentially, right? Some amount depending on the work that was provided. Essentially, it's allocated by the whatever. You get what I'm saying here? It isn't literally physically being mined. It's just the how they've annotated this. It really is just mathematical. It's like basically if you have the most powerful computer, you're most likely to solve the equation and reap the benefits, which is why utterly insane pictures like what we're looking at here, fucking smokestacks outside of a fucking Bitcoin facility, because these guys have to jack up their compute power so that they can complete these ever complicated equations, right? And beat out the other guy who's also running his Bitcoin machines 24 hours, 7 days a week. All of them sapping energy from the grid.
So I went to the window and I listened, and I thought, man, this is going to be a rough night, and it was. So it'd be a long day for me.
You'd have to take a nap after a while.
We don't have time for a nap, not today. I do need that coffee.
Nick and Virginia Browning have called Granbury home for 35 years. They're now in their 80s and hope to be enjoying their golden years in this rural community an hour and a half southwest of Dallas.
When we first moved out here, it was real quiet still. We had all kind of animals out here, and we loved it out here.
But 3 years ago, Bitcoin mining started to disrupt their peace, and they say it's been hell ever since.
This is maddening. This is maddening to me, and I just want to scream at somebody. Now I have to worry about vertigo. I also have to worry about my brain not working right.
It never goes away. Headaches never go away.
In Texas, the legal limit for noise is 85 decibels. Researchers have found that prolonged exposure can impact hearing and cardiovascular health, increase blood pressure and heart rate. Other potential risks include headaches, dizziness, and psychological effects.
85 decibels is considered industrial noise inside of a plant. That would mean that you would have to wear hearing protection all the time at your home.
That's
Many
insane.
of their neighbors have been affected too.
That is insane. Yeah, like 85 decibels, that's basically like being at a heavy metal concert near the front row, right? Like you are getting blasted in your fucking face. Making America healthy again. I mean, it's fucking insane that anybody would have to even consider wearing hearing protection inside of their goddamn home. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Brownings told us to go see their neighbor, Tom Weeks, who lives just down the road from them. So we did.
Last year, July 2nd, I had a pulmonary embolism and almost died. This is a video that I took one morning. I woke up, I was awakened by the sound.
Wow.
You know, that's our bedroom at, 2 o'clock in the morning.
The idea that these billion-dollar companies that are profiting off of the backs of poor working people.
Yes.
Is that?
It's disgusting.
It is disgusting. I am utterly horrified by this story. Now, let's go on to the politics of all of this. I think this is probably a good place to pick it back up. Whoops.
That's more than the entire country of Egypt.
Texas is one of the least regulated states in terms of environmental protections or energy protections for communities.
That's Mandy DeRoche, an attorney with Earth Justice, a legal nonprofit that's representing the residents of Granbury and other communities around the country in litigation against Bitcoin mining operations. Bitcoin mining has other harms too, driving up energy costs for consumers, impacting communities' water supply, and pouring so much crypto money into politics that residents feel like no one is looking out for their interests. To explore all this, we traveled across the state to meet with people who are experiencing the impacts firsthand. First, there's the energy costs. Texas is projected to experience a surge in energy demand, potentially doubling by 2030. Driven largely by crypto mining and data center technologies.
They're just huge industrial complexes because as you've needed more and more powerful machines, you've needed more capital, you've needed more land, you've needed more access to energy, and only really well-capitalized corporations can do that.
Every $100 million that a company extracts from the energy market is paid by me and all the other Texans. This is an earnings report that was filed with the IRS. And what this tells us is that this one facility resold energy during Winter Storm Uri. So they held on to the electricity that they had. They sold it at a profit during a crisis. Right? That's price gouging. In another context, that would be illegal. And instead you have a company that's bragging about the money that it made while people were dying in their homes.
They pay significantly less for their electricity than everyday Texans.
The places we visited across Texas have a few things in common. They're rural, and they've experienced a loss of industries, like the town of Rockdale, which once employed thousands of people at an aluminum smelting plant, which permanently closed in 2017. A year later, the town welcomed Bitcoin investors with open arms, with large-scale Bitcoin operations in place by 2020. We met up with Jim Gibson, Rockdale's Economic Development Director.
There is a lot of demand on the energy grid. Yes. The price that residents are paying for their energy is going up. Does that resonate with you?
At a personal level, well, there's like two parts. Please don't print this part.
Wow.
There's like, is that okay?
I mean, we'd love to have your honest take. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, that's
the fact that this guy back here was so, I mean, look at his fucking face. The fact that this guy was so uncomfortable voicing his opinion about this situation. The fact that, I mean, this guy isn't,
I mean, we'd love to have,
you know, like this guy is the executive director of the municipal district, right, of Rockdale, and he's afraid of voicing his opinion. It's pathetic.
awful, awful, awful. Weak. Print this part. There's like, is that okay?
I mean, we'd love to have your honest take. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, that's like the one part about it all that I really personally don't care for. So that's just my opinion. That's not the opinion of the city or anybody else.
The next big harm we heard from residents about was the water usage.
They're manipulating our electricity.
Yeah, it's the same story with the water, unfortunately. These systems, in most cases, require a great deal of water to keep cool. Let's go here. Okay, this is where things start talking politics here more. I forgot about that part. It is quite a long video. There's Cancun Cruz.
In year, Cruz announced he was getting into the Bitcoin business himself, announcing on X he bought his own miners and started running them in Iran, Texas.
Fucking
Cruz was commended by
Christ. Just listen to that one more time. This is insane. This is fucking insane.
The election race against Democratic challenger Colin Allred. The same year, Cruz announced he was getting into the Bitcoin business himself, announcing.
So, hold on. I gotta go back. Gotta hear the whole thing.
Which brings us to the crypto money in politics. Texas Senator Ted Cruz received a $350,000 donation from Bitcoin Freedom PAC in 2024 in a tight re-election race against Democratic challenger Colin Allred. The same year, Cruz announced he was getting into the Bitcoin business himself.
This is ridiculous!
This is ridiculous. So, in the same year that Teddy Cancun Cruz received a $300,000 donation to his political action committee from a crypto interest group, essentially, right? He went out and invested in crypto himself, started buying crypto miners, made a little small business for himself, decided to dip his toes and invest into this shady ass fucking business.
On X, he bought his own miners and started running them in Iran, Texas. Cruz was commended by Marathon Digital's CEO and welcomed to the club. The Texas governor recently signed a bill.
So I just signed a law creating a master plan,
creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve that could use millions of taxpayer dollars to purchase cryptocurrency. President Trump once called Bitcoin a scam.
Bitcoin, it just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's another currency competing against the dollar.
But then big donations came into his campaign coffers, and he changed his tune.
If crypto is going to define the future, I want to be mined, minted, and made in the USA. It's not going to be made anywhere else.
I think Donald Trump genuinely believes that the physical Bitcoins exist somewhere. I think he still doesn't quite grasp the concept of it. But, you know, he's not the smartest guy.
Blockchain lobbyists and his family got in on it too.
The answer is crypto, and I think that's going to be the future of finance. If we can accelerate that process by going all in on it, I'm for it.
According to Public Citizen, crypto corporations provided nearly half of the $248 million in corporate money to influence federal elections.
Yeah, you know, these guys are going to drive us toward an economic collapse with this Bitcoin shit. All this crypto stuff. All right, let's go to the very end of this, because here's the thing about this. Is that every single one of these people who are being affected by this, let's not forget that this community is in Texas. Every single one of these people voted for Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And for the Republican representatives like Ted Cruz and Greg Abbott, who are, actively benefiting from and regulating, or lack thereof of regulating this shit.
Here in 2024. And what about President Trump? His family is in the crypto business, profiting off of this. What do you make of that?
I have nothing against President Trump because I think his intentions are good, but I don't like the crypto thing. The way he's going to...
Everything Donald Trump is doing is good, aside from the crypto thing, which is actually good but not good. I don't know what to say. This woman is a cult.
Not pleasant for all of us.
It's insane.
You vote for President Trump?
Yeah, we did, but
How do you feel about that?
they are literally killing people out here. No, I don't like it at all.
I wish I could have a good talk to him. I wish he'd come over and pay me a visit.
Do you regret your vote for President Trump?
Concerning Bitcoin, yes. I don't have a problem with the industry, but I have a problem with what it's doing to people here. I think that's being ignored.
Did you vote for Governor Abbott?
Yes, I did. But I won't do it again. State politicians, all they see is dollar signs. They don't see people. You're just going to get to a point where I guess somebody has to die to get somebody's attention.
Not everyone here.
There we go. Shocking how many of these people can continue to support the people, not all of them, but many of them can continue to support the very people who are profiting off of and have control over these decisions that are harming them. It's so strange. So strange. All right. Let's move on. Let's move on from crypto. Talk about some other environmental stuff. Starting in California, where a fire broke out in the Chino Hills. Here's KTLA 5 from Wednesday.
Are following breaking news. A brush fire burning in Chino Hills.
Gil Lavis in Sky 5 with details. Hi, Gil.
Hi, Sam and John. You're looking at the burn scar here. This is the 71 freeway near Euclid. Fire breaking out around 2 o'clock this afternoon. You can see how it started in these foothills here and pushed downhill towards the freeway, jumped the freeway, and made its way into some heavier brush. When we arrived here, we saw that brush burning quite heavily. The good news is that green belt just beyond there helped to stop the progress of that fire. We understand now it's at 190 acres, and the fire department doing a great job on the ground and in the air. They held.
Oh, there we go. This is a fire. It was, I believe, on Wednesday in the afternoon outside of LA in the Chino Hills. Thankfully, the fire department and I think CAL FIRE was involved. They put that out really quickly. Managed to avoid any catastrophic danger to life and or property. Okay, now let's talk quickly about the EPA. Ed Markey, senator from Massachusetts, I think, if I'm not mistaken. asked Donald Trump's EPA nominee. This guy. Oh, I forgot about this guy. Szabo. Trump's EPA nominee. I think he has a specific. His job is air and water cleanliness. This guy is wild. Let's go here. This dude isn't. I mean, oh my God.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Markey. He's already questioned. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hall, do you commit to not allowing any enforcement actions to be dropped or softened for political reasons? Yes or no?
I commit to following the law and the rule of law and to acting impartially in all cases, including on decisions whether or not to dismiss actions.
So you're saying that you will not drop any cases for political reasons. Is that what you're saying?
It depends on what you mean, Senator. If you mean for policy considerations, those are absolutely appropriate to be made both in enforcement and in the regulatory context. If you're talking about partiality to parties, that will not impact my decision making.
Well, obviously, very clearly, you should just be saying that our laws exist to protect our air, our water, our land. They're not optional, depending on how the president feels that day for political reasons. That should be your answer. I'm not hearing it. Mr. Hall, if directed by EPA leadership or the White House to turn a blind eye to violations of environmental laws, would you comply?
Senator, again, it's going to depend on the context. If you mean a blind eye and to not enforcing the law appropriately, I will enforce the law appropriately. There are many circumstances in which we enforce the law in different ways. The core goal is to bring entities into compliance, not to just take enforcement actions for that goal.
Okay, again, this question should be a gimme as well. If they ask you to break the law, if you just have to say no. Doesn't matter if you don't think it'll ever happen. That should make it even easier for you to say that you will not do it. No is actually a complete sentence. There's no reason to play politics with our clean air, our clean water, our health. Mr. Hall, will you commit to cooperating with Congress and the EPA Inspector General in any investigations of allegations of political interference, suppression of staff, findings, or unlawful weakening of enforcement? Yes or no?
I will work with Congress and OIG as is lawful. Yes.
That's exciting. He's going to work with Congress and do lawful things. Now, I don't have this guy. This guy is Jeffrey Hall. And he's going to be in charge of air, or not air and, what was he, water safety, something like that. Another guy who was confirmed, Aaron Szabo. They posted this earlier this week on the EPA's website. This is from July 24, 2025. I was reading through this earlier this week. And was just utterly horrified. Let's quickly talk about this. So this is Senate confirms President Trump's appointee Aaron Szabo as assistant administrator for EPA's Office of Air and Radiation. And every single one of his endorsements. Let's see. Basically, just real quick, it's like the U.S. Senate has confirmed Aaron's able to serve as the Assistant Administrator of U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Air and Radiation, appointed by President Donald Trump, blah, 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 blah. And then it just goes immediately to people who, quotes from people about how great Aaron was, right? Lee Zeldin, climate change denier, says Aaron is great. But then every single other one is either from Republicans, John Husted, whatever. But then, like, as you go down here, these are the people that we need to look at, right? These are the people who support Aaron Szabo and some of these Trump nominees: the Aluminum Association, the American Chemistry Council, American Forest and Paper Association, right? This is big business. Big business loves this guy. Big business should hate the EPA nominee, not the other way around. American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers, American Iron and Steel Institute, Concrete Reinforcing Steel Institute, the Fertilizer Institute, the Industrial Energy Consumers of America, Institute of Makers of Explosives. Explosives manufacturers love this guy. National Propane Gas Association, Sand and Gravel Association, Wooden Pellet and Container Association, Portland Cement Association, and Steel Manufacturers Association. The Growth Energy CEO Emily Score, National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, which are probably just some local, gas, electricity providers. It's just big business. Big business loves all these EPA noms that do not give a fuck about the environment or protecting America. Let's talk about FEMA now. EPA to FEMA. Here we go. Another newscaster. This guy's Earth-based. Cody. The Cody Shody. With some more news.
More power! Toss some blood on there. Toss more blood on the pile. Good. Now stick your thumb in that. Keep it there. I'll be back. Hey everyone! Just spending time with a nephew, building a weather machine, to harness the power of lightning, like that guy in the Avengers. Forget his name. Sean Connery played him. Anyway, I just figured I'd pitch in, what with the weather being all bad lately. Those Texas floods come to mind, but of course, disasters like that happen so frequently nowadays that there will probably be another since the time the script for this episode was written, blessed by a satanic priest, shot, edited, and released. Sure are a lot of emergencies happening more often, all over the country in fact. We could maybe really use a federal agency to manage these emergencies. We could call it FAME! Sorry? Like the leg bone? Oh, well, that's fine too. Hey, great news everyone! FEMA is going away? Wait, that's not good.
I'm being
That's opposite. Also, here's some other news. Climate change. It's bad. It's exactly why those flash floods in Texas happened, in that extreme rainstorms are one of the consequences of our warming climate. Basically, a whole lot of water came down in only a matter of hours.
Very wet in terms of water.
To nearby rivers, which in some places...
More wetness than anyone who knows anything about water has ever seen. Truly a historic level of wetness.
Goes to nearly 30 feet. Again, in just a few hours. It was extremely hard to predict. Although Ted Cruz seems to plan his vacation specifically around disasters, so maybe we can replace our weather services with just constantly asking him if he has any plans for the weekend. But don't worry, he returned as fast as humanly possible when he heard about it. AKA 3 days after. And if you're wondering, because people wondered, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and National Weather Service were allegedly functioning properly and had yet to be affected by specifically Trump's upcoming budget cuts, although were likely affected by the earlier Doge staffing cuts. So, cool. Because it turns out that 3-Day Ted actually pushed to remove $150 million in weather forecasting funding in that big, beautiful bill. Funding that would, quote, accelerate advances and improvements in research, observation systems, modeling, forecasting, assessments, and dissemination of information to the public.
It's science.
End quote. And again, Ted helped to get rid of that. Weird that he and the GOP in general keep winning elections in places that experience weather. So yeah, we're going to talk about all this, as well as FEMA's long history of being its own disaster, and the GOP's weird inability to fund it. Ever since guinea worm Hitler created the agency in 1979, FEMA has been kneecapped with an aluminum bat, taken to physical therapy, kneecapped again but with a wiffle ball bat, so it's not as much, but then really kneecapped with steel rebar, and now it's just crawling around begging for help while we watch to see if Trump steps on its head. It had a lot of ups and downs, is my point, because FEMA's funding is not only dependent on the amount of disasters that year, but on who is in charge. Democrat presidents tend to ask Congress for more money for FEMA, but not always. But also, everyone gets around to funding it at some point, usually after something bad happens and everyone gets mad at them. For example,
that's the best time to do it. After the bad things happen is the best time to fund it. That's most useful. Right? Right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong or right? I feel like I'm right. I can feel it in my bones.
There is that FEMA has to be federally funded while being regionally constructed. It sounds like a contradiction, kind of, but it simply means that state taxes aren't always sufficient enough to pay for something that needs to be managed on a more state level. Also, maybe have actual experts in charge and not horse guys that the president knows. And again,
It's
not
science.
even a horse guy, but a horse guy. But learning those lessons
What is
did
a horse
make
guy
FEMA
guy?
more efficient and helpful when Hurricane Sandy hit in 2012.
Is that just a,
For example,
a guy
they had
who likes other horse guys? That seems super weird. Super weird.
Don't be creepy.
experts with experience navigating and responding to natural disasters in leadership positions rather than horse cops. On top of that, FEMA was more proactive rather than reactive. Instead of waiting until after the storm hit, FEMA had food, water, supplies, and cots ready to distribute. They also actively put personnel in place in the areas within the hurricane's path. The organization even had President Obama sign disaster declarations before data about the damage was fully collected in order to help cut through bureaucratic paperwork. An abundance of disaster declarations, if you will, and get DRF money funneled to local governments and disaster victims much more quickly. While FEMA's response to Hurricane Sandy still wasn't perfect, it was much, much better than its response to Hurricane Katrina. Of course, FEMA is all about the aftermath, cleaning up after the disaster, like how Marvel has that damage control group that cleans up after Tony Stark, who coincidentally owns that company. Jail Tony Stark. Dig him up and jail him. But the reason FEMA was so prepared for Sandy is because, wouldn't you know it, someone was also in charge of predicting disasters. That's where we get the National Weather Service and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Their entire job is to monitor weather patterns in the most high-tech ways possible. Remember that movie Twister, or to a lesser extent, that movie Twisters? Their attempt to stick a device in a tornado was based on real science that NOAA already did. They literally made a Dorothy, or as the Princess Bride's husband, who was in it for the money, not the science, called it, the Dot 3. Although the NOAA called theirs Toto, I of course assume some dread greedy science pretender called theirs the Tot 0. My point is, I think, movies are real life. Anywho, a 2022 study found that NOAA forecast improvements saved Americans $7 billion since 2009, as in $7 billion in property damage.
Yeah, it's almost like predicting weather is important and good for society. Shocking. Maybe we should fund FEMA rather than unfund it. Just an idea. It's a crazy idea I just came up with just now. All right, let's talk about the National Parks Service, which is currently struggling a great deal due to the drastic funding and staffing cuts from the Trump administration. Let's not forget that the National Park Service and National Forest Service are also trained to help fight forest fires.
That's hot.
So when we cut those services, we're cutting, actively cutting the people who would be the first responders in many cases to some of these fires.
Summer is the height of the visitor season for the National Park Service.
Last year, there were nearly 332 million visitors to U.S. national parks, monuments, and historic sites, a record that will likely be broken again this year. Stephanie Tsai has this report.
That surge in visitors continues despite staff and budget cuts imposed by the Trump administration, with no end in sight. The big, beautiful bill rescinded $267 million earmarked for park improvements, and the administration has proposed a further 38% budget cut next year. Advocates say it's already having a dramatic impact on park operations. We spoke to some of them.
My name is Jesse Chakrin. I am the current executive director of the Fund for People in Parks. Previous to that, I spent over 20 years working for the Park Service between Denali National Park and Yosemite.
My name is Kevin Heatley, and I'm the former superintendent of Crater Lake National Park in Klamath Falls, Oregon.
My name is Ken Yeager, and I've been in Yosemite since 1976, and I am currently the president and founder of Yosemite Climbing Association.
I will say that morale is as low as I have ever seen it. In 24 years. Many friends and colleagues are near tears or in tears on a daily basis. It is heartbreaking, to say the least.
The inability to hire additional permanent staff to replace people, the disruptions that occurred with respect to our ability to make purchases for vital essential items, the open hostility towards public sector employees. It was an unacceptable, untenable situation. You cannot operate efficiently in that kind of environment. And I knew that in long term, this was...
You know, this is like this sort of like depressing irony that I'm thinking about while watching this, is that we are talking about, while we're talking about National Park Services employees, hearing from National Park Services employees who are having either lost their jobs or lost funding to do the jobs that they're there to do, lost friends in the department, and whatever else. We are watching this on PBS, an organization which now no longer receives the funding that was at least appropriated for this journalism, which we are currently enjoying. That now no longer exists. Right? Like we just, last week, funding from PBS got taken away. And by last week, I mean really last week, because it is Sunday officially. Jesus Christ. This country has been utterly decimated in 6 months. Thanks, Trump.
Being set up to fail, and I didn't want to be a part of that.
An area can stay really clean for most of the year, and then once trash starts getting dumped there, then people add to it because they figure, oh, somebody else dumped it there, somebody's going to come along and clean it up. Well, got news for you. People aren't being paid to clean it up.
There are so many jobs that people do not see in national parks. It's like running a small city. And so every reduction in staff leads to a reduction in services. The public may show up and the doors are locked. The beaches are less safe. The trails are going to have more litter. The trash cans will be emptied less frequently. You know, these things feel like small things if you talk about them individually. In aggregate is the fracturing of the foundation of the national park system that is entrusted with the democratic ideals of our country.
These directives were not coming through the National Park Service. They were coming from DOJ, or they were coming from the Office of Personnel Management, OPM. So they do not understand. They didn't take the initiative. They didn't take the time. If you were going to do an efficiency study and come into an organization and try to enhance efficiency, the first thing you would do is get on the ground and understand how the organization works. And they did not do that.
I think the end game is to get rid of the Park Service. If you can make them so poorly organized and so poorly run that people don't, can see it and they want to get rid of the Park Service, it'll be that much easier for them to, hey, let's defund the Park Service and we'll just take a percentage of the concessionaire. I have a feeling they're going to put concessionaires in charge to run the whole operation.
It's insane. You're going to have businesses run the fucking national parks.
This is ridiculous.
Fucking hell. National Park brought to you by Carl's Jr. Go fuck yourself. Idiocracy. We are living the sequel to Idiocracy right now, day in, day out in the United States. It's a terrible time to be alive and being American. A time when revolution seems all but necessary. Okay, let's go here. NBC Bay Area with a fascinating study surrounding extreme heat streaks in the United States. And shocking breaking news. We're having more and more of them across the country. No way.
So hot right now.
No way. We're having more heat streaks than normal. I never would have guessed.
Right now, the Bay Area is experiencing one of the coolest summers on record, but other cities across the country are experiencing extreme heat. A new analysis by Climate Central shows the extreme heat streaks have gone up in 80% of the cities they analyze. And here to give us more insight is meteorologist Vianney Arana.
Hi, Audrey.
Hi.
You know, oftentimes the cloudiness at the coast is pretty typical for the Bay,
Sure.
but as you said, some cities right now are experiencing extreme heat. So let's start with this map because it'll show you what cities saw cooler or above average. Now, when we're referencing extreme heat, we're talking about temperatures of either more than 100 plus days for consecutive days in a row. Now, right now in the U.S., heat-related deaths continue to be the leading cause of weather-related incidents across the entire United States. If you look in the change in annual streak.
Look at this. So the darkest dots, +5 heat streaks annually, right? You have multiple locations. And this is just in a matter of 55 years, from 1970 to 2024. You can see just basically the whole country, aside from a few places that are unchanged or actually have negative numbers. Almost every single spot in the country has increases in heat streaks.
That's hot.
This dates back to 1970, and it takes it all the way to 2024, where you're seeing a bit more of that red, darker color. We're talking about 3 to 4 plus. We've also got more neutral colors in California, which again, the Bay, of course, helps us out. But even in places that do.
Okay, we don't need to stick on this one for too long. I think we all know intrinsically that this is happening. Things are hot out there. All right, let's go to NBC Montana, where things were hot there this week as a wildfire prompted evacuations southwest of Hamilton.
Those stories, but first tonight, happening right now as we come on the air with our live broadcast at 6 o'clock. Evacuations are underway due to a wildfire southwest of Hamilton. The observation point fire is estimated at 53 acres right now. The evacuation order is for residents on the north side of Lost Horse Road from the 300 block west. Residents on the south side of the road are under an evacuation warning.
Okay, and in Colorado, not so far from Montana, an incredible spectacle happened after a gas line exploded. Here's CBS Colorado from Thursday.
We want to get back to that developing story. 5 people hurt after that gas explosion in Johnstown. A neighbor sending us this video showing the flames going dozens of feet into the air.
Your reporter in northern Colorado, Dylan Thomas, was the first reporter on that scene. Dylan, you actually arrived right as firefighters did, and officials shut down a state highway and nearby roads just as soon as you got there.
Yeah, Michael, in part because of the danger of the explosion, as well as the sheer number of first responders arriving. There were multiple fire departments that showed up, law enforcement agencies, as well as Xcel Energy. Residents tell me they heard a really loud bang, saw a giant tower of fire rising into the sky, and that is when they say they could feel the heat from the flames in cars and also in their homes.
Thursday morning, just after 11.
We heard a big bang. We seen the
flames shooting up.
Residents in southern Johnstown were jolted by a gas line explosion in a housing development south of Highway 60. Andrew Rios' home is directly across.
Jesus Christ. Looks like a goddamn bomb went off. Styx Dragon Sharon very offended. Very offended that NBC Bay Area did not include Hawaii or Alaska. That is incredibly rude.
How rude.
It's a good point. They completely excluded you. All right. Now let's go north to, where's this, man? Where's this, Saskatchewan? I cannot remember. But the Métis, Nation has declared a state of emergency amidst continued wildfires in Canada. Here's CTV News from 3 days ago.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Métis Nation Saskatchewan has declared a state of emergency as wildfires continue to rage in the north. The organization is raising concerns about the amount of resources dedicated to protecting traditional lands. Leaders say the muskeg fire burning near the northern village of Beauval is not receiving the same level of attention as the Bull fire burning in part inside Prince Albert National Park. They say the fire
is pretty wild.
Are not only threatening communities, but also destroying key elements of the indigenous way of life, including trap lines and areas where traditional medicines grow. Métis Nation Saskatchewan is calling on the provincial government to reevaluate its response.
All right. Well, there you go. Fires continuing to rage in Canada. The Métis Nation declaring a state of emergency. Millions of acres have burned in Canada this year. It's absolutely out of control. Canada has not managed to get it under control yet, and it's terrifying to think about just how many people are going to be affected by this. Also, one thing that certainly concerns me is just how much goddamn carbon dioxide has been put into the atmosphere. Millions. There's got to be over 3 million acres have burned in Canada this year. It is fucking wild. What does that sound? I think that was from their video. I think they were pumping in the video from the clips on top of the reporter, on top of the anchor. So I have no idea. I think that's what happened. All right, let's go here to the UN, where Antonio Guterres made a statement. UN chief, of course, made a statement about fossil fuels during the UN climate summit that was happening this week.
Throughout history, energy has shaped the destiny of humankind, from mastering fire to harnessing steam to splitting the atom. Now we are on the cusp of a new era. Fossil fuels are running out of road, and the sun is rising on a clean energy age. Let's be clear, the greatest threat to energy security today is in fossil fuels. They leave economies and people at the mercy of price shocks, supply disruptions, and geopolitical turmoil. Just look at Russia's invasion of Ukraine. A war in Europe led to a global energy crisis. Oil and gas prices soared, electricity and food bills followed. In 2022, every household around the world saw energy costs jump 20%. Modern and competitive economies need stable, affordable energy, and renewables offer both. There are no price spikes for sunlight and no embargoes on wind.
There we go. Anthony Guterres. The very, I think, a fantastic quote. No price spikes on sun. No embargoes on wind. That's right. Renewable energy. does not rely on politics, does not rely on markets. It's created by nature and is abundant and basically never ending. One of the many reasons, two of the many reasons why we should be focused on using renewable energy at every possible place. Now, let's go to Climate Town with Raleigh Williams to discuss a couple minutes of fact-checkable climate change facts. Anybody still doubting out there?
Hey there. Let's see what people are saying about climate change on the good old internet.
Always been changing. It is a liberal hoax to take my truck away.
Cool. Hi, I'm Raleigh Williams, climate science grad student, and the guy who's got to get that laptop after this. Damn it. A lot of people have been lied to about climate change, and it's hard to tell what's real. But if you give me 2 minutes of your time, I can give you some extremely fact-checkable evidence that might help convince you that climate change is happening. Welcome to Climate Town. Okay, number one, every oil, coal, and gas company has admitted that climate change is real and humans are causing it. All of them. All of them. Now, they have super good lawyers, so they probably won't face any consequences for their actions, but after years of loudly denying climate change, they have finally all quietly accepted the blame. And you don't have to take my word for this. Just Google climate change and then the name of any oil company and go buck wild on their corporate website.
Aw. God damn. At 2 BP.
Here are the climate change is real sections of BP. Exxon. Just wait. Goose in the shot? Yep. Hey man, can you grab that laptop?
Illegal.
All of America's insurance companies and economist groups agree that climate change is slowly taking a baseball bat to the balls of the American economy. All of them. Conservative, liberal, young, old, Dracula. They're not being paid off by big climate, because that's not a thing. And just to be clear, this is not theoretical. Actual insurance companies are paying billions of dollars because there are more fires and floods and droughts and storms and heat waves. I mean, there's always going to be 1,000 bing-bongs on Twitter talking shit about climate change, but the people whose actual job it is to predict risk are saying climate change is just number one. And number three, every scientific community in every country in the world agrees that climate change is dangerous and we have a limited amount of time to stop it. All of them. These are not political, they're not partisan, they're just scientists in their science labs doing science shit. They're pouring beakers into smaller beakers, they're looking at air, and they're using computers. They are not in cahoots. In fact, they're actively trying to prove each other wrong because that's how you get to the top of the science community. Punch the line! Think about it. There are literal trillions of dollars in funding waiting for the first scientist who can prove climate change is a hoax. Don't you think it's a little weird that no one has come forward with the evidence? What are you doing? Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you poop here? Oh, okay, mature. Real mature. Fucking goose.
Here we go. There's some fact-checkable science facts from Raleigh Williams over at Climate Town. Thank you, Raleigh. Very, very educational science stuff.
It's science.
Much appreciated, sir. But yeah, I think the most glaring example from Raleigh's video here is that even the people that are making climate change worse have on their websites claims that scientific claims that climate change exists. People like BP and Shell and ExxonMobil, they all recognize that climate change exists, even though they're the ones who are making it worse. They at least accept the reality. Okay. Now let's go to the ICJ. That's right, world's top court, International Court of Justice, ruled earlier this week on climate responsibility. Start here, France 24 English from 3 days ago.
In its biggest case ever, the International Court of Justice was mandated to answer two questions. The first one, what are countries obliged to do to protect the environment from greenhouse gas emissions? And the second and more controversial question, because it could assign blame to wealthier nations with a long history of emitting greenhouse gases, what are the legal consequences for governments when their acts, or lack of action, have harmed the climate? Since 2023, a panel of 15 judges at the UN's highest court have poured over tens of thousands of written submissions from over 100 countries. And they've heard 2 weeks of oral arguments in their goal of creating a definitive international standard when it comes to climate change and environmental law. The island nation of Vanuatu was a driving force behind getting the UN's highest court to issue a legal standard. The country's climate activists explain that because of rising water levels, the ruling for them is existential.
What happens when climate change is taking away your human rights? Your right to life, your right to food, water, all of these. The impacts of climate change, dire, absolutely dire right now, will become catastrophic as the years go by if we do not course correct.
The court's ruling is only advisory, but Vanuatu's climate change minister said it could nonetheless provide a legal guideline for courts at all levels across the globe.
This will be something they can use, whether it's a municipal level court or a state level court. They will be able to use this new ruling to try to make governments be more accountable and do more. It will also be a game changer for this whole climate discourse we're going through.
Now, let's continue talking about this ICJ ruling as their opinion came down this week, which declared that a legal obligation did exist to protect current and future generations. This is a huge case. Landmark case, honestly. Very important when it comes to climate justice and holding people responsible, accountable for their actions. Many, of course, knew just how bad this was, especially oil and gas companies. They knew and continued to create and promote propaganda, falsehoods, to lie to the public, to governments, and avoid culpability, avoid having to, change their business models.
The court concludes that the duty of states to prevent significant environmental harm applies in the context of climate change, and that this duty forms part of the most directly relevant applicable law. Concerning the duty to cooperate, the court recalls that it lies at the core of the Charter of the United Nations and has been spelled out in the Foundational Declaration on Friendly Relations. Court has held that the adoption by states of this text affords an indication of their opinio juris as to customary international law. That observation also applies to the duty to cooperate, insofar as it finds expression in many binding and non-binding instruments relating specifically to the environment. The duty to cooperate is a central obligation under the climate change treaties and other environmental treaties. In view of the related practice of states, the court considers that the duty of states to cooperate for the protection of the environment is a rule whose customary character has been established. The court considers that a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a precondition for the enjoyment of many human rights, such as the right to life, right to health, and the right to an adequate standard of living, including access to water, food, and housing. The right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment results from the interdependence between human rights and the protection of the environment. Consequently, insofar as state parties to human rights treaties are required to guarantee the effective enjoyment of such rights, it is difficult to see how these obligations can be fulfilled without at the same time ensuring the protection of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right.
There we go. That was the ruling from the International Court of Justice, read by one of its ministers, one of the judges on this case, groundbreaking case, which will hopefully provide a framework for accountability. God. Fingers crossed that that actually comes to fruition. It's going to be tough in the United States since we don't seem to recognize things that the International Court of Justice does lately. Let's go to another thing that was happening this week. More wildfires in Turkey, leading to some wild footage here of a literal fire NATO. Here is Reuters from Tuesday. All right, there you go. A little fire NATO action for you there, chat. We're living in some weird times. Fire NATOs are becoming a regular occurrence on this stream. I don't know. We have witnessed like 6 different fire NATOs on this stream, at least. Horrifying. Horrifying. Okay. Now let's go from Turkey to Thailand, where Typhoon Wipa made landfall as well. We talked about it hitting Hong Kong and mainland China. It also hit South Korea this week. We saw that footage on different streams over the last 5 or 6 days. This is in Thailand. As you can see, streets completely flooded. God. There's a lot of water, all the way up to this woman's waist. This is wild. This is a shitload of rain. There we go. Southeast Asia utterly pummeled by Typhoon Wifa. My God. It's almost like climate change is real. Continue to see storms, more and more storms like this every single year. Yet the climate skeptic losers just continue to pretend like it's not happening.
I don't want reality.
Okay. Last environmental story of the night before we move on to space news and Earth news. We might just do it, chat. We might just be able to finish all the content tonight. Jesus Christ. We are dangerously close to not being able to finish this stream due to time constraints. Of course, we can't stream longer than 12 hours. Okay, last story in Australia for the environmental news. Talk about a huge algae bloom, which has been dubbed a natural disaster by Australian officials.
It's being dubbed a natural disaster by officials, a massive outbreak of toxic algae off South Australia that has devastated hundreds of species of marine life and disrupted local tourism and fishing.
important to recognise that this is an unprecedented event.
State Premier Peter Malinowskis said Australia is not familiar with responding to such a crisis.
You know, with a bushfire, you can put the fire out. If there's a flood, you can, do the modelling to have a sense of where the water is going to go. Whereas this is so entirely unprecedented, we don't really know how it's going to play out over coming weeks and months ahead.
Environment officials say the algal bloom, first detected in March, spans an area of over 1,700 square miles and has been aggravated by rising ocean temperatures. The bloom has been caused by an overgrowth of an algal species called Corania mikimotoi. It affects fish gills and sucks oxygen out of the water as it decomposes. The public have logged nearly 14,000 dead animals on a reporting app. Tourism businesses and oyster and mussel farms have been forced to temporarily shut due to a waterborne toxin caused by the algae, local media said. Malinowskis announced an over $9 million support package to tackle the outbreak, matching funds from the federal government.
I think it's
just horrifying. All these dead animals on the beach. Invertebrates, crabs, lobsters, fish, stingrays, horseshoe crabs, seahorses. I mean, it's just horrifying. And this the algae can be twofold, right? These blooms can be literally poisonous, but not secondary, but they also basically suffocate animals in the water by consuming all of the oxygen. They make it so that oxygen cannot exist in the environment, really. And it is massively problematic and is dangerous for animals. Also can be dangerous for human beings. It is horrible. Now, a lot of these algae blooms, most of these big algae blooms that we have seen are due to, because we are seeing algae blooms that, like you said, are historic, that rise to the level of literal natural disasters, and they are completely fueled by humans. It's climate change related. It's also waste disposal related, right? Like the oceans are warmer because anthropogenic climate change has made the oceans warmer. Then you add in the fact that humans are also dumping waste, industrial and agricultural waste into the oceans, trash, which is feeding the algae, right? They produce more when it's warm, and then you add in a bunch of nutrients for them to eat. They suddenly just explode in population and threaten all of the wildlife. It's terrible. And it's 100% preventable. Very difficult to actually even fathom cleaning one of these things up, but it's preventable. Not really fixable. Those animals are dead. They're not coming back. Okay, now let's do some space news. Big space news this week, as far, far away. Scientists have discovered Betelgeuse. The twin has a binary star. Let's go here. Talk about that.
Gemini Betelgeuse makes headlines with its mysterious bright dimming.
What is happening?
And scientists theorize that Betelgeuse is approaching a supernova, a kind of astronomical imaging technique that uses very short exposure times to freeze out the distortions that are caused by Earth's atmosphere. This technique enables...
Okay, there we go. We had double audio playing just for a second. That was so annoying. Jesus Christ.
2019, Betelgeuse makes headlines with its mysterious great dimming, and scientists theorize that Betelgeuse is approaching the supernova explosion phase. 2023, observations reveal that a massive dust cloud ejected by Betelgeuse caused the dimming. 2025, we finally lay eyes on the stellar companion that orbits Betelgeuse, and its time too is limited. In the recent past, several papers have proposed that a small, close binary companion might be responsible for Betelgeuse's periodic dimming, predicting that the best time to observe this object would be in December 2024. This is where it gets tricky. Betelgeuse is so massive and bright that spotting a smaller, fainter object right next to it is not easy. That was when Steve Howell, a scientist at NASA Ames Research Center, and a team of astrophysicists decided to bring in a game changer, Allo-Peak, a speckle imager mounted on the Gemini North Telescope to help them finally crack the case. What makes it unique is its speckle imaging ability, a kind of astronomical imaging technique that uses very short exposure times to freeze out the distortions that are caused by Earth's atmosphere. This technique enables high resolution, which when combined with the light-collecting power of Gemini North's 8.1-meter mirror, allowed for Betelgeuse's faint companion to be directly detected for the first time ever. This glowing orange orb is Betelgeuse, and this faint blue streak is its newly discovered buddy.
Oh, there we go. Now, this also suggests that there will be at some point a supernova explosion between this between these two stars. Although I don't think humanity will be around to see it, or at least to see the effects of it up close, if you will. But there we go. Little space news for you people. Yes, even the supernova. Yes, Carl Schmidt in chat. Yes, the supernova phase will take potentially thousands of years. So yeah, like I said, it's not good. We may be able to observe it if we're still around at that point, but it certainly I mean, for it to actually make it to Earth, we're not going to be seeing that most likely. We're struggling to. We are working on just surviving the next 30 years. That should be our main focus, not gonna lie. Speaking of survival, well, before we get to full-on Earth news, let's talk the United States and the USAID program, which of course has been dismantled by the Trump administration. Brad Sherman has some questions for Donald Trump's top Trump official over those cuts and whether or not they were having negative effects, including the deaths of people around the world. I found her answer to be fascinating.
Yes, Representative Sherman.
Madam Secretary, I hope you'd focus on the aid that Armenia needs as a result of well over 100,000 people being ethnically cleansed from Artsakh and now living in Armenia. And I hope that you direct our ambassador to Pakistan to visit Imran Khan in prison to demonstrate our dedication to the rule of law and to visit Dr. Afridi. This is in prison. This is the man that did more for America than any foreigner since Lafayette, and he languishes in a Pakistani jail. He helped us get bin Laden. Now, I'm inspired by our chair. He talks about Congress not doing its job for 15 years and not focusing on how the State Department was run. I was here. 20 plus. I was here for the 20 years. We did, and if you'd watched us on C-SPAN 3, you would have seen Congress do a good job. But today's Congress has been canceled because congressional leadership needs 6 weeks to figure out an excuse for not revealing the Epstein files or limiting those revelations only to the very few papers that are in the grand jury testimony. The chair talks about measurable outcomes. I've been here for 30 years. How many times before today have we canceled Congress in order to carry out a pedophile protection project? Zero. It's measurable until now. But measurable outcomes, you don't get that way by looking at 1/10 of 1% and finding one mistake or even a collection of a few mistakes that the State Department and the USAID made. If we did that, we'd cancel the Dodger season because they committed an error last night. Measurable outcomes. We've got the Center for Global Development measuring that 3.3 million people will die this year because of the gutting of USAID. We've got Boston University demonstrating that 300,000 people have already died as a result of that. We've got the Secretary, Rubio, coming to the table you're sitting at there and saying 0 people have died. Do you stand by the Secretary in saying that when the richest man in the world took food and medicine from the poorest people in the world, that has resulted in 0 deaths? Because we want measurable outcomes. Is it 0?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. And
I'm
very
asking,
much stand
I
by
asked.
the-
This woman seems like a ghoul.
Yes or no question. Madam Secretary, I asked a yes or no question. I want a yes or no answer. If you don't want to do that, I'll simply go on.
You're asking me
Do
to
you
say-
stand
restate
by
the
the
question.
statement of the Secretary of State that 0 people have died in the world as a result of the gutting of USAID? Do you stand by it or not? Yes or no?
Thank you, Congressman, for your question. I stand by what Secretary Rubio says.
Thank you.
and I'm
Jesus
happy
Christ.
Thank you, because I've got more
to
questions.
expound if you give me.
Can you give me a little more time to say why I think nobody died? What a fucking ghoul. What a fucking ghoul. Is that really her name, Allison Hooker? Wow.
Phrasing?
Yeah, Allison Hooker being a real ghoul over there. No, nobody's died. Don't worry. Fucking ridiculous. All right. Let's go on to Earth news. Shit, I have Canada right here. All right, let's do some Canadian news. The Crown is seeking up to 8 years in prison for mischief for that old freedom convoy. Angry right-wing ringers with RVs and semi-trucks blocking streets, blocking highways in Canada, and yelling a lot because of supposed COVID restrictions and things like that. They are now facing almost a decade in prison.
Tamara Leach and Chris Barber, 2 of the central figures behind the Freedom Convoy, are facing sentencing this week, months after being found guilty of mischief. The Crown wants 7 years for Leach and 8 for Barber. In Canada, the maximum sentence for mischief can be up to 10 years in prison if the Crown proceeds by indictment and the damage is over $5,000. Criminologist Laura Huey believes if Leach and Barber are sentenced to time in prison, it will cause more people to protest because of the inequity of the situation.
We have protests every day in Canada that end up costing over time millions and millions and billions of dollars.
Over time?
So what is it about this particular protest that we should treat it separately?
The Crown argues
I would love to know what
accountability.
I would have loved for her to have actually named a single example where a protest cost $1 billion. I would love to know what she was referring to, and she suggested there have been multiple protests that have cost the government billions of dollars. I mean, it's quite a claim, quite a fantastical claim.
Significant disruption to downtown Ottawa, hurt local businesses, and ignored court orders. While others, like Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, argue it's a disproportionate response, especially when compared to sentences handed down for more violent or harmful offenses.
In court, I argued before the judge that the sentence sought was excessive, abusive, and would amount to cruel and unusual punishment.
Oh, cruel and unusual.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, jeez. Those poor COVID vaccine denier types. Oh, it's very sad for them. I'm very sad. Can you not tell I'm very sad for them? They're having a tough time. So she's adding up all protests ever. I see. That makes sense. Yes. Okay. Right. Those have cost billions of dollars. I still think that that's a ridiculous claim as well. I find that hard to believe. All right. Let's go across the pond. Usually we do Canada and the America half. I think I've intentionally put this in here now that I think about it because of how much American news I knew we had to go over today. All right. Cross the pond. Go to Scotland, where Donald Trump's Turnberry golf course, the president made an appearance, and leading up to that appearance, some Scottish residents,
local people, in terms of like the amount of
as the Associated Press got some commentary from local Scottish residents leading up to it.
Local people in terms of like the amount of security and police, because I know we lived in Turnberry last time, and the amount of police and resources that were sent to the area that then were maybe taken away from other people that were needing the services. Again, locally, people were not maybe happy about that. And then just with local, there was a thing recently where someone had spray painted one of the buildings, which again is attracting a not nice feeling to the area that the local people don't want associated with that. So,
waste of time. Total waste of time. We don't want him here. That's it. Simple as that.
There we go. Scottish people don't want Donald Trump in Scotland. All right. Let's go here. Even though Scottish people didn't want Trump to show up, he certainly did show up. This is from yesterday, showing the presidential motorcade approaching the Turnberry Golf Club. By the way, it supposedly cost like $1,300 a round at Turnberry. It's ridiculous. For 9 holes, 18 holes, it's like $100 a hole. $100 a hole at Turnberry. Fucking ridiculous. Hold on. Where's the motorcade? Here it comes. What do you figure the carbon footprint of the Trump administration is? I mean, look at this display. Like 50 freaking SUVs packed with equipment, all driving at once to move one man to one place that he happens to own in a foreign country. There we go. I noticed that there were a number of Scottish police officers as well involved in this motorcade, it would seem. I saw a bunch of Rolls Royces in there. Not Rolls Royces, but Land Rovers, excuse me. All right. Now let's go here. Associated Press. Donald Trump plays golf in Scotland while protesters take to the streets.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We're here in Scotland where President Donald Trump is here for 5 days to talk trade with the UK and the EU, and also to play a lot of golf at 2 of his golf courses and to open a 3rd golf course. We've just come from a protest here in Edinburgh, which is not where Trump is, but where several hundred people took to the streets in front of the U.S. consulate and basically tried to send the message that Donald Trump wasn't welcome in Scotland. They were decrying his politics. A lot of them were also sort of very angry with UK leaders, saying that they didn't think they should be negotiating with Trump because they didn't agree with his politics. While this was going on, Trump was out on the golf course playing golf with his son, one of his sons, and that was happening in Turnberry, which is like about 100 miles, 160 kilometers from where we are in Edinburgh.
All right, so we're going to stay on this topic a little longer. CNN from 8 hours ago. Go straight into this one.
President Trump is in Scotland for a 5-day visit. It puts a little bit of physical space, at least, between him and the growing Epstein fallout in the nation's capital. The president golfing today at his property in Turnberry, Scotland. One of 2 golf courses the president owns
Okay,
and
that's
plans to play
fucking
during
hilarious.
his visit.
I love thinking about
Trump
it like
also
that.
plans to meet with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the
I love thinking about it like that. Now, it's not clear to me that that is, in fact, what Donald Trump is thinking right now, but I love thinking that that's what he's thinking. That if I just leave the country, people won't be able to criticize me, even though the internet exists. They won't be able to yell at me about my involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. If I just go to Scotland, he's like a fugitive on the run. Oh my God.
The president golfing today at his property in Turnberry, Scotland. One of 2 golf courses the president owns and plans to play during his visit. Trump also plans to meet with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the head of the European Union Commission for Trade and Tariffs talks. The trip to Scotland, though, is not without controversy. The president has already been met with some large protests, and more are planned for his visit. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is in Scotland for us. Not unheard of course, for an American president or any world leader, frankly, to be met with some protests. But walk us through not only what he's seen and heard there, but also what is on deck for him over the next few days, Jeff.
Well, Erica, certainly President Trump has grown very accustomed to protests. This time, of course, they are very far away from him. He is spending the bulk of his time on his properties, 3 nights at the Trump Turnberry Resort on the western coast of Scotland, and then 1 night. And he's also opening a new golf course on the northern coast of Scotland, which is the ancestral homeland of his mother. That is what really brings the connection to Scotland that Donald Trump has talked so often about. He talks about Scotland in a very fond way, but it is less clear if residents of Scotland feel as fondly toward him. There were many supporters who turned out last evening near Glasgow to watch Air Force One arrive, always quite a sight and spectacle, but there were also many protesters who turned out to protest his mere presence here and his policies as well. We talked to Fiona McPherson to give her view about President Trump.
I think we're probably going to have to play nice.
I don't want us to. But you know, America was our ally for so long. We relied on America so much. Now it's an embarrassment. I don't know. It's very, very tricky. I think politically, yes, we've got to play nice. But on the other hand, if we condone his behaviour, what message are we sending out to the world?
And you may have seen the Boston Red Sox hat on Fiona. She's actually a dual citizen of the United States and Scotland and follows U.S. politics very closely, she said. But as for the rest of the agenda, the president is largely doing this working vacation, playing some golf, even in the windy and often or somewhat rainy Scotland as it is at the moment. But he's also holding trade talks, scheduled to do so with the head of the EU on Sunday, as well as the British Prime Minister on Monday. He'll return to Washington on Tuesday evening.
Okay, there we go. Donald Trump hanging out in Scotland, where a lot of people don't seem to want him to be. Both playing a lot of golf and apparently doing some diplomacy, supposedly. Okay. Here was the live feed. This was the live feed from the Associated Press outside of Turnberry. This was from like an hour ago. All right, not an hour ago, but it was like a few hours ago, I think. I added it to the list while I was streaming here today. You can see his course is being protected by local Scottish police from nasty troublemakers or something. I don't know. But I don't see any troublemakers. I see a golf course. Golf course owned by a fascist. Okay. Let's see. How are we doing on time? Jesus Christ, people. Jesus Christ. We have made it through 5 halves tonight. And we are going to have 6 full halves. 6 full fucking halves tonight. It's out of control.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I'm still not sure whether or not we'll be able to get through all the content. But regardless, we do have to take a 5th break. As we are now, or 5th, 1, 2, wait, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 5th break. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is a marathon stream of epic proportions. A lot of epic things have happened on this stream, including an epic number of galactic memberships gifted out. Okay. We had to take another break, and we will be back with the final half of the stream after these brief space messages. Just want to remind everybody that, of course, we are still running a galactic deficit, so if you got a few extra bucks on Cash App and PayPal, or are considering a Patreon membership, great way to contribute to that galactic deficit financing goal before the end of the month, before those galactic bills come due. All right. Now, if you haven't already, I must remind you to both like and subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you get the latest from this here Spacecast. While you're at it, do also remember that we are completely funded by viewers like yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. Like I said, if you want to contribute to the goal, but also avoid YouTube taking a 30% cut of your donation. But of course, the best way to get the most base benefits for your earned dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a galactic patron. 10 cents a day, $3 a month. Get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like an avatar on one of these break screens. You could be hanging out at the pool, the galactic pool bar, the lake, or the street. Just let me know what you want your avatar to be. Either on the Patreon members messaging system, or in DMs on the Discord. Get shoutouts also as a patron every stream and much, much more. So what are you waiting for? Click the link in the chat or in my bio. Get yourself some sweet, sweet space benefits. All right, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be back the final half of the stream. All right, Space Fams. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. The final half of this here Spacecast, brought to you by Space Fams like you. Where's my phone? There it is. I found it. Okay. All right. Everybody get back in their seats. It's time for the final half of the Galactic Spacecast. We left ourselves off in Scotland talking about Donald Trump's trip to the UK and his visits to his own personal golf courses in Scotland. Now, we're having a couple of drop frames over here. It's not bad, but there's still some light tweaking I think I need to do to the stream. We're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Almost no lag this stream. Still a tiny little bit here and there. Okay. Half or quarter. We just call them halves. You can have as many halves as you want. Mathematically speaking. I mean, sure, are we referring to a whole, and does that make my claim questionable? Yes. But let's not belay ourselves, cause a great strife over this concept of as many halves as we want around here, all right? Look, we shoot for the stars, okay, Space Fans? Shoot for the stars. Let us have as many halves as we want. Jesus, it's been a long-ass week. Crazy freaking week. Especially when you add in all of our technical troubles here at the stream. It's been an incredibly stressful week for me, partially because every day that I don't stream when I'm planning to stream, it just means that my list gets longer and more just troublesome. Like in this moment where we are 10 hours into the stream, and I'm like, dude, we've got a buttload of content right now that I need to get through. I'm doubting whether or not I'm going to be able to get through it all. Okay. Eighths. Well, we couldn't do eighths. It would be in sixths because we can only do 12-hour streams. That is the longest a stream can go. Otherwise, YouTube starts cutting off content past 12 hours, which is very, very annoying. Six is the max number of hats. That's a fact. But since it varies from stream to stream. Sometimes we have, instead of 6 hats, we have 5, we have 4. Maybe we don't complete a goal, and instead we only have two halves or something like that. It doesn't happen very often, but it could, theoretically. All right, we're not going to leave the UK. Let's go to a place called Epping, where racialized protests have reached a boiling point. Here's Navarra Media from Thursday. Oh shit, it's muted.
Protests broke out on Tuesday night in front of a hotel in Canary Wharf in central London. Why? Well, because of false rumours sparked by right-wing agitators who claimed asylum seekers were being relocated there from the Bell Hotel in the Essex town of Epping. Those rumours quickly turned into action. Protesters bearing Union Jack flags and bunting turned up at the hotel, along with left-wing counter-protesters. It wasn't a huge protest with only about 15 police officers stationed outside the hotel, but it wasn't a friendly one either. This was one interaction between the anti-asylum seeker protesters and a counter-protester.
in the conflicts and the climate crisis that causes people to be refugees and have to come to another country. They're not choosing to leave their country, at their home, their children, their parents. They're fucking children, you silly cunts.
Wow.
Excuse me. Fuck off.
That seems incredibly rude. This woman's just speaking her mind, and this dude starts screaming at her, hurling profanities, obscenities in her direction. Jesus Christ. Settle down, pal. Get a new haircut while you're at it.
These people need somewhere to go.
One of those circulating the fake news was Tommy Robinson, who posted this. It's been widely reported that the government have had all staff fired at the 4-star, £469 a night Britannia International Hotel in Canary Wharf. Got no idea if that's true. Brought up all $450 at the taxpayers' expense to house unvetted migrant men. Reports it's those from the Bell Hotel in Epping. Another was Reforms Tower Hamlet's chairman, who said this. I can now confirm that the International Hotel in Canary Wharf has been handed over for use by asylum seekers and refugees. Our team in Epping have been leading peaceful protests at the Bell Hotel after serious allegations of sexual assault, and they heard some of those being moved on were heading here.
That didn't seem very peaceful. That seemed a lot sort of much more aggressive than what I would categorize as peaceful. This dude's screaming at this woman, calling her a cunt. Yeah, it doesn't feel super peaceful.
Someone went to investigate and saw a coach of 30 being dropped off. Security is now stationed inside the hotel. The Home Office has now confirmed to the Times that no asylum seekers were moved from Epping to Canary Wharf, and the government has reserved the Britannia Hotel for other asylum seekers, and that's at a cost of £81 per night per person, a little lower than the average cost in March of £118 a night, and much lower than Tommy Robinson was suggesting. The background to the scenes at Canary Wharf, of course, is the much larger protests that have taken place in Epping since.
No way, Michael Robinson tweeting untrue things? Oh my gosh. What? No way. Wow. I am shocked that Tommy Robinson, of all people, would try and stir up racial hatred using fake news. No way. That's not it. That doesn't sound like Tommy Robinson at all.
Last Sunday, and in the Essex town began protesting mostly peacefully outside the Bell Hotel, which is being used to house asylum seekers. Dozens gathered there after it emerged that an asylum seeker staying at the hotel had been accused of sexual assault. A small number of police protected the hotel, and anti-far right counter-protesters also turned up. But things soon took a violent turn. This was the moment those counter-protesters came under attack.
Get you, next to none. That one. You're bleeding. Oh, what's the matter, mate? What's that on your head? What's that on your head? You've been cut. You've been cut, have you? You've been cut.
Illegal.
So you can see how, it starts off with one individual being accused of sexual assault, then that becomes all the asylum seekers in the hotel are pedophiles, and then it goes to anyone who's defending the asylum seekers from attack is a pedophile. So you can see how the kind of scary logic moves along. Last Thursday, the asylum seeker in question was charged with 3 counts of sexual assault, 1 count of inciting a girl to engage in sexual activity, and 1 count of harassment, just 8 days after arriving in the UK by small boat. Those protests started out peacefully with scores of locals turning up outside the Bell Hotel to hear speeches from concerned residents, but the presence of far-right activists, including from groups like Homeland and Blood and Honour, as well as former members of Combat 18 and For Britain, soon sparked violence.
Now, what is so like there's a common thread between all of these protests that we've seen happening in the UK, if you can call them that are basically conflating one instance, in some cases completely fabricated instances of crime, as being somehow representative of the entire immigrant population, when the facts couldn't be further from these claims. But it doesn't matter. People lap it up, and it creates a racist tirade, fervor of these sort of, fascist tendencies among certain populations, as we've seen here in the UK. It's fucking disturbing, if you ask me. I often feel like the UK's democracy is more robust than perhaps the United States, and then you see stuff like this, and it's just like, Jesus Christ. But, people like Reform, and, of course, Reform is basically UKIP, if you know all about that Brexit stuff. And then people like on the far right, like with Tommy Robinson, who are all mixed up in these groups of just very anti-immigrant and just very hateful political sort of movements that are popping up all over the place, causing violence while claiming to be peaceful, and it's ridiculous. And they go on the ground, Navarro goes on the ground and talks to a bunch of people in the area, and it's a lot of people sort of repeating the kind of stuff that Tommy Robinson is saying, Just a bunch of, just people afraid of brown people, basically. Live in small towns, used to a certain kind of person being in their neighborhoods, and they don't like it at all. Call it the British Karen. Now, let's move on to the actual Europe, the EU, and talk about the oncoming tariff deadline, which is in 5 days. August 1st, of course, is Re-Liberation Day for the whole planet, including the EU. Here's France 24 English from 4 days ago.
Pellegrin is joining us here on Senate. This time he's checking in on the state of trade talks between the US and the European Union.
That's right, Stuart. Talks are intensifying ahead of an August 1st deadline on which Donald Trump has said the US will slap 30% tariffs on most imports from the bloc, a so-called reciprocal tariff meant to rebalance trade relations in the US's favor. That's in Donald Trump's words. This comes in addition to sectoral tariffs already applied on imports of cars and car parts, as well as steel and aluminium, and threats of future sectoral tariffs on pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, and copper. As a reminder, Donald Trump has expressed alarm at the U.S. trade deficit with the EU last year. That deficit stood at $235.6 billion, meaning the EU exported goods to the U.S. worth that much more than the U.S. exported to the EU. The U.S. president has made it his fixation to rebalance that, but also criticizing the EU for some of its policies, which he believes are unfair to U.S. companies, notably the EU's tighter regulations on the tech sector dominated by U.S. giants.
So if a deal is struck, what would it look like?
Well, the report...
What would a deal look like? It's really not clear right now at this moment. There's a lot of speculation, but I think there's going to be tariffs on the EU. This is what my claim has been for a while now. Re-Liberation Day is coming, and many of the tariffs that existed on first Liberation Day, now in Re-Liberation, we are going to see similar but perhaps reduced tariff levels in some countries, and in other countries it'll be the same or more. For instance, Brazil, a perfect example, is going to be higher than it was on Liberation Day, due to Donald Trump's going after them over fucking Jair Bolsonaro. Completely political decision. Has nothing to do with trade policy at all. He's just making it about trade policy and enacting a 50% tariff plus the BRICS tariff, which will bring it to 60%. Is the volume low? Oh, the volume is low. God damn it. That's my bad. Why is it so low? Oh, I know why. I know why. Because we were in the break before this, and I had the volume lower. God damn it. That's my bad, everybody.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
That is my bad. All right. Let's stay in the EU with France. Talk about something that's been going on. Legally speaking. Now, we're not going to watch... I could not bring myself to watch an actual episode of Candace Owens, or multiple episodes, as it turns out, as I went on to Candace Owens' YouTube. And in the last few weeks, she has been doing a whole bunch of videos about Emmanuel Macron's wife, Brigitte Macron, who we have talked about on this stream in the past, and recently talked about how Brigitte slapped Emmanuel Macron in the face when they visited Southeast Asia earlier this year. It certainly took over the internet, but now the thing that is taking over the fucking internet is these goddamn videos from fucking Candace Owens, where she is claiming that Brigitte Macron is in fact a transgender woman. That's right. Candace Owens, transvestigator Candace Owens, has turned her eyes to Europe and is now coming after Brigitte Macron. And in the wake of that, Emmanuel Macron and his wife are suing Candace Owens for defamation. Here's Forbes breaking news from 3 days ago. Fucking Candace Owens. This woman is insane.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Emmanuel Macron wife Brigitte sue right-wing influencer Candace Owens. French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte sued right-wing influencer Candace Owens on Wednesday. Owens claiming that Owens defamed the French First Lady by repeatedly and falsely claiming she was a man. The Macrons accused Owens of having built a brand based of sorry, please hold. God damn it. Not keeping up with the subtitles. The Macrons accused Owens of having built a brand on provocation and not truth, and having routinely peddled misinformation under the guise of legitimate reporting to inflame and attract attention through sensationalism and conspiracy theories. Owens, while hosting a political talk show on the Daily Wire website last year, said, "I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man," and continued to repeat the conspiracy theory, including launching an 8-episode series called Becoming Brigitte. I didn't realize there was an entire series. My God. Becoming Brigitte. This is insane. This woman is just a fucking, not just a monster, but just a insane, crazy person. The 218-page lawsuit filed in Delaware Superior Court accuses Owens of 22 counts and seeks unspecified damages and a jury trial. An unnamed spokesperson for Owens told multiple outlets that Owens would respond to the lawsuit on her podcast Wednesday. Quote, "Because Ms. Owens systematically reaffirmed these falsehoods in response to each of our attorneys' repeated requests for a retraction, we ultimately concluded that referring the matter to a court of law was the only remaining avenue for remedy," said the Macrons. The drops are low. The drops are low now. God damn it! See, it's a fine line with the drops. Oh, the drops are low. I just realized why the drops are low. The drops are low because the volume is intentionally obscured low because there's music on this Forbes piece that I constantly am getting copyright strikes from the music rights holders that Forbes Breaking News is using on their goddamn videos. It's constant and it's annoying as shit. And then I have to like cut it out or like mute the audio or do some other shit. It's so annoying to me. It's annoying. As few copyright strikes as I can take is what I'm constantly going for. Because I have to edit them out somehow. Every time. Or at least try. Okay, but yeah, no, seriously, Candace Owens has lost her freaking mind. She's going after Brigitte Macron for no good reason other just been being a petty, vindictive... a
fucking bitch.
Right, what she said. Okay, one more. Here's the New York Post. What is happening?
You were born a man and you will die a man. That's the point
This is
making.
ridiculous.
So give us a sample. I'll send my doctors to
A
take
sample?
your blood. Figure it out real quick.
Oh
however you want to go about
my
this. Hey, how about just giving us some pictures
God.
again of you growing up?
Oh my
You know,
God.
raising your children. That would be fine.
Candace Owens is going to send doctors to take samples. Samples.
Don't be creepy.
What does that even? What does that even mean, Candace? This is fucking wild. Why doesn't she focus on some more important shit?
Raising your children. That would be.
I thought she cared about Gaza or something at one point. Wasn't she talking about Palestine a bunch? Why does this require 8 videos? They want to, protect the starving Palestinians, Candace? Don't you care about them?
Fine.
Conspiracy spewing podcaster Candace Owens is not backing down after she was slapped at a defamation lawsuit Wednesday for claiming that First Lady Brigitte Macron was born a male who groomed her alleged
It is
husband.
time for you to wake up. So we will start from the top here with a photo of Brigitte.
Wait. She groomed Emmanuel Macron? Is the claim?
Don't be creepy.
What is wrong with this woman? What's up with the international transvestigation from Candace? Does she really not have anything better to do?
Really?
I mean, jeez.
Jean-Michel Trogneux. That person that you are looking at on the right is not a woman.
This is ridiculous.
If you need any more evidence that Brigitte Macron is definitely a man, it is just what is happening right now. The idea that you would file this lawsuit is all of the proof that you need.
Oh, wait. So, suing Candace Owens for any of the insane things she says is just proof that the insane things that Candace Owens says are all true. I see, Candace. That makes perfect sense. Where my stable girlies at? Sorry, maybe everybody doesn't get that reference. That's an old R.M. Brown sound shot of Candace Owens. Where my stable girlies at? Indeed. Okay. Now, this week, some news rattled Ukraine. The federal government and Zelensky attempted to amend anti-corruption law in the country with a new bill, which caused protests to sweep through Ukraine. Here's BBC News from 3 days ago on this story.
Ukraine's President Zelensky has defended the signing of a bill which has provoked some of the biggest protests in Ukraine since Russia launched its full-scale invasion. Critics of the new law say it weakens the independence of Ukraine's anti-corruption bodies. Mr. Zelensky says the main anti-graft agencies will continue to function. There were protests, as you can see here. They were in various cities, but the largest was in the centre of the capital, Kyiv. There's a renewed push for peace going on as well. Russia and Ukraine meeting for a fresh round of ceasefire talks in Istanbul. They're due to start in a few hours' time. President Zelensky proposing the talks at the weekend, days after President Trump threatened Russia with severe sanctions if there was no ceasefire between Moscow and Kyiv within 50 days. It comes.
This is like the third or fourth round of talks happening in Turkey so far in the last like 3 months. And so far, absolutely nothing has come of those talks.
If there was no ceasefire between Moscow and Kyiv within 50 days. It comes amid escalating attacks and growing international pressure to end the war. Moscow, though, has already said the discussions will be very difficult. Straight to our Russia editor with BBC Monitoring, Vitaly Shevchenko, who joins us from Istanbul, where those talks are taking place. Before we get to the talks, Vitaly, though, can you explain the significance of these huge protests that we've seen across Ukrainian cities?
Well, they are the biggest anti-government protests that we've seen since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion. And
my browser is lagging like crazy. What the fuck?
Well, they are the biggest anti-government protests that we've seen since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion. And what this tells us is that this controversial law that was passed by the Ukrainian parliament yesterday, it threatens to break the social contract in Ukraine where society is sort of united.
Damn, the galactic contract is breaking down right now. 10.5 hours into the stream, things are starting to falter. Oh, God. And honestly, missed frames have ticked up by 5% since the beginning of this stream. That is clearly happening. I mean, I am asking a lot of my computer by doing these sorts of insane half-a-day streams. I guess I could turn down the bit rate. That might help. I'm going to do that real quick. Please hold, chat. Okay. Okay, there we go. I did it. Hopefully that helps.
Around the government and was where society sort of united.
God damn it.
Around the government and was prepared to put aside any differences for the sake of fighting Russia. Now they're saying this isn't what we've been fighting for these 10 years. We fought against corruption, we fought for democracy, and now this happens. So there's shock and dismay in Ukraine. And President Zelensky, earlier today, he gathered together the heads of Ukraine's main security services and anti-corruption.
Oh, God. It's all collapsing right now. It's getting real buffery around here. Hold on. It's not even the CPU. It's the GPU. Which makes sense considering what's happening with the video right now. What can I do to solve this midstream? You did not tune into this channel while driving for hold music? Wow.
How rude.
I'm very sorry. Look, we're on hour 11 right now. I need you to settle the fuck down. Okay, pal? God damn it. What can I do to solve this right now? Oh, shit. That's probably not helping. I'll close that. Close that. How did I not notice that both of these were running in the background? That is wild. There we go. It's not the ISP. It's not network. It's not the network. You may not have been paying attention the whole stream, So Life. I'm not sure if you how much of this we were here for, but I have solved basically many of the technological problems that we've been having around here. I now have a way of monitoring just where lag is coming from. I have a stats block that is showing me exactly where where the source of the lag is, whether it's from the CPU, the GPU, or from the network. And the network is running smooth as fuck right now. The CPU is running smooth as fuck. It's the render lag that is causing some problems. If I can just manage to do this, just manage to force quit these applications, we might have even better shot at this right now. Just quit it. We don't need this open. I don't understand why you're doing this to me. I hate when this happens. I think one of the reasons why this is happening is because I have two programs that were running in the background that have now stopped responding and are causing the system to have some problems. I think that's the reason this is happening, and I cannot force quit them right now. I'm trying to through Taskmaster is actually one of the programs that has stopped working, so that's not good. Oh God, I hate to say it, but I might just need to end the stream here. I'll keep trying for a second. See if this approves at all. Otherwise, I mean, we got through a shit ton of content, so I don't feel super bad about that. And we only have like an hour left. Till 12. Yeah, let's just go here to some of the. Well, actually, not this. We were just talking about the protests that are going on amidst that anti-corruption law. Now, Zelensky and the Ukrainian government was forced to back down from this new anti-corruption bill and to restore the independence of anti-corruption agencies after these protests. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday, 2 days ago, I'm sorry.
It's not because we are anti-war, anti-Zelensky, and not because we want to discharge all of our government. It's only because we think that our anti-corruption...
Damn, it's just as bad. I'm still having the same problem immediately. I think we've hit the limit on this today. Hey, try streaming from Linux. All right, you settle down. I've already reduced the lag by a massive amount. Each thing, CPU, GPU, network, can hit 100% on this stat block that I'm using to monitor it all. And literally, I've managed to take it from, if you combined like 200% across all three down to 10, 15%. It started off at 10, but now it's increased like 17% throughout the stream. I think it's just because the load on the computer is just getting incrementally worse hour by hour. But I'm confident that we're gonna be able to get that number down in the future. I just got to do some more work on it. But I was basically doing this all with my eyes closed and my hands tied behind my back because I didn't know that there was this way for me to monitor these things separately this whole goddamn time. I bet that you missed the South Park part. You did. But the great thing is that this, I don't, at least for now, I don't paywall any of the live streams. I've thought about it multiple times to paywall them for the patrons, to try and give them more benefits. But I still don't do that because I want everybody to be able to watch the live streams after the fact because they're so long. I want to give people the opportunity to watch them in full if they don't get the chance to do it live. So you can go back and you can watch more. I'm afraid, though, that's going to end it. I'll do a super secret late night after hours Galactic Chill stream. But I'm just going to cancel the rest of the content until tomorrow, Sunday Fun Day. We'll do a little extra Earth news, which will bring down that Sunday Fun Day content in terms of valuetainment. It's going to be a lot more sad stuff to talk about, unfortunately. But things have broken down. Things have broken down over here. Okay. Well, it looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was incredibly long and also very difficult. But even with that arduousness, we got through it together. That is going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Snarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. Whoa. The fuck? Donald James X. Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D. Cyper, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. Now, if you are looking at this, you're a patron, you're a new patron, and you're asking yourself, why is my name not on here? Well, it's because you haven't responded yet. You need to go onto Patreon, or Discord, message me, and tell me how you would like to appear on this shout-out. Otherwise, you will continue to remain anonymous in your contributions. This has been your Galactic PSA of the evening. Thank you for your attention to this serious issue. By the way, Patreon membership, $3 a month, 10 cents a day. You could help produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster, you can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. And all over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair win. Mr. President, on top of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax, and that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916, and it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's a fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the vice president recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund, is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, with the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that the majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans should be defeated. Mr. President, included in the agreement are a number of business tax cuts. And I'm not going to be here to say that some of them may not work. Some of them may work. Some of them will work better than others, the whole list of them. But this is what I will say. Economists on both ends of the political spectrum believe that if we are serious about addressing the horrendous economic crisis that we're in now, 9.8% unemployment, that there are far more effective ways of creating the jobs that we have to create than those tax proposals. With corporate America already sitting on close to $2 trillion cash on hand. It's not that our friends in corporate America don't have any money. We've got to help them. They've got $2 trillion cash on hand. The problem is not, in my view, that corporate taxes are too high. It is that the middle class simply doesn't have the money to purchase the goods and products that make our economy go and create jobs. So I think that if our goal is to create the millions and millions of jobs that we need, and if our goal is to make our country stronger internationally in a very tough global economy, I would much prefer, and I think most economists would agree with me, that a better way to do that, to create the millions of jobs we've got to create, is to invest heavily in our infrastructure. Now, the truth is, and I don't think anyone disputes this, the infrastructure in the United States is crumbling. I'll go into more detail about that later. Got some very good information on it. But, you know, you don't have to be a civil engineer to know that. All you have to do is get in your car today and drive someplace. And in my state and all over this country, what you are going to see are roads that are in disrepair. You're going to see bridges that in some cases have actually been shut down. You're going to see water systems. I remember, Mr. President, I was in Rutland, Vermont, the second or third largest city in the state of Vermont. And the mayor there showed me a piece of pipe. It's very funny. It's an old pipe. And he said, you know, the engineer who helped develop this water system and laid this pipe, he went off, after he did this work for Rutland, he went off to fight in the war. And I knew there was a catch line coming. I said, well, what war was that? And he said it was the Civil War. So you're talking about water pipe being laid in Rutland, Vermont, and this is true all over the United States, laid in the Civil War. And the result is we lose an enormous amount of clean water every day through leaks, water pipes bursting every day, all over the United States of America. Well, we can put people to work improving our water system, our wastewater plants, very expensive proposition to develop good wastewater plants. I was a mayor, you were a governor. It is an expensive proposition. Roads, bridges. Furthermore, Mr. President, I don't have to tell anybody here, our rail system, which used to be the greatest rail system in the world, is now falling